Love Inspired and Harper Audio present The Paris Housekeeper by Renee Ryan. Performed by Elizabeth Nolden, Callie Beaulieu, and Henrietta Meir.
To Hilary, my daughter, my heart, my inspiration. You make being a wife, a mother, a nurse, and a friend look easy. To say I'm proud wouldn't be enough. I'm truly humbled.
The Invasion. Chapter 1. Rachel. 14th June, 1940. Paris, France. Paris was out of time. The French government knew it. The people knew it. Now, 19-year-old Rachel Berman knew it too. And as she sat with her family in her parents' living room, listening to the minute-by-minute updates on the wireless, she understood something else, something truly horrifying. Victory belonged to the enemy. The German war machine stood poised just outside Paris, neither invading nor retreating. The troops, all 300,000 of them, had arrived yesterday. They'd had 24 hours to make their move, and still, even with dawn breaking over the horizon and not a hint of inclement weather, they didn't invade the French capital. The cause for this perplexing hesitation was unknown. There'd been speculation, of course, but nothing concrete that would explain it. Was this a military tactic to frighten Parisians? If so, it was working. One thing was certain, at least to Rachel, and anyone paying attention. Paris would fall into German hands by nightfall, possibly sooner, maybe even within the hour. What then? What would it mean to be a Jew living in German-occupied France? Would the Nazis bring their anti-Semitic racial policies with them? Would they mark off whole sections of Paris, as they'd done in the Polish city of Lodz, and then force all Jews to live within the small, designated area? They could do it. Probably would do it. Trapped behind barbed wire, held there by ignorance and hate. The thought made Rachel feel hot, sweaty, and mildly nauseated. She had to close her eyes to let the sensation pass. A feeble sound filled the room. Her mother, weeping into a handkerchief. Rachel whipped open her eyes and sent her gaze around the apartment, taking in her family with a single swoop. Her mother, all soft curves, always ready with a smile or kind word. Her older sister, Basha, so pretty, beautiful actually, with her coal-black hair and startling green eyes. No one would guess the 24-year-old was a seamstress working in a fashion designer's atelier rather than one of the models hired to show off the exquisite clothing. Would Basha have a job after today? Would any of them? So much uncertainty. Even after completing 2 accounting courses and being very good with numbers, Rachel couldn't find the proper formula to explain the rapid defeat of what had been deemed the world's mightiest army. Strong only on paper. On the other side of the room, Rachel's father sat upright and still, remarkably stoic in his silence, his eyes barely blinking beneath the bushy flop of salt and pepper hair. Rachel adored Ezra Berman. She respected him even more. He was the quintessential hard-working Polish immigrant, a tailor by trade, who'd opened his own shop in their middle-class neighborhood 10 years ago, after much toil and sacrifice in his adopted city. At 55, he was too old to be conscripted into the army. At barely 17, Rachel's brother, Scholke, was too young. Our soldiers have fought valiantly, French casualties are high. Their deaths, I fear, have been in vain. The disembodied voice crackled from the wireless, proud and strong, but also angry. Rochelle understood the anger, felt it herself. Her mother still wept, softly now, a sort of whimpering, and her father remained calmly resigned. There was no wailing or gnashing of teeth on his part, and suddenly Rochelle could stand his silence no longer. "Papa," she blurted, rushing to kneel before him, her hands reaching for his, holding fast when his fingers closed over hers. "It's not too late to flee the city." It would have to be soon. They had hours, possibly less. "We would need to leave immediately," she urged, "if we are to beat the Germans." A flinch crossed his face, gone as quickly as it came. It was the first real emotion her father had shown all morning, and gave Rochelle the courage to press on. "The Germans, the Nazis, will march into Paris at any moment. There will be no escaping the city then. We must go. Right now." A deep, staggering silence met her impassioned plea. Not even her siblings joined in the argument, though she knew they shared her concerns. "Surely you agree?" She squeezed her father's hands. "Surely you understand the danger we're in?" Someone cleared his throat. Her brother. Rochelle ignored him. "Papa, please, let us leave Paris." With slow, careful movements, he released her hands and spoke in his deep, gravelly voice, heavily accented with his native Yiddish. "We stay." Rochelle blinked, stunned. She opened her mouth to argue. He stopped her with a fast shake of his hand. "We have discussed this, Rachel. We will not abandon this apartment, a home. I will not forsake my business and give my customers cause to find another tailor." "What customers do you have left? Most have enlisted in the army or fled the city."
"They will return, and when they do, I will clothe them as before."
"Papa," Rochelle whispered, "the battle is over. Paris will fall. This is not something that might happen. It will happen. Then we will be at the mercy of Nazis."
"I have lived through worse."
He was referring to his previous life in Poland after the Great War, the days of desperate want and need, the poverty that had led him to immigrate with his wife and daughter to a new city, in a foreign country. Paris had been good to their family. That Paris no longer existed. "This war will not be the same as the last," Rochelle said. What was happening in Poland was proof of that. This enemy, these new Germans, they are harder, angrier, and more ruthless. Hate lives in their heart. Hate for people like us. Her father's chin went hard.
"We are French citizens."
"No, Papa, we are Jews." The words came from somewhere deep inside, from a well of something she hadn't acknowledged, not fully. Fear, anger, outrage that her father clung to his false sense of security, that somehow German occupation in France would be different than what the people of Poland suffered.
"Nevish! Rachel! Hetzele, you worry too much. Our neighbors, they are good people. They will protect us from the Nazis. We are safe in Paris. Now, enough of this arguing."
He rose abruptly, sending Rochelle scrambling to her feet as well.
"The Germans have not entered the city, and so we will go on as we always have. Me to my shop, Shulka to school, you and your sister to your jobs."
Basha left the apartment first, a soft sigh and brief wave, her only farewell. Her father and brother were the next to go, leaving Rochelle alone with her mother. The older woman took her in her arms, and Rochelle had to fight, not to cling. "Do not fret, Schatzele. Your father is never wrong about these things." For several moments, Rochelle couldn't respond. Her eyes were hot and she wanted to cry, but the tears were stuck in her throat, hot and painful. I hope you're right, Mama. We must trust your father. Now. She patted Rochelle's cheek and gave her the same goodbye she'd given the others. Sei gesund. Be well. She nodded. There were no more arguments to make, no more words to say, and yet Rochelle didn't want to leave the safety of her mother's arms, or the familiar aroma of oil and goose fat that permeated the air in their small apartment. They were the soothing scents of her childhood, so comforting and normal, a reminder of her Polish heritage. Despite what her father wanted to believe, the Bermans were not French, not even Rochelle and her younger brother, who were both born in Paris. No, they were still foreigners, still Jews. Irreligious and fully assimilated, but of a different race, separate and apart, foreigners. No, Rochelle thought. She didn't want to leave the safety of her home. But she did. Out in the hallway, she could hear a dog barking from somewhere in the building, and, she thought maybe, a baby crying. Another thought came then, a foreboding that the poor, sobbing child would not see his next birthday. It was a dark, ugly thought, and one Rochelle couldn't suppress now that it had come into her mind. She blamed her black mood on her disagreement with her father. Pressing her lips together, she exited the building. The hot, humid air greeted her with suffocating precision. It was as if she could feel evil drifting on the light breeze. As she made her way down the wide boulevards and long avenues, the city felt too large, empty. Void of nearly 2 million Parisians who'd already escaped, the streets were a concrete desert, every sound magnified exponentially as if coming from inside a cave. A dungeon of echoes. Rochelle hurried her steps. A burst of wind whipped a slip of her black hair free from her blue chenille beret. The loose curl slapped against her cheek. Rochelle tucked the wayward strand beneath the cap and picked up her pace. She took the final corner onto Rue Cambon, a sigh of relief on her lips. She'd made the entire journey without crossing paths with a single German soldier. Paris was still a French city. For how long? She looked to her left, to her right. Even here, there was little activity. Rochelle took another moment to study the Hôtel Ritz, where she worked as a chambermaid. The exterior looked like a palace from another century. The interior was just as grand. The hotel was actually a combination of 2 buildings, with 2 separate entryways, 4 stories each, and a row of dormer windows on the top floor. Most guests preferred the main entrance on the Place Vendôme, but employees were required to enter via the service entrance on Rue Cambon. Rochelle made her way to the women's locker room and began unpacking her uniform from her satchel, then worked on steaming out the creases. Employees were never allowed to wear their uniforms outside the hotel. Madame Ritz was adamant on this point. She wanted to create an image that her staff existed only inside the walls of the Ritz. Like a fairy tale, they were to appear fully formed, conjured as if from dreams, always available to provide the hotel's signature luxury service. Once she donned her uniform and pinned on her lace cap, Rochelle left the locker room. A wave of desperation rolled through her, and she had to pause a moment. There was that sense of helplessness again, creeping down the back of her neck. She leaned against the wall and tried to breathe through the anxiety fluttering in her chest. She heard voices coming from the laundry room, but only as if from a great distance. Tears threatened. She fought them back. To cry here and now was an indulgence she could ill afford. She must be strong. Rochelle squeezed her eyes shut and quietly admitted she feared what the Germans would do once they entered Paris. To her, her family, the other Jews who'd remained in the city. We are French citizens. Her father had spoken with great calm and authority. Clearly, on the surface at least, he wasn't worried about the German invasion. Her mother seemed to agree. Rachel would try to do the same. Jaw set, she forced herself to shrug off her own fears and take on the mantle of her father's confidence in their French neighbours. She opened her eyes, pushed from the wall, and entered the laundry room. Her supervisor, Madame Bergeron, spotted her at once and pointed a bony finger in her direction. "You there, the Jewish girl. Come with me." The Jewish girl. Already, it started. The labelling, the setting apart, the being treated as different and thus, somehow, less. These were the thoughts that plagued Rachel as she followed her supervisor out into the corridor and down the 2 flights of stairs that ended in the dimly lit hotel basements. Never talkative, the lead housekeeper was resolutely solemn this morning. Rachel was glad for her silence. Something felt wrong about this errand. You there, the Jewish girl. She desperately wanted to turn and run. Where would she go? Home. Her mother would only send her back. With her father losing clients daily, the family needed her extra wages to survive. She sighed, focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Stony and pinched-faced, Madame Bergeron carried the scent of stale cigarettes on her clothing. Rachel wondered if she were the smoker, or if she'd been in one of the guest rooms. At last they reached the bottom of the stairs, turned to the right, and continued, with Madame Bergeron taking the lead. The lack of light was a physical presence, as if the dark were closing in on Rachel, suffocating her, shadows melting into one another to form a forest of cold emptiness. Eventually, the head housekeeper stopped in front of a closed door, and Rachel was able to take a decent pull of air. Of course, she thought. Of course. They stood before the closet, where the hotel kept a back stock of bed linens and towels. Madame Bergeron retrieved the metal ring of keys at her waist and clattered one into the lock. She reached to the single light bulb hanging from a fine, frail wire, now swaying from the fresh wave of air from the open door. It was too dark inside. There were no windows, the only light supplied by the 40-watt bulb. The walls were lined with shelves from floor to ceiling, each overflowing with bed-sheets, pillowcases, and linens of every shape and size. "Grab as many towels as you can carry," Madame Bergeron told her. "I will get the rest." Rachel reached out, then paused when a series of shouts rang out from somewhere overhead. Voices twisted into a garbled cacophony of rapid-fire words and sentences. One black, ugly word leaped out of the chaos. "Nazis!" Shock jumped into the other woman's eyes, followed by an unmistakable thread of fear. "The Germans! They've entered the city!" In unison, they said, "We must get back." Without looking to see if Rachel followed, Madame Bergeron took off in the direction of the stairs. Rachel allowed herself one crumbling moment of weakness to let dread wash over her, to grieve. Then she raced after her supervisor. They took the stairs 2 at a time, the shouts and wails their guide. Back among her fellow employees, the noise was the first thing Rachel noticed, an ear-splitting roar of too many people speaking over each other. She stood frozen near the doorway, hovering half in the room, half out, her muscles straining, her heart beating too fast. Already she'd lost sight of Madame Bergeron. The older woman had disappeared in the pandemonium. Snatches of conversations drifted over Rachel. Utter collapse of leadership. The government let go of Paris without a fight. Not one shot fired in the city's defense. But what came as the greatest shock was the announcement that the German invasion was both orderly and peaceful. No violence on their part. Not a bullet loosed to make a point. Rochelle hurried outside with the rest of the staff and found a spot on the crowded sidewalk. And then, "There!" someone shouted. "There they are! The Germans!" Rochelle saw them. An uninterrupted flood of foot soldiers and tanks, armoured cars and cannons, and rows upon rows of trucks approaching from the south. She went silent under the horrible sight of all that military precision, more terrifying than anything portrayed in the newsreels. The scene was the stuff of nightmares, the sound worse. Horror drained the heat from her face. Her fingers and toes turned to ice. She opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound came forth. The soldiers, they were so young, most of them close to her own age. But their gazes were hard and intense and proud. The air was filled with the sound of their jackboots, like hammers to nails. The Germans continued parading past. The thunder of their footfalls seemed to be getting louder. Someone on Rochelle's left moaned. The man on her right openly wept. But others, too many of them, cheered and waved at the endless line of cold-eyed soldiers. They seemed happy to welcome the enemy, like some sort of foreign dignitary come to make their lives better. The open acceptance of the German marauders, the gleeful welcome, this was a far grimmer sight than the troops themselves goose-stepping brazenly through the Parisian streets. Of course, they would make their presence known in the centre of the city first, at the very heart of French commerce and wealth. Rochelle had seen enough. Turning on her heel, she went back inside the hotel and made a promise to herself. She would confront German occupation with courage. She would not break, nor would she be alone. She had her family. Together, they would face what came next. They would carry on. They would survive.
Chapter 2. Camille. 14 June 1940. Paris, France. Camille Lacroix moved through the darkened apartment, her steps heavy, her progress slow. And if she didn't hurry, she would be late for her shift at the hotel. She must not be late. The job was too important for her family. Assuming, of course, she still had a job. You still have a job. The Hotel Ritz needed every member of the skeleton staff to operate at its usual efficiency. Many, too many, of Camille's fellow chambermaids had fled Paris in the mass exodus, making it possible, even necessary, for her to pick up extra shifts like she did today. She needed the hours, the additional wages, the chance to provide for her family after failing them so completely with one terrible, selfish choice. She moved quicker now, taking rapid, purposeful steps, and stopped abruptly. A movement caught her eye at the spot where the floor met the wall. There it was again, that small flurry of motion. Camille held steady, her gaze carefully picking over the shadowy contents of the room. That's when she heard it, the dreaded scratching of tiny little rat claws. Her stomach dropped. This was not the first time she'd encountered her unwanted roommate. The rodent seemed to think he belonged in the crumbling old building as much as she. He'd probably been here longer, and she was wasting precious time. She took a tentative step, listened a moment, and heard nothing. Not from the corner of the apartment, or from the deserted Parisian streets outside. That lack of sound from the once bustling Rue Androuet was barely 2 weeks old, and as jolting as a gunshot. The noise came again. Scratch, scratch. No, not a scratch. Louder. A knock. Banging, actually. Coming from the front door. Mademoiselle Camille, I know you are in there. I beg you. Answer the door. You must answer the door. The thick Polish accent belonged to her elderly neighbour from the apartment 1 floor below. But that couldn't be. Madame Kaufmann was supposed to have left Paris last week. Something had gone wrong.
Mademoiselle?
The voice held the barest hint of defeat, as if the older woman was on the verge of giving up on Camille, as so many others had done in her life.
I am here,
she called out.
Oh, bless you, my girl. Open the door. Please hurry.
Camille did as her neighbour requested. She hurried through the still air, made somehow heavier due to the blackout paper on the windows. The lack of light was not unwelcome. She preferred the grey, murky veil that shrouded the cramped space she rented in the Montmartre neighbourhood. The apartment was affordable, but also shabby and threadbare, and impossibly small. So small that Camille was out the bedroom in a handful of strides, through the sitting room with just a few more. A quick twist of her wrist to release the lock, and the door swung open. She blinked hard and fast, forcing her vision to adjust to the dimly lit corridor, another result of the blackout rules. A few ribbons of light slipped through the darkness, falling over her neighbour. The woman was thin, white-haired, and breathing hard. But what caught Camille's attention was the dented piece of luggage resting at her visitor's feet, held shut by 2 pieces of frayed rope.
Madame Kaufmann,
she said in way of greeting, inspecting the woman a bit closer, not liking what she saw. The skin under her eyes was a purplish shade of grey. No trick of the light, Camille knew, and she wondered when was the last time her neighbour had slept through the night. Probably not since the Germans had bombed Paris 11 days ago, destroying buildings and killing nearly 100 innocent civilians.
You are still in the city?
It was an inane comment, seeing as her neighbour stood on her threshold, her eyes rounded with equal parts despair and confusion. Oh yes, something indeed had gone wrong. Camille sensed she would be late for work after all. Perhaps she could dispatch the woman with a few kind words.
Madame Kaufmann?
She prompted, trying to keep the impatience out of her voice.
Is there something you need?
The woman opened her mouth, shut it, opened it again. Her bottom lip trembled. And her voice, when she finally managed to speak, was little more than a whisper.
My son,
she rasped.
He does not answer my calls. I fear he has left the city without me.
Camille had no response, only a gasp. She reached out, let her hand drop just as quickly. She and Madame Kaufmann weren't close, barely passing acquaintances.
There must be an explanation for his delay.
There had to be. Surely a son would not leave his mother to fend for herself in the deserted city. Surely a family member would not abandon another.
You did it.
It wasn't the same. She'd had no choice. That's what Camille told herself, what she almost believed. But there was a part of her that secretly savoured the distance from family, and why she avoided going home. Why she sent money in her letters with very few words. What was Monsieur Kaufmann's excuse? Was he like her, or more like so many other Parisians ruled by their fear and panic? Ever since the bombings a week and a half ago, most of the city had gone slightly mad. Ruled by desperation, 2/3 of them had packed up their belongings and joined what was being called the mass exodus. In their frenzy to escape death, some left elderly parents behind, family pets, even children, and not always by accident. An unpleasant reality of war.
My son and his wife, their daughters, they are all gone. Everyone I know is gone. Everyone but you, Camille.
She lifted her face, her anguish clear in the limited light.
You will take me out of Paris with you when you go, yes? Oui?
Camille's heart wrenched. What this woman asked of her, it wasn't possible. She couldn't leave Paris, not today.
I think it best you wait for Monsieur Kaufmann.
"He is not coming," she said, her voice soft, tortured. "You are all I have left." Something in the tilt of her head, her lingering focus on a spot just over Camille's shoulder, spoke of pain, the pain of betrayal, and Camille felt it again. The shock, the outrage, her own guilt over her selfish choices. The need to help was too strong to ignore, and Camille was no longer torn. Her soul was not so black as to deny a person in need. Not again. Never again. And yet, what could she do? Most Parisians had left the city weeks ago. Most, but not all. Some had waited until the last minute to flee. Perhaps one of them had space in their car or pushcart. "I will help you." "Oh, bless you. Bless you, my child." Camille drew in a tight breath and opened the door a bit wider. "Come inside," she said, reaching down for the battered suitcase with one hand, using the other to draw her neighbor into the apartment. "Let me finish gathering my things, and we will be on our way." "You are a good girl." She wasn't. Her sole act of selfishness had brought tragedy to her family. A loved one dead, forbidden a proper resting place among the faithful for his terrible deed. Another one changed forever, left behind for others to care for, with little hope of... No. Now was not the time to think of such things. Now was the time to act on this woman's behalf. Perhaps in saving her neighbor, Camille would come one step closer to achieving redemption for her own mistakes. "Wait here." She guided the older woman to a chair in the sitting room. "I'll be quick." Madame Kaufmann nodded, then gave a slight turn of her head toward the lone window in the apartment. Camille followed the direction of the woman's gaze, sighed at the slats of gloomy light that slipped past the crooked seams of the blackout paper she'd taped to the glass. Fabric had been unavailable, as had the suggested glue. Those thin threads of light proved just how badly she'd failed to follow the guidelines given to the French people. No one had shown Camille how to do the job properly. Another casualty of the government's passive attempt to defend Paris. No more effective than the instruction to wear the gas masks only a select few owned. As useless as the air raid sirens going off without trained officials to direct the people to safety. Was it any wonder so many Parisians had abandoned their homes and businesses? What did it matter now? Camille shoved aside every doubt and focused on what must be done now, this morning. She would convince some kind soul to escort Madame Kaufmann. Somewhere. How hard could it be? She wondered, as she reached for her chambermaid's uniform. The black dress tailored to fit her lithe frame, the starched white pinafore and matching lace cap, the sensible shoes made for comfort rather than fashion, and tucked it into her bag. Her movements were painstakingly slow, weary even, as if she'd lived double her 21 years on this earth. Every muscle ached from the hours she spent scrubbing floors, changing bedsheets, sanitizing bathrooms, and generally seeing to the guests' every need, no matter how frivolous or absurd. One resident in particular came to mind, the wealthy American widow who'd taken a liking to the way Camille styled her hair, often calling her away from her other duties on what seemed a last-minute whim. The generous tips she paid were always sent home. More restitution, but never enough. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she left the bathroom and moved into the main portion of the tiny apartment. At the sight of Madame Kaufmann sitting so still and resigned, Camille was once again overwhelmed with the urge to pull the older woman close, to assure her everything would turn out well. She was not that much of a liar. Taking the battered suitcase in one hand, she reached for her neighbor with the other, and quickly, carefully drew the woman to her feet. Outside, the heat hit like a fist, while an eerie silence wrapped around them. Under that shocking lack of sound, Camille could no longer feel the heavy June air. Instead, a chill prickled her skin. Today the mood was different. more solemn. The empty street felt wider somehow, as if built to accommodate the enemy's tanks. Panzers, they called them, short for Panzerkraftwagen. Massive landships made to destroy anything in their path. And they loomed just outside an unprotected Paris. "Hurry." "Yes, well," she said, trying not to push her companion too hard, but knowing the clock worked against them. "Come along, Madame Kaufmann." Putting the dazzling white domes and bell towers of the Sacré-Cœur Basilica behind them, Camille took Madame Kaufmann's thin hand, wrinkled flesh over brittle bones, and headed for Rue des Trois Frères. She adopted what she hoped was an acceptable pace, even as one word kept moving through her mind. "Hurry." They'd barely taken a smattering of steps when the older woman tugged free of Camille's hold, pivoted, then set her gaze on the building they'd just exited.
30 years I have called Paris home. I will miss this grand city as much as I once missed Warsaw. And
she turned to smile at Camille, the stain of old age and a fondness for coffee on her teeth.
I will miss you too. Very much.
Camille tamped down her impatience and forced herself to smile. "And I you." Sighing, the older woman shook her head.
This world, it is not right any more.
No, it is not.
Monsters walk among us now.
They do. A bird flew overhead, squawking a sort of warning, startling them both. "Come." One arm locked with Madame Kaufmann's, the other carrying the battered suitcase, Camille guided her neighbour through a world turned upside down toward a destination not yet known. As they rushed along Rue des Trois Frères, then turned left onto Rue Tardieu, they had the advantage of caring little where the woman ended up, only that she escaped Paris. Another few blocks, and there at the bottom of the hill, on Boulevard Marguerite de Rochechouart, was the expansive line of automobiles, bicycles, and pushcarts overflowing with household goods. Camille tugged Madame Kaufmann along at a steady pace, entirely too slow. It could not be helped. Her elderly neighbour was already showing signs of fatigue in her hitched breathing and limping gait. They went from one vehicle to the next, stopping at each, no matter how large or small, and Camille asked the same question over and over. "Do you have space for a small lady with a single piece of luggage?" The answer rarely varied. "We have no room." Camille refused to be discouraged. Trying not to run, she all but dragged her neighbour from car to car, doing most of the talking, her request either ignored or denied. Was no one willing to help an old woman? Did no one care? A drip of sweat rolled down the side of her face. Her heart pounded against her ribs. Again, Camille stopped at a car in the queue and motioned to the driver to lower his window. The man mouthed his refusal. "No." "Please, monsieur." He turned his head and focused on the line of cars in front of him, his message clear.
"It's so plus."
Camille heard the dejection in Madame Kaufmann's voice, felt it herself. Still, she made herself take a long, deep breath and offered what encouragement she could muster, which was to say not very much. "I am not giving up." Even with her neighbour's arduous, awkward pace, they moved faster on foot than anything with wheels, though it required great attention to avoid being pushed to the ground or rolled over. Then, up ahead, Camille noticed another car, a space in the back seat clearly visible. She didn't waste time explaining the situation. She simply pulled the older woman along with her. "Come along!" she wanted to yell at her neighbour. "Move!" She didn't need to say the words. Madame Kaufmann propelled herself forward on her own. One step, then two. Another. Finally, they were striding alongside the car, and Camille asked the driver the same question as all the ones before. "Do you have space for a small lady with a single piece of luggage?" His response came without hesitation. "Oui." It took a moment for her to process the word. When she did, relief nearly buckled her knees, and she offered her gratitude with a voice barely above a whisper. Merci. Her hand shook so hard, it took her 3 tries to open the car door. Once she had the older woman settled in the back seat, Camille leaned in through the open window and kissed the papery skin on the weathered cheek. Take care, mon ami, she said, wondering if she would ever see her neighbor again, thinking probably not. Au revoir. Au revoir, Camille. Eyes stinging, she stepped back, then suddenly realized she had no idea of the car's destination. What if Madame Kaufmann's son came for her after all? He would want to know what had happened to his mother. Where? She asked the driver, a rotund man with a bushy moustache and balding head. Where are you going? Rennes, came his response. My brother has a house near the train depot. Camille breathed in deeply, let it out in a whoosh of air. Of all the possible destinations, her neighbor would journey to Brittany, to a city barely 30 miles from Camille's home village of Dinant. Again, the thought whispered in her head, I want to go home. She could leave now, right now. Better yet, she could return to her apartment and pack her things, everything that meant anything to her, in 20 minutes. She could retrieve her bicycle and join the line of cars. So easy, so simple. Home in a matter of days. Back to living in the picturesque medieval village with her mother, who even now was working in their family's floundering bakery. 2 of Camille's sisters joined in that never-ending battle, while the other only watched with those wide, empty eyes. Her heart gave a flutter at this thought of escape. But her mind was not so quickly led into the fantasy. How will you feed your family, yourself, if you leave Paris? How indeed? It was an argument she had with herself daily, sometimes more than once, always with the same outcome. There were no jobs to be found in Dinant, or Rennes for that matter, certainly nothing that paid as well as her position at the Hotel Ritz. It was settled then. There could be, no escape for Camille, only duty, obligation, and perhaps in time restitution for the past, for herself, and for the lives she'd ruined with a single thoughtless act. And if a part of her was relieved she wouldn't have to face what she'd done, well, that was between herself and her own conscience. She offered a final farewell wave to her neighbor and hurried toward the center of Paris, her course set on the dark road that lay ahead, a road growing darker by the day.
Chapter 3. Vivian. 14 June, 1940. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. By mid-afternoon, on what was proving ironically to be a beautiful, balmy spring day, Vivian Miller stood on the balcony of her hotel suite and tried to make sense of the day's events. It could not be done. There was no logic to be found in war. Foolish to think otherwise. As an American, Vivian had thought herself immune to European politics. And more foolishness on her part. She lived in the heart of Paris, in a luxury hotel where clandestine meetings had been occurring for months. Just last week, Winston Churchill had taken a room in the Ritz and met with other world leaders. He'd been very visible, eating in the hotel restaurant or sitting in the bar, whiskey glass in hand, head bent in furious discussion. Usually, always, him trying to convince his contemporaries of the evil lurking in their midst, none of them listening, and none of them believing. Europe, Paris, the world would suffer for their refusal to heed Churchill's warnings. For her part, Vivian had known what was coming. Of course she'd known. Even if she hadn't been paying attention to the dignitaries and their comings and goings, she'd lived through another war. The signs were all there. The grasping for power, the claiming of territory that belonged to others, threats masquerading as diplomacy. Hitler had not been subtle. Now German troops marched on Paris. Vivian could hear their boots thumping the pavement, each strike a death knell to peace. She knew she had precious little time to choose whether to remain in the city or escape with the rest of the 2 million frightened souls. For weeks she'd put off making the decision. Something always held her back. Something that could not be fully explained except for one important fact. People relied on her. It always came down to that. Oh, sure, there were others who could take her place, but did they have her money? Her contacts? Vivian could think of only a very few, with caveats, so maybe not even one. Was that enough reason to stay? He's smart, Vivi. The words came to her in her late husband's flat Midwestern accent. You're an American. This is not your fight. That was the kind of head-in-the-sand rationale that had allowed Hitler to rise to power, the kind of thinking that belonged to appeasers. Did Vivian want to join their ranks? Surely she was braver than that. She gripped the wrought iron railing in front of her and cast her gaze over the hotel gardens. She'd chosen this room for the view, preferring to wake every morning to birdsong and manicured lawns rather than to the frenetic bustle of the Place Vendôme. 3 years. That's how long she'd lived at the Hotel Ritz. Every one of them without her beloved Rupert. Alone. So alone. She breathed in, breathed out, fought for control. They'd help to concentrate on the view. The sun shone through the green of the trees, casting the army of flowers in bold relief, each bloom more perfect than the one beside it. Beauty found a way to thrive. Light existed within the dark. Good eventually prevailed even after evil triumphed. And always, always, God was in control. Where was he now? Why had he taken his hand off France? Only time would tell, Vivian thought, returning to her suite. At the same moment she stepped off the balcony, a knock sounded from the entryway. It came again, faster, louder. Such persistence warned Vivian she would not like what she found on the other side of the door. It could not be avoided. Blinking away the harsh sunlight dotting across her eyes, she hurried through the suite, the clack of her heels silenced by the thick carpet. At the entryway, she undid the latch and opened the door. Her heart gave a quick stutter behind her rib cage. Hans Elminger, the Swiss nephew of the hotel's most important investor, stood on the threshold, expression grim. His presence on her doorstep meant nothing good. Behind him, a blur of moving bodies rushed by. Another bad sign. With an apologetic tilt of his head, Elminger relayed the devastating news Vivian already knew. "The Germans have entered the city." Yes, she could think of nothing more to say. "The metro has closed," he continued, "and most exits out of Paris have been blocked by German troops, though not all. It is not too late to escape the city." Not too late to escape. Vivian looked again at the river of panicked humanity streaming down the hallway, all of them believing that safety could be found outside the city. Were they right? A sudden, awful, terrible thought occurred to her. Hans Elminger was at her door for a reason, and it wasn't to give her hours-old news. "Are you shutting down the hotel?" He shook his head. "At the moment, no. But that could change. Madame Reitz is in conversation with the board, and she has advised me to inform our guests that while we will do our best to accommodate you for as long as we remain open, we cannot guarantee your protection from the German invaders. Vivian had not believed otherwise. Understood. With a lift of his chin, he gave a pointed look over his shoulder. Many of our guests are leaving now. And all of them, Vivian noticed with a pang, were carrying nothing but a single suitcase. A vice-like grip tightened in her chest as she considered her priceless antiques in her suite, collected from around the world. Her Renaissance tapestries, the furs and fine jewelry that had been gifts from her husband, each piece representing a moment of their life together. Possessions could be replaced. The sentiment behind them could not. If I choose to leave with the others, Vivian began, sweat breaking out on her brow, the only outward sign of her uncertainty, will this room be mine when I return? Because surely she would come back. The Hotel Reitz was her home now. If we stay open, yes, the suite is yours, assuming the Nazis do not requisition the building or... He left the rest unsaid. He didn't need to expand. They both knew German soldiers would be swamping the hotel lobby at any moment. They would dine in the restaurant and drink in the bars and probably, take ownership of valuable items that didn't belong to them. I'll let you know my decision within the hour. Very good, madame. He gave her a curt nod and departed, disappearing into the crowd at a cool, steady pace, his head bobbing above the fray as if he were a buoy riding the waves in a stormy sea of uncertainty. Vivian shut the door and turned back to her suite. For a paralyzing moment she stood, clenching and unclenching her fists. Stay or go. Stay and risk her life for others, the moral choice. Go and put her own safety first, the selfish decision. But also the practical one. Vivian didn't need to live in Paris to continue her work. It was wiser to leave. More efficient, expedient to remain. If only Rupert were still alive. He would tell her what to do. Smoothing a hand over her hair, she looked around her suite, barely taking note of the subtle blend of high-end French design mixed with Old English charm. Her head pounded miserably, and she had to blink away the excesses of the previous night. All part of keeping up the appearance of a wealthy, empty-headed widow with more money than sense. Having deep pockets mattered a great deal in Paris. Yet even with all her millions, Vivian was still an outsider, even among her fellow American expats. It had always been that way. From the beginning of her marriage to the much older, much sought-after Midwestern industrialist, she'd been scorned by the social elite. First in Cleveland, then New York. London had been a little better, but not by much. What had Vivian done that was so wrong? She'd found herself a man with a vast fortune who'd adored her. That's what. For a self-indulgent moment, she let her mind drift back in time to her frenetic yearning to belong to someone, anyone. No. Not just anyone. A man who didn't use his fists to make his point. She hadn't expected to find love. The immediate attraction she'd felt for Rupert Miller had come as a surprise. Their whirlwind romance equally so. Those first awkward parties as an engaged couple had been a taste of what was to come. The disappointments and compromises, the snubs by her betters. Vivian had endured the humiliation for Rupert's sake. She'd smiled and pretended she was fine, just fine, until he took her home and it was just the two of them. They'd been happy for 10 remarkable years, blissfully happy, and her sweet husband was still with her, always, alive in her memories. His dark brown eyes, warm with affection, his thick gray hair tousled as he leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Remember, Vivi, I love you." He'd been the only one. Her passive, indifferent mother hadn't shared the sentiment. Her father had shown her the true meaning of violence. A loud bang jolted her back into the present, and she spun to face the entryway again, heard the commotion beyond the door. What did the past matter now? Rupert was dead, Vivian was alone, and German soldiers marched on Paris. The French had been given 9 months to prepare for this day, and yet they'd continued living as before, without any meaningful variation in their routines. Parisians had thought it impossible, the fall of their country, their precious city. They'd put their faith in their government, and their army touted themselves the strongest in Europe, foolishly believing the Maginot Line, that flimsy wire and concrete barricade from Luxembourg to Switzerland, would hold back the monsters. Make your decision. If Marie-Louise Reitz, Mimi, closed the hotel, Vivian would have to find another place to live, and that would be that. But first she needed more information. Slipping out of her suite, she stepped into the middle of the frantic crowd rushing to presumed safety. Her years as a combat nurse for the American Red Cross should have prepared her for the hysteria. In some ways, she supposed, it had. In others, not at all. Vivian felt their panic as if it were her own, a tangible, living thing she could nearly touch. As she headed to the stairwell, she was tossed about, teetering at times, forced to reach for the wall now and again to stay upright. The disconsolate voices, the scent of fear. It was strong, leaden. And Vivian remembered the days when ambulances came roaring up to the Italian hospital with their wounded cargo. Today there was no blood, and there were no missing limbs. But the wails of anguish, those were very much the same. As Vivian descended the first flight of stairs, she saw Coco Chanel 5 steps below, travel case in hand. A stunned-looking chambermaid chased after the famous fashion designer, her arms overflowing with more bags. Coco never traveled light. Vivian called out to her friend, but she either didn't hear her or chose to ignore her. Just as well. Their destinations were not the same. Coco was a Frenchwoman with friends and family all over the country. Vivian had no one. In the lobby, she approached the doorman, Jacques, a man she'd enlisted in her clandestine work on more than one occasion. "Have you seen Madame Reitz?" he answered without looking at her. "She's in the hotel bar with the others." "The others?" she asked. But he was already turning away to help an elderly couple into a car with a dubious-looking driver behind the steering wheel. Sending up a prayer for the pair, Vivian hurried down the narrow passageway leading to the hotel's Rue Cambon entrance. At the end of the corridor, she briefly looked over her shoulder, then entered the famous bar where, on most nights, a collection of artists, singers, and expatriates told tall tales, smoked cigarettes, and swilled too many drinks. Although the mahogany counter gleamed, as always, and the brass was polished to a near-blinding shine, everything else about the bar was different from what Vivian had grown accustomed to. For starters, Too many bodies were crammed into the small, confined space. Staff and guests alike had gathered side by side around a wireless in the far corner of the room. There were no divisions or social barriers, no separations of rich and poor. Chambermaids linked arms with women draped in furs. Kitchen boys and front desk clerks stood beside men in tailored suits. Vivian had zero desire to join them. She was here only for enough information to make her decision. Another, more thorough glance around the bar, and finally she spotted Madame Reitz, small, elegant, dressed in her black dress in the familiar Edwardian style. She sat at a table, deep in conversation with Georges Mandel. Like Vivian, the celebrated journalist and former French Minister of the Interior was a permanent resident of the hotel. The poor man looked as exhausted and as rumpled as his overcoat. There were lines of worry around his watery, red-rimmed eyes. Vivian knew the feeling. Not wanting to interrupt what looked to be an important interchange between the two old friends, she discreetly seated herself at the table next to theirs. It wasn't a stratagem per se. If they wished to include her in their discussion, all they had to do was give her a small nod. They never once looked her way. "I cannot stomach the idea of leaving France," Mandel told the widowed hotel owner. "It would be akin to running away." It was Mimi's turn to wear a worried expression. "Georges, my friend, I beg you to reconsider. You are, after all," she leaned forward and whispered, "Jewish." "It is because I am a Jew that I won't go. It would look as though I were afraid." "Perhaps you should be afraid. Perhaps you should accept Churchill's invitation to join him in London." "I won't play the coward. No, I won't do it. We will speak of this no further." He took the older woman's hand in his. "You did not seek me out to discuss my future, but yours. You have a tricky dilemma that must be settled at once." Mimi nodded, sighed, nodded again. "My board has given me their advice. Now I wish to hear yours. Tell me, Georges, do I keep the hotel open and suffer the indignity of those foul Nazis milling about my property, or do I close my doors for the duration of the war?" "The way I see it, you have but one option. No, Mimi?" Mandel held up his hand. "Do not interrupt. Let me finish. If you shut down operations, the Germans will requisition this hotel. Then, I fear, you will never get it back. Not a single room or furnishing within." The argument made sense, but the hotel owner did not appear persuaded. "I will, perhaps, lose my hotel for a while, but surely I will regain ownership once the Nazis are good and soundly defeated." "Why take such risk? You, my good friend, are Swiss. Your homeland is neutral. Therefore, it stands to reason that you are also neutral." She seemed to think this over. The board came to a similar conclusion, but with more direct words. "Then let me also be frank. Your hotel will be occupied by Germans. It's a given. But if you remain neutral and do not take sides in this war, you will have a better chance of maintaining ownership of your hotel." A small, satisfied smile crept across her face. "I thank you for your candor. That's exactly what I needed to hear." She rose and called for quiet, lifting hands bejeweled with diamonds and other precious gems. A hush fell over the room. Someone clicked off the droning, staticky newscast that brought only bad news. Everyone in this room should know who I am. For those who don't, I am Marie-Louise Ritz, the owner of this hotel and the president of the board of directors. I am also Swiss. And like my country, I am neutral in this war. Therefore, she paused for dramatic effect, the Hotel Ritz will remain open. My decision is final. That was it. The hard-nosed, pragmatic hotel owner had spoken. Vivian still had a home. Unfortunately, in a matter of days, she would likely be living among those foul Nazis. A chill ran through her, a sort of primitive warning that forced her to accept the truth at last. She'd known this day would come. She'd known the Germans would take Paris and steal all hope from the innocent. She'd also known what she would do when the inevitable happened. There'd been no uncertainty in her heart. Not really. No waffling. In truth, Vivian had made her decision months ago. The moment she'd supplied the first set of falsified papers to a family of Jews wishing to escape Europe.
Chapter 4. Rochelle. 14 June, 1940. Paris, France. Rochelle leaned against the wall, twisting her hands together at her waist until her fingers went numb. She'd lost track of time and thought it might be close to the end of her shift, but she wasn't sure. She wasn't sure of anything anymore. Every muscle in her body screamed for her to sit, to rest, to let her growing fatigue win. She remained standing, her right shoulder aligned with one of the guests, her other pressed to another chambermaid. What was her name? Camille. Yes, that was it. Camille Lacroix. A pretty French name for a pretty French girl. Tallish, on the thin side, she was only a few years older than Rochelle, with light blonde hair, delicate features, and pale blue eyes. The enviable combination earned the girl second looks. And smiles. Many, many smiles. Rochelle didn't receive smiles. She did, however, attract second looks, but the attention thrown her way came with speculation and whispers. Is she Jewish? Of course she's Jewish. Look at her hair, the swarthy colour of her skin, the shape of her nose, the black eyes. Labelled, set apart, considered different for physical traits she had once been so proud of, because they came from her sweet, kind, beautiful mother. The need to rail against such obvious racism burned hot in her belly. The Hotel Ritz will remain open, Madame Ritz declared, in a solemn tone better suited for a funeral. My decision is final. Rochelle felt the floor shift beneath her feet. Remain open. She turned the words over in her head, wondering, what did that mean? She knew, though it made her stomach twist in a kind of roiling sickness. German soldiers would eat in the hotel's restaurant. They would drink in the bars, and Rochelle was glad, so very, very glad, that she worked in a department where she was expected to remain invisible. If she kept her head down and avoided notice, then she would be, what, safe? Free of the whispers? Was such a thing possible in a city occupied by Nazis? The hotel manager approached Madame Ritz. As the two engaged in a private, hushed conversation, Rochelle was thankful someone had thought to turn off the broadcast announcing the fall of Paris. In the ensuing silence, she could close her eyes and pretend that evil lived outside French borders, far away from Paris, the hotel, her parents' apartment. Oh, Papa, why did we not leave the city when we had the chance? Madame Ritz addressed the room again. German occupation need not be terribly inconvenient for our guests. She nodded to several of the long-term residents. The famous novelist who'd fought in the previous war, the French film star tucked inside her fur coat, despite the heat, the American widow sitting at a table, her brow knitted together in quiet contemplation.
You may return to your rooms with confidence that we will provide the same white glove service as always.
Rochelle sucked in a breath. How could she make that promise? The depleted staff was already run ragged. They could not hope to continue the brutal pace indefinitely. Was she the only employee who thought this? She shifted her gaze to Camille. The other chambermaid seemed to visibly sag under the weight of the hotel owner's declaration. Rochelle reached for her hand and squeezed. Camille squeezed back. Neither let go, both seeming to need the comfort of the brief human contact. Rochelle wished she knew more about the girl. They didn't speak about their lives outside the hotel, and yet they'd formed a tentative bond in the past few weeks, each continuing to show up for work as others abandoned their posts, often without notice. Camille drew her hand away, and Rochelle noticed something she'd missed under the chaos of the day. "You aren't wearing your uniform."
"No,
She looked down, grimaced.
I'd only just arrived for work when the Germans entered this part of the city. There was no time to change."
But that would mean...
"You were late."
Rochelle heard the shock in her voice. There was nothing for it. Camille was never late.
"That's not like you."
"Yes, well..." The girl looked away.
"I was unavoidably detained."
Behind Camille's eyes, Rochelle could see the agitation, the worry.
"You were stopped by German soldiers?"
"No." She went silent a moment, lost in thought, and then something else appeared in her expression, the sort of steadfastness that spoke of resolve.
"A neighbor needed my help escaping the city. Securing transportation proved difficult."
Rochelle thought of her father's confidence in the French people. For the first time since leaving her apartment, she felt a little less desperate. She nearly smiled at Camille, nearly reached for her hand again, but a surge in the crowd pushed them apart. The moment was gone. Madame Ritz continued making promises, assuring the guests they were important to the hotel.
"Until we can assess the situation, we will be closing the dining rooms. That's not to say we won't provide food for our guests, but from a limited menu. We will bring trays to your rooms, and—"
She was cut off by the sound of male voices, German voices, shouting. Rochelle's mouth went instantly dry. The Nazis were here already, inside the Hotel Ritz.
"How many of them?"
someone whispered, her voice wavering.
"Have they come for food?"
another asked, while someone else posed the question.
"Do you think they want our rooms? Are we to be tossed out onto the streets in the middle of the night?"
Questions upon questions. It wasn't until Jacques, the head doorman, rushed into the bar that answers came, if not the ones the assembled guests and staff sought.
"The German army has taken over the hotel."
Panic coated his voice.
"Soldiers have pushed their way through the Place Vendôme entrance. Their muddy boots sully the carpets. They do not take off their hats. They do not hide their guns. They only make demands, insisting we provide them with food and lodgings."
The whispers became a roar.
"Calm down! Everyone, please, calm down!"
Madame Ritz shoved through the crowd, ordering people to move aside, pushing them when necessary, until she stood before the wild-eyed doorman.
"How many Germans are in my hotel, Jacques? Give me a number."
"No fewer than 24, madame. Possibly as many as 50. The older woman went silent, as if calculating the number in her head, and then applying the result to the vacant rooms in the hotel.
"We will do what we can to accommodate them."
Another explosion of shocked whispers rent the air, louder than before, but not by much. Then came the outrage, the heated arguments to reconsider her decision, but nothing could sway Marie-Louise Ritz. This was her hotel. Her word stood. This was it, Rochelle realized, her heart pounding. The beginning of the end. and there was that sense of helplessness again, creeping down the back of her neck, sliding to the base of her spine. She began to shake. But then something happened inside her, a sort of rebellion that she hadn't known herself capable of, turning her fear into something equally fierce, a will to survive. Her anger fed the sensation. Organized chaos filled the next minutes, as guests retreated to their rooms and employees went back to work. The housekeeping staff was tasked with preparing the empty rooms for their unexpected guests. Guests? Rochelle nearly sneered. German soldiers were not guests, they were marauders, here to do harm, to take, to steal what did not belong to them. She wanted to howl in frustration. She went to work instead, hoping the menial tasks of changing bed linens and scrubbing floors would occupy her mind. For a time, they did. Then they didn't, and she had to remind herself she needed this job. Her father's business had lost too many customers, and Rochelle's next accounting class was due to begin in a couple months. Tuition must be paid. The chambermaids were dismissed at 7:30 p.m., and only because the Germans had initiated a curfew that required all French citizens to be inside their homes by 8 o'clock. Camille caught up with Rochelle in the locker room. They shared a look, somehow realizing this was a big moment. They'd worked side by side, turning over the rooms, and what had been a tentative bond only this morning had found a stronger footing. They were friends now. Solidarity through adversity. Camille broke the silence first. "Where do you live? Close enough to walk?" Rochelle shook her head. "I usually take the metro, but with it being shut down..." She didn't finish the sentence. "Anyway, I live on Rue Rochechouart." "We are headed in the same direction," Camille said. "I'm only a few blocks up the hill from you, in Montmartre. You shouldn't be out there alone. Nor should you." They agreed to brave the streets together, out of necessity, but also out of a new kinship. By the time they'd changed into their own clothes and exited the hotel, the sky had turned a dingy charcoal grey that reminded Rochelle of worn bed linens washed too many times. A light breeze kicked up, but did nothing to suppress the heat or still the strange combination of scents. Motor oil mixed with diesel fuel, horse sweat, and, weirdly, jasmine. There were others on the street, hurrying, like them, to get home before curfew began. A head poked out from a slit in the door of a darkened restaurant. A shadow appeared on the sidewalk, and then went quickly on the move, the dark silhouette shifting and bending with the curves of the street. In a swift shuffle of feet, Camille moved in front of Rochelle, as if to protect her, and Rochelle wasn't sure whether to be grateful or offended. She was Jewish, not helpless. They followed a similar path as the shadow, their footsteps picking up speed as if catching his urgency. Neither spoke. They passed a building where a group of German soldiers stood huddled together on the rooftop. The men worked as a team, moving as a single unit. Their efficiency was smooth and frightening. They let down a Nazi banner that bore a black swastika inside a white circle against a blood-red field, an evil tapestry signifying the death knell to Paris. Camille's hand reached for Rochelle's. "We should hurry. We really should." They completed the final blocks with their palms pressed together. Outside her apartment building, Rochelle tugged free of Camille's hold and pointed to the 3rd floor. "I live there. It's nice." Camille studied the building a moment longer, her eyes sweeping over the stone facade and gabled rooftop. "Will I see you tomorrow?" Rochelle wanted to say no. Never again would she turn over a room in preparation for a Nazi soldier. But that would be her pride speaking, so she gave a short, reluctant nod. "We will stick together," Camille announced, "and look out for each other. Oui?" It was a lovely idea. "I'd like that." Camille turned, took a few steps, then stopped, and hurried back. She clearly had something more to say, but words seemed to fail her. Rochelle wanted to sigh. She knew what was on the girl's mind. It was there in her uneasy expression. This wasn't the first time someone tiptoed around the subject of her ethnicity. "You want to know if I'm Jewish?" "No, well, I already knew that. What I want to know is—" She looked away, back again, giving in to the sigh Rochelle herself had repressed. "Do you, or rather, are you protected?" Rochelle supplied. "Safe? Prepared?" One word, the insight behind it, and all Rochelle's worries roared to life. Regardless of her father's faith in their neighbours, no one really knew what the future held for French Jews. If German occupation in Poland was the prevailing model, then there was much to fear. But at this point, it was all conjecture. "As prepared as any of us can be." It wasn't really an answer, but it seemed to satisfy Camille. Though not completely, for she pressed the issue. "You will let me know if matters grow difficult?" What could this young Frenchwoman do if the Nazis built ghettos in Paris? Not much, surely. Nevertheless, Rochelle said, "Of course. Très bien." This time, when she turned to leave, Camille didn't stop or look back. Rochelle rolled her shoulders and entered her apartment building. The interior was unnaturally silent. Eerie, even. A sure sign more people had left the city. Rochelle had not been honest with Camille. Her family wasn't prepared for German occupation, not with her father's willful reliance on their neighbours. Would they protect them? Hard to know. Although the bulk were French, most of them were Catholic. Only a few were Jewish. The Israelite bourgeois, as they called themselves. Living in this building was proof of Ezra Berman's social climb out of poverty. Admirable, except on their ascent into the middle class, Rochelle's parents had forgotten any sort of religious practice. They'd fully assimilated and had insisted their children do the same. The Bermans didn't attend the local synagogue. They didn't recognize the high holy days. There was no menorah in their home, no lighting of candles to signify the beginning of Shabbat or the recitation of the traditional prayers. There were times when Rochelle resented her parents for pulling away from their faith just to fit in better with their neighbours. The rituals and prayers, the hymns, they would have been a comfort now. To be fair, Ezra and Ilka Berman hadn't given up being Jewish. They'd just stepped away from the religion. Her mother still cooked traditional kugel, one of her father's favourites, no matter that the symbolic references had been lost years ago. Rochelle sighed, wishing for something missing in her life she couldn't form into concrete images. Thoughts in turmoil, she entered her family's apartment, noting that the scene was much the same as this morning. No, she thought again, they weren't prepared for German occupation. Her mother and sister sat together, hands clasped, their faces twisted in grief. Her father and brother were farther away, their faces equally grim. Shutting the door, Rochelle crossed the room and sat at her mother's feet, saying nothing, forcing down her panic, her fear, and forced herself to listen to the announcer explaining what was expected of French citizens living in occupied Paris. He touched on the new curfew, explained the rules of rationing, and how to acquire coupons for staples such as bread, sugar, and milk. The German-accented French was jarring, the guttural language hard on Rochelle's ears. Sighing again, she placed her head in her mother's lap. Tears slipped from her eyes. She let them come. From above the top of the hill, in Montmartre, where her friend Camille lived, the bells of the basilica tolled 8 hollow notes, marking the moment of Paris's first night of the new curfew, set by the German occupiers. And so it begins, Rochelle thought, the dark, frightening existence under a dictator who hated Jews. Without a plan, without hope. Would any of them survive?
Chapter 5. Camille. 14 June 1940. 18th Arrondissement, Montmartre, Paris, France. Camille paused halfway up the hill and looked over her shoulder just as Rachel disappeared into her building. Although curfew loomed, she lingered a moment, thinking about the Jewish girl. There was an innocence about her that reminded Camille of her little sister. It was that similarity that made her want to protect Rachel, as she tried to do for Jacqueline. Neither could help the world they'd been born into, a world where judgment was commonplace and acceptance scarce. A bone-rattling fatigue suddenly hit Camille, digging deep, like a hook snared in her flesh. She could feel the beginning of a headache, a dull, persistent throb behind her eyes. Paris had fallen so quickly. French propaganda had alleged that the German army was weak and undernourished, poorly armed, and not fully committed to the Nazi ideology. This afternoon's spectacle had contradicted that narrative. Now her mind was on her father. If he were alive, he would have stood among the other veterans of the Great War, his medals pinned to his suit coat. Like them, he would have openly wept. He'd once been so proud of his German ancestry, passed down through his mother. But that had been before he'd gone to war for France, before his capture that had resulted in interrogation and torture. He'd relived the ordeal in his nightmares, thrashing about and muttering in his mother's language. At her own mother's insistence, Camille had learned German to better understand his rantings, only to wish she hadn't been so successful. She passed 3 young Frenchmen, teenagers, boys, loitering. Their thin faces were full of rebellion, and they held cigarettes between their fingers. A small defiance, the smoking, as was their presence on the street so close to curfew. Did this make them brave or reckless? Both, she decided, and hurried past them. Rue Androuet was strange in the dull darkness of night. The route she knew so well in daylight retreated into shadows. The cafes were empty, the sidewalks bare. No noisy children playing ball, no vendors hawking their wares from pushcarts. Vacant and still. Yet she felt eyes on her, and practically vaulted inside her apartment building. She paused, took a deep breath, and was instantly sorry for the hesitation. The slap of heels on stone signalled the approach of the building's concierge. Camille let out a sigh, just as Louise Thibaudot appeared. The woman was an intimidating presence. Tall, thick in the waist, large-boned, she carried a perpetual frown on her face. Her wiry hair tended toward grey, but her eyes— Camille had long ago worked out why they seemed strange. It was their colour. So dark it was impossible to tell where the irises ended and the pupils began. That lack of contrast gave her a blank, soulless stare. "The letter arrived for you, Mademoiselle Lacroix." Her tone bore a hint of hostility. The concierge didn't like Camille, though she couldn't think why. She paid her rent on time and generally stayed out of the woman's way. "A letter came today?" She wasn't sure how that could be possible. The Germans had shut down all routes for communication this morning. Still frowning, Madame Thibaudot dug around in the pocket of her apron, pulling the material wide, as if needing to inspect the contents with her eyes as well as her large hand. At last she retrieved a crumpled envelope, but held it aloft instead of passing it over to Camille, which didn't keep her from recognizing her mother's handwriting. May it be good news, though she feared it was not. She noted the postmark, sent 3 days ago. Why was the concierge only delivering the letter tonight? When she asked the question, the woman gave a very French shrug. "It has been a busy time for me. I lose tenants daily. One only just this morning." She was speaking about Madame Kaufmann. Too weary to explain the situation, Camille stuck out her hand. "May I have the letter?" Sighing heavily, the concierge handed over the rumpled envelope, reluctance evident in her dreadfully slow movements. Camille made to go, but the woman wasn't done with her. She gave Camille a suspicious glare, her frown digging deeper. "What do you know of Madame Kaufmann's disappearance?" And there it was, the purpose of this uncomfortable interchange all along. The woman could have just as easily slipped the letter under her door, as was her usual practice. Instead, here they were. "I believe she planned to flee the city with her son and his family." "I see." The concierge sniffed in annoyance. "Yes, well, if you hear anything from Madame Kaufmann, you will let me know. If she has indeed left the city, I will need to rent out her apartment. And it won't be to someone like that woman." "That woman?" "A Jew." Camille blinked, feeling sick, and if she were honest with herself, slightly afraid. Madame Thibaudot's face had changed, her frown turning into something darker, sinister even, similar to the glint in the eyes of the German soldiers. Was this how the concierge had always felt about her Jewish residents? Was she emboldened to speak her mind, now that Paris was in the hands of like-minded racists? An image of Rachel came to Camille, the sweet girl who never complained, no matter the menial tasks she was given, and worked twice as hard as the other chambermaids. What could be done for her? Suddenly, Camille felt appalled all over again, and didn't even try keeping the disgust out of her voice. "If there's nothing else—" It was an obvious dismissal, and the concierge knew it. Her face went hard and pinched, but as if sensing she'd gotten what she could out of Camille, relented. "That's all for now." Camille headed up the stairs. On the second landing she paused, her eyes seeking the door to Madame Kaufmann's apartment. Who would rent the space now? A horrible thought occurred to her. With so many German soldiers in the city, there would be a need for politicians and administrators, office workers too, secretaries, typists, file clerks. Camille could imagine one of them taking the apartment still fully furnished with Madame Kaufmann's belongings. Her stomach pitched again. Nothing you can do. She patted the letter, now in the pocket of her skirt, and trudged up the final flight of stairs. Her apartment felt like a crypt, the air silent and stale and thick from the day's lingering heat. She ached from the weight of the silence, the loneliness, the emptiness of her life, and always the guilt. Her mother's letter would not carry good news, but it must be read. Camille went to the lamp, her hand hovering over the switch. Now that the Germans had taken the city, was a blackout still necessary? She doubted there would be bombings tonight. Unless... was France now an enemy to her previous allies? Was a bomb deposited by a friend any different than one dropped by the enemy? Best to keep the apartment dark. She sat on the window ledge. The moon had yet to rise. She would not be able to read the letter yet. Compromising, she lit a candle. Hand shaking, she retrieved the letter and quickly discarded the envelope. Through the pages single fold, her eyes hooked on her sister's name. Another sigh slipped past her lips. Jacqueline, the source of so much love and guilt, but also shame. The thought of harm coming to her sister while Camille was here in Paris stole her breath, the pain much like a punch to the gut. Lips pressed into a flat line, she shimmied her finger beneath the fold and flipped open the paper. Her mother didn't open with a greeting or empty salutation. "Camille, I have done what you asked. I have been patient with your sister." Your sister. Not my daughter, not my beloved child, but your sister. Sighing, she looked up at the ceiling. A sort of blank, terrifying anger filled her, but she didn't know who it was directed at, her mother or herself. She continued reading. "There was an incident at the school, and she cannot return. Nor can she go unsupervised. As you well know, I cannot spare your other sisters from the bakery. I have found a local woman to help out during the day. And thus, I come to the reason for this letter. The matter of the caretaker's wages is not yet settled. I turn to you for resolution and expectantly await your response. Camille shut her eyes. Although her mother had been careful with her words, she knew what Solange Lacroix wanted. But how? How was she to find the money to pay for Jacqueline's caretaker? She already worked extra shifts and earned substantial tips when she styled the American widow's hair. There had to be a way to make more, and Camille would find it. It was her duty. Her sister's declining mental state was, after all, her fault. Your fault. She opened her eyes and reread the letter, seeing only Jacqueline's tortured face when Camille had found her in the basement, leaning over their father, begging him to wake up. Camille tried to quash the memories. They came anyway, an unwelcome tether that bound her to the mistake she could never undo, and a terrible choice she could never remedy. She'd left her sister alone with their father, knowing the risk. All because of a boy. Camille didn't even remember his name. Oh, but how she'd wanted to be with him, so very badly, and had agreed to meet him at the river's edge. She'd been selfish, single-minded. She'd known her father suffered bouts of depression and battled waking nightmares, and still she'd left her 7-year-old sister in his care. Claude Lacroix had chosen that afternoon to take his own life. A gunshot to the head. Had Camille been home, maybe she could have prevented the senseless tragedy. Or at least she could have kept Jacqueline from being in the basement when he pulled the trigger. 5 years later, her sister suffered her own bouts of depression and waking nightmares. Your fault. It was up to Camille to provide for Jacqueline's care. So far, the family had been able to keep the girl's condition secret from their neighbours. It would be harder now that she'd been expelled. Matters could not be more dire. Hitler's desire for a perfect race was well documented. Camille knew what the Nazis did to mental patients. She'd found proof in the many German newspapers and journals she'd read at the Paris Public Library. Ever grateful her mother had insisted she learn the language of her father's family, she'd read how German doctors openly conducted experiments on mental patients and often euthanized them as a final solution when no cure was readily found. If they brought those policies to France, your fault. Camille pressed a hand to her mouth. She'd forgotten to breathe. She needed to breathe. She took a pull of air, pushed it out. Calmer, she read the letter again, her eyes latching onto 2 words. Local woman. No name, no identity. She could be anyone. Her sister was about to be put in the care of a stranger. Camille needed to go home and meet this woman. It would require missing a day of work and spending money on a train ticket. It had to be done. She couldn't hide out in Paris any longer, rationalizing her absence. Jacqueline was her sister. It was Camille's duty to protect her. Her stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't eaten since this morning, a piece of stale bread and a slice of hard cheese. Her roommate showed himself, his pointy little rodent claws scraping across the scarred wood floor mere feet away from her perch on the windowsill. Fitting, Camille thought, living among rats, inside her apartment and out. The latter was far scarier than this little guy. They carried guns. The bold creature scurried closer, close enough for her to see his pink nose twitching. Mildly annoyed, but only just, Camille gave in to the silent plea and went into her tiny kitchen to find a morsel or 2 for them both.
The Occupation. Chapter 6. Vivian. 23 June, 1940. Paris, France. Almost 2 weeks after Paris fell, at precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, Vivian pressed her ear to the polished door of her suite and listened, heard nothing. Time to go. Dressed in an elegant black suit, matching black pumps and a turban-style hat with a polka-dot ribbon and jaunty bow, she was proving to herself, to them, that she was unafraid of their presence in the hotel. But of course she was afraid. She harbored illegal papers in her room, some void of photos and official stamps, others ready to hand over to their new owners. American passports for some, French identification cards for others, all skillfully rendered by an expert. The same expert she was scheduled to meet this morning, that made twice this week. There would be more rendezvous in the coming days. Friends and friends of friends required her help. So many of them in desperate need to leave the city or, barring that, to hide in plain sight. She made her move. Slipping into the hallway, she shut the door carefully behind her, quietly, without a single snick of noise. So far, so good. At the top of the grand stairway, carpeted in the Ritz's signature blue, Vivian took in the ornate gathering area one floor below. Not a lobby, per se, but there was a reception area that met the needs of guests and visitors alike. Despite the occupiers making themselves at home, the gorgeous tapestry still hung on the walls. The crystal chandelier sparkled as always, and, as Mimi had promised, the Hotel Ritz continued operating at the highest level of service. The depleted staff still fetched and polished. They straightened and dusted and, when a guest approached, slipped smoothly into one of the nooks or cupboards, out of sight, out of mind. Vivian adjusted her tote bag, took hold of the banister, and made her descent. A sentry, in the ugly gray-green uniform of the German Wehrmacht, met her at the foot of the stairs, hand outstretched. She knew what he wanted. Her identity papers, her Ausweis. Like so many of his kind, this soldier could not be more than 20 years old. He had the requisite stiff neck, the rosy complexion of youth, and the golden hair venerated by the Nazi regime. He also knew her, this arrogant boy. They'd been through this process multiple times. Still, he kept his hand outstretched, palm up, German belligerence radiating off him. Sighing, she dug out her American passport. Smelling of sweat, and emboldened with German pride, the soldier took his time inspecting her credentials, as if trying to prove his superiority. Vivian nearly sneered. The pistol resting in the holster at his belt was all the authority he needed. Another few seconds passed, and at last she was back in possession of her passport and free to go. Frustration propelled her out into the stale morning air that still held the stench of petrol, German haughtiness, and French despair. Tote slung over her shoulder, Vivian put the Ritz behind her and set out toward her destination. The sun had yet to rise, and the streets took on a sinister aura. Paris was a different city at this hour, without light, without activity and sound. Everything it had once been erased. How had the French people, the politicians, the world let this happen? They'd underestimated the enemy, clinging to their policy of appeasement. They'd refused, almost willfully, to acknowledge the true nature of Nazi aggression and the depths of Hitler's savage ambition. When they'd been proven wrong, they'd crumbled like a cheap suit, signing a treaty that cut France into two zones, one free, the other handed over to the enemy. The government officials hadn't remained to face the consequences of their actions. They'd fled to the south, to the resort town of Vichy in the free zone, and it left everyone in the occupied zone to fend for themselves. Cowards. All of them. Vivian's country was no better. The land of the free and home of the brave had looked the other way, still looked away. Vivian would do her part to help as many people as she could. A mind firm, purpose set, she continued her gradual drift north. The stagnant scent of the Seine was faint on the air, covered by the fainter smell of blooming flowers from gardens still damp from last night's rainstorm. The sun began its approach, spilling pink fire on the stagnant pools of water at her feet. This was usually Vivian's favorite hour of the day, when she most loved to stroll through Paris, when the city was at its most beautiful. Not this morning. This morning, Paris was sullen and ghost-like. Telephone and postal service had been restored, but not much else. Vivian hurried, her destination a nook hidden in an alleyway near the famous French opera house, the Palais Garnier. When she arrived at the majestic building 10 minutes ahead of schedule, she let her gaze skim the columns and brush over the bronze busts of Mozart and Beethoven, and on to her favorite sculptural group at the apex of the south gable. Apollo, poetry, and music never failed to take her breath away. The air changed suddenly, charged with some new, looming threat. She heard it. The sound of roaring engines approaching from the distance. Seconds later, she saw it. A convoy of armored tanks, automobiles, and motorcycles roaring through the mist. At the center of the eerie vision was a convertible Mercedes-Benz. A man dressed in full military gear stood, very straight, very proud, one hand holding onto the rib of the windshield. The little black mustache beneath the bill of his cap gave away his identity. Vivian's mouth opened and closed, and she felt her eyes widen like a gaping fish. Hitler had come to tour the conquered city. She slipped behind a column just as the vehicle zigzagged around concrete barriers at an impossible rate of speed. Only once the last motorcycle roared around the corner did Vivian step into the light. Heart-pounding, mind reeling, she attempted to continue, but her legs were shaking too hard. It was one thing to see German soldiers milling about the Ritz, quite another to witness the Führer himself on the streets of Paris. All the more reason to meet her forger and offer a future to 3 desperate souls. She set out, moving quickly. Hitler's arrival had put her behind schedule. Here, too, Paris was an abandoned city. No people, no activity, hardly any sound. Quite eerie, really. Made even more sinister by the darkened windows looking out over the streets like empty, hollow eyes. Shivering, she entered the alley and slid into the alcove, her back against the building. A few seconds later, a shadow shifted, and she was staring at the best forger in France. He was a small man, slight of build and near to her in age, somewhere in his 40s. He was not a handsome man, but his skills were unsurpassed and, as Vivian had discovered the first time she'd engaged his services, expensive. Luckily, she had the money and was willing to pay his outrageous asking price. The man moved into the alcove, standing too close and completely by design. Should someone stumble upon them, they would see 2 lovers. Vivian suddenly wanted to hurry along this meeting. There was a sense of danger in the air, made more immediate because Hitler was touring the city. Thankfully, the forger got straight to the point. "You have some money, madame?" "I do, monsieur." They never use names. Safer that way. You have the package? He hesitated only a second, then pulled out a small canvas bag from his jacket. Vivian took the package, spread the drawstring opening, and counted 3 cartes d'identité de français inside. She quickly reviewed each one, checking for the bearer's photograph, provided by her, nationality, profession, the date and place of birth, current and previous addresses, and last, physical characteristics such as hair and eye color. Satisfied, Vivian returned the cards to the canvas bag, then dug deeper, all the way to the bottom. From beneath the first layer of lining, she retrieved the agreed-upon fee, $500 American. Using a quick sleight of hand that would put any 3-card Monte con artist to shame, he pocketed the money. With movements just as quick, just as skilled, Vivian tucked the identity cards beneath the false bottom of her tote. The entire transaction took less than 3 minutes. They spent the next 5 discussing Vivian's upcoming needs. American passports for a desperate couple newly arrived from Poland. The cost for acquiring these documents was steep, but acceptable. They settled on the day and time they would meet again, and their business was done. They separated without speaking, heading in opposite directions. No backward glances. Vivian returned via a different route. When she arrived back at the hotel, she heard the church bells calling the faithful to Mass. But the streets remained bare. Too much fear, even to attend service. Conversely, she was met with a buzz of activity that communicated the arrival of more dignitaries. Had Hitler's motorcade stopped at the Hotel Ritz? Was the Führer himself to take a room? She didn't think so. There were none of the vehicles she'd seen earlier idling at the curb. Still, German uniforms swarmed the grand hall. Vivian strained to catch sight of a familiar face. She didn't have long to wait. Hans Elminger appeared and took her elbow, propelling her to the reception area. "What's happened?" she asked. "Why the commotion? And on a Sunday? Apparently the Nazis didn't honor the Sabbath any more than the French. Neither did the Hotel Ritz. One more casualty of occupation. The Luftwaffe has requisitioned the hotel for its headquarters. Reichsmarschall Göring has reserved the Imperial Suite and will take possession once we refurbish the room to meet his specifications." Vivian felt the shock move through her limbs. This was it, then. The Hotel Ritz confiscated. The best suite in the house seized by Hitler's second-in-command. Vivian's would surely be next. She opened her mouth to ask which of Hitler's favorites had taken her room and how long would it be before he took possession, but Elminger anticipated her. "You need not worry about your lodgings, Madame Miller. You are welcome to remain at the Hotel Ritz." Something like relief shot through her. "I am not to be kicked out of my suite, then?" Elminger grimaced, apology written on his face. "I didn't say that." Impatient now, Vivian gave him a haughty look. "What are you saying, Hans?" "You are, as I said, welcome to stay in the hotel. However, orders from Berlin assert that the suites on the Place Vendôme will accommodate German officers only. For these rooms," he leaned in close, "they have taken a 90% discount." Appalled, Vivian did the math in her head. 90%. The Nazis would be paying a mere 25 francs a day for the most luxurious lodgings in Paris. It was shameful, criminal. "If I choose to move to another room on the Rue Cambon side, If I choose to take a room on the Rue Cambon side, she repeated, thinking how ironic that the Hotel Ritz was to be divided into 2 zones, much like France herself. Will I receive the same discount as the Germans? I am sorry, madame, but no. You will be required to pay the same as before, plus an additional 20%. Orders from Berlin. She glared, not caring that she sounded waspish. That is correct. The hot burn of outrage heated her cheeks. She didn't care about that either. Should I agree to these terms? How long do I have to move my personal belongings? Eyes not quite meeting hers, Elminger consulted a spot over Vivian's right shoulder. You have until tomorrow afternoon. 1 day. That's all. I'm afraid your suite has been reserved for one of the officers still en route to Paris. His name? I am not at liberty to say. Of course not. Elminger was nothing if not professional. And now Vivian faced another difficult choice. She could find a different hotel or leave Paris. Neither option fit her needs. Nearly 6 Jews awaited new passports, and nearly twice that required travel visas. Perhaps in time there would be another solution. For now, the Hotel Ritz would have to do. I'll take the other room. As you wish. He handed her a room key. Vivian didn't bother looking at the room number. What did it matter if she was on the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th floor? She was being kicked out of her home. She turned to go, then immediately pivoted. I will need assistance packing. Please send the chambermaid who does my hair on occasion up to my room in exactly 1 hour, not a moment sooner. Her name is Camille. Very good. I will see to this myself. Thank you. Before returning to her suite, Vivian made a brief detour to the other side of the hotel. She wanted to see her new accommodations for herself and make an assessment as to what furniture could move with her and what would have to be stored. She bypassed the sentries at the foot of the grand stairwell, avoided eye contact with the German soldiers milling about, and absolutely, positively, without question, ignored the Nazi flags on display in urns that once held potted plants. Once inside her new room, on the 3rd floor as it turned out, she felt the beginnings of genuine despair. Elminger had given her one of the smallest rooms in the hotel. Her furnishings would never fit inside these walls, much less her substantial wardrobe and jewelry. At least there was a tiled bathroom en suite and a working telephone, she checked. A vanity, writing desk, dresser, and 1 armoire. The room would suffice. Vivian would make it so. Mind working, she went to the cupboard Mimi built into every room and glanced inside. She then moved to stand before the dresser, the armoire, calculating sizes, weights, and finally formulating a plan to keep her valuables out of Nazi hands. Satisfied her scheme would work with a little help, she returned to the other side of the hotel, up to the 2nd floor this time, and breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing had been moved. Nothing touched. Her furs still hung in the built-in closet, her jewelry rested safely in drawers and velvet cases. Most important of all, the illegal papers were in their hidden compartment, tucked under layers of folded lingerie. Vivian gave a short nod, then just as quickly frowned as she realized how much needed to be done in 24 hours with the help of a single chambermaid. By her own design, but still, the sheer magnitude made her want to weep. Ernest Hemingway, while on one of his notorious benders, once told her nothing bad happened to guests in the Hotel Ritz. Vivian hadn't believed him then. She certainly didn't believe him now. That didn't mean she would go down without a fight. She was Vivian Miller, a survivor, Rupert Miller's widow and one of the wealthiest women in the world. She moved in all the right circles, and a few of the wrong ones, which added up to a strong network already in place to do good work, righteous work. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. A voice in her head whispered as she began emptying drawers and tossing their contents on any available space. A knock heralded the arrival of the chambermaid. Time to put her plan in motion. She straightened, threw back her shoulders, and went to greet her newest recruit in her network of trusted partners, though the girl didn't know it yet. "Hello, Camille," she greeted the girl with one of her winningest smiles. "Do come in. Hurry now, we have a lot of work ahead of us if we are to finish before the end of the day."
Chapter 7. Camille. 23 June 1940. Paris, France. Camille blinked in surprise. She couldn't decide what was more alarming, Madame Miller's dishevelled state, or the excessively warm welcome. They weren't close. They certainly weren't friends. This woman was her superior in every way. And while the wealthy American was always kind, and tipped well, she was never this enthusiastic with her greetings. Nor was she ever in possession of such a bright, happy smile. Camille didn't trust that smile. The woman wanted something from her, and it wasn't a new hairstyle copied out of the latest fashion magazine. She suddenly wanted to flee from whatever scheme the American had in mind. There were some things she would not do. Illegal things, unethical or immoral things. But then she thought about the letter she'd sent home a week ago, asking for more information about her sister's new caretaker and her mother's lack of a response. Camille needed to go home, which meant missing an entire day of work and the purchase of an overpriced train ticket. A generous tip would solve both problems. There was also the reality of her position. It was her job to cater to a guest's whims. Returning the American's smile, Camille stepped into the suite and found herself battling to hide her shock once again. For a moment, she thought she'd entered the wrong room. The entire suite was in disarray, as though the widow's closet had exploded, sending her clothes atop every available piece of furniture. She couldn't find the words to speak. Vivian Miller was usually so careful with her things. She didn't fling her blouses on chairs, or toss her shoes on top of tables, or drop pieces of jewelry onto the floor. "Madame, have you been robbed?" Distracted, she responded in a thicker American accent than usual. "In a manner of speaking." "Have you alerted the authorities?" "They are the ones who robbed me." Seemingly unaware of Camille's shock, the widow moved to the opposite side of the suite and frowned at the disarray. Alarming, to be sure. But what really surprised Camille was that the woman looked little better than her room. She'd discarded her suit jacket, revealing a large coffee stain on her untucked blouse. Her long red hair had come undone from its usual chignon, and now fell well past her shoulders in chunky tangles. Even her eyes looked different, no longer full of fierce resolve, but a sort of uncertainty. Rolling her shoulders as if shrugging off something uncomfortable, she eyed Camille. "I know what you're thinking. You are thinking I have lost my mind." She laughed, a short, gruff sound that held no humor. "And maybe I have." A dozen thoughts fluttered at the speed of hummingbird wings. Camille could only look and stare. Some time before she'd arrived, the widow had thrown open the doors, and now a stiff breeze blew in, tousling her hair, making her seem, as she herself had said, as if she'd lost her mind. But she hadn't. Camille had seen the real thing in her father, her sister. Suddenly she knew exactly what to say. "You have had troubling news." "And then some." She reached for one of the fur coats she'd draped over the edge of a chair and ran her fingertip along the silky collar. "I've been informed I must vacate my suite immediately." Camille gasped. "Can they do that?" The widow closed her eyes and gave a slight, shuddering sigh. "Apparently they can do many unjust things." She meant the German invaders, but also the hotel's leadership who abided by their captor's rules. The chaos in the sitting room made sense now, as did the woman's untidy state. "What are you going to do?" "What I must." It was a bold statement. In the abstract, it was the equivalent of a warrior's cry. Reality was another thing altogether. German soldiers were everywhere in the hotel. They made themselves at home in the restaurants, the bars, and now, apparently, Vivian Miller's personal suite. "Will you be leaving the hotel?" "They can't run me off that easily. No, no." The widow dusted off her hands and set them on her hips. "I have been given 24 hours to relocate to another, smaller room on the Rue Cambon side." Camille could feel an undertow of swirling emotions rolling off the other woman. "I need to move all of this, or as much as I can, but I can't do it alone." She put a hand to her forehead, shoved at her hair, shifted. "Will you help me, Camille?" Across the expanse of clothing and furniture and differing social standings, time seemed to shift and bend, and Camille sensed, somehow knew, that this woman, this American, was asking for more than her help moving to another suite. Camille nearly said no. She could not put her job in jeopardy, not even for a guest who tipped generously. No. The word was there in her mind, finding purchase in her throat. Just say it, Camille. Why couldn't she say the word? Because the American had never required anything untoward from her before. And so she nodded. "Of course I'll assist you." "I knew I could count on you." Triumph threaded through the words. "Let us get to work, shall we?" And work they did, quickly, efficiently. The stakes were high, the time short. The widow gave Camille orders in her soft, easy voice. Her French was not perfect, but it was very good. She pointed Camille to the bedroom. "Gather up my furs and bring them to me." The task proved daunting. There were at least 15, most of them full-length coats, a few stoles, each one worth more than Camille made in a year. The widow took charge of her jewelry herself, shutting up the finer pieces in locked cases. They were barely an hour into the project, when the door banged open and they both startled. A German soldier appeared in the doorway. Vivian made a gasping noise, a cross between "oh" and a sharp intake of air. Then came the outrage, every bit of her anger spilling into her voice. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded, approaching the soldier with eyes as hard as his. He hadn't bothered to announce himself, and didn't even bother to meet her eyes. "I have come to inform you that your furniture stays." "But that's impossible." Her hands fluttered, then gripped together at her waist. "I assumed all of my possessions would come with me. You may move whatever you can fit onto 2 hotel cots. Nothing else." "Nothing else, but—" She spun in a circle, her gaze landing on the antiques, the tapestries. "This, all of it belongs to me." The soldier said nothing, and his gaze remained hooked on the wall directly behind her left shoulder. It was the ultimate in rudeness, and it was Camille's turn to make a gasping noise between "oh" and a sharp intake of air. Vivian was not so reactionary. She was, however, clearly taken aback. "You are telling me that I am to surrender what is mine to whatever German has reserved this suite?" Once again, she was given no response. The soldier simply spun on his heel and left the room. his boots hitting the marble in the entryway, then going silent as they struck carpet in the hallway. He did not close the door. Vivian did that herself, with a loud, rattling bang. Flinching, Camille set the fur coat she'd been carrying onto the chaise-longue. The scent of Vivian's perfume clung to the garment, her signature blend of roses, jasmine, and vanilla at odds with the tension in the room. "This is the last one." Eyes glassy, the widow came to stand beside Camille. She ran her hand over the coat, her fingertips barely connecting. She looked stricken. It was strange seeing Vivian Miller without her usual air of confidence. The woman was always so cool, so in control. Not now. "Okay then, they want to play dirty? Then so will I." She began filling suitcases with fast, furious flicks, one right after another. She tossed in dresses at random, shoes, hats, but oddly none of her furs found their way into any of the luggage. She snapped a lid shut, then another and another, until only one was left. Instead of reaching for a fur coat, the widow straightened. Her eyes landed on Camille. She had to lock her knees in order to maintain her composure under the woman's thorough inspection. After an endless moment, she lost her nerve and shifted slightly, swallowed heavily. And still Vivian Miller stared at her. "I wonder," she mused. "How far can I trust you, Camille?" She thought of her sister's condition, the circumstances that led to it, and answered truthfully. "I know how to keep a secret." "Your own, perhaps, but can you keep someone else's secrets?" The question hung in the air, ominous, important. Camille wasn't made from goodness and light, far from it. She had never felt in control, even before the day her father had taken his life, before she'd abandoned her youngest sister to witness the horror alone. How scared she'd been when she'd come home and found her father, her sister. How scared they'd both been. Something sad and hollow opened inside her. The sensation bloomed large, making her crave to be more than she'd ever been before. A woman of honor. "I don't gossip." "No, you don't." She glanced toward the door. Camille followed the direction of her gaze. The two of them were alone. "It's no secret the invaders have no conscience," the widow began, the words revealing her fury, but something more. "They take their plunder without remorse, without conscience. They're crooks, every one of them." Camille couldn't disagree. She'd just witnessed their thievery firsthand. "They take my furniture, my art, but they will not get all my possessions." She stroked the fur again, gave a sad, ironic smile. "However, if I am to succeed, I will need your loyalty. And because I ask this of you, I want to say that I have already given you mine." That is, Madame Miller." "Call me Vivian." She shook her head, appalled. I can't. It's against the rules." The widow waved away the argument. "You can, Camille, and you will, because I am a valued guest. But also, what I need you to do will require complete and total trust on both our parts. The kind of trust that transcends social status." Camille felt a surge of unease, and the skin on the back of her neck prickled. "What is it you want me to do, madame?" She paused. Vivian. "I need you to help me hide my most treasured possessions." Camille looked to the furs. "Yes," Vivian confirmed. "Those. But other items, too." It was a huge thing to ask of her, what amounted to treason against the Third Reich. She wanted to run out of the room, but she didn't. Partly due to her shock, but also because Vivian had already involved Camille. She wanted to be angry, and maybe she was. But she was also flattered that this woman trusted her. Something no one had done in a very long time. Not since her father's suicide. I will pay you for your silence. No, don't shake your head at me. To deny me this gesture would be to insult me." Camille felt a moment of shame, and also a need to prove herself worthy of this woman's trust. The money didn't matter, but of course it did. "I would not wish to insult you." "Good. Very good." Vivian pressed money into her hand. Without looking at the quantity, Camille stuffed the bills into the pocket of her dress. "Tell me what you need from me." Vivian directed her to the cupboard cut into the wall, now empty of the woman's clothes and other personal items. Camille knew what to do. She reached for the first fur and, folding it gently, found a place on the top shelf. Vivian followed with the next one. They worked in silence, moving from the furs to cases of jewelry. Small pieces of crystal went in as well. The antique tapestries were the final occupants of the space, which Vivian rolled herself. She shut the cupboard door, and Camille immediately spoke what was on her mind. "I would think the German taking over this suite will look in there." "Ah, but you assume he will know the cupboard exists." She moved to the armoire positioned farther down the wall, and put her hand on the smooth wood. Understanding, Camille took her place on the opposite side. They pushed and shoved, then shoved and pushed, until the wardrobe sat directly in front of the cupboard. Stepping back, Camille studied the placement. "It looks like it belongs there." Vivian joined her, linking their arms in the way of old friends. "It really does." There was still work left to do. While Camille continued gathering the rest of the widow's clothing, Vivian sat at her antique writing desk. She touched the smooth wood with her fingertips, her gaze distant and sad. Camille sensed she was lost in memories from another time, another life. The expression deepened as the widow began opening drawers and pulling out photographs, postcards, a stack of papers yellowed with age. "Don't just stand there, Camille. Come here. I want all these to come with me." "As you wish." She put the first stack in a box, added the next and the next. But when she reached for what looked like a leather portfolio, Vivian placed her hand on top of the case. "This one I carry myself." The move took hours, and required a lot of heavy lifting. So much so that when Camille's shift came to an end, and she was back in the locker room, she could hardly move her arms above her head. Wincing, she closed her locker and waited for Rachel to do the same. "Ready to head home?" "More than." The girl blew out a sigh of exhaustion. Camille's sentiments exactly. Outside, she pulled in a tight breath at the sight of the swastika banners, more today than yesterday. Hanging from rooftops, on buildings, and in some places it seemed as if they grew right out of the stone. It had been a long day, full of subterfuge and secrets, and what amounted to treason in the eyes of the occupiers. Vivian had promised Camille her loyalty. She had to believe the woman was sincere. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed she wasn't the only one who'd had a long day. Rachel's steps were sluggish. They took the usual route home. It would have been faster to take the metro, now that it was reopened, but the money. It was always about the money. Camille remembered the cash Vivian had given her. She would be able to travel home on Friday, which she'd negotiated with a promise to work 2 extra shifts a day on both Saturday and Sunday. The sound of heavy footsteps cut off the rest of her thoughts. Camille reacted instinctively, her hand shooting out, reaching for Rachel's arm. She tugged the girl close. A single look shared, and they were increasing their pace together. A high-pitched scream filled the night air, followed by shouts in guttural German mixed with angry French. Then came the sound of glass shattering on the concrete. Rachel's feet ground to a halt. Camille stopped too, frozen in the wake of that terrible noise. She gaped, unable to react, too stunned, too terrified to comprehend fully what she saw, the truth of what occupation meant for Paris, what German brutality looked like, and the ugliness contained in the hearts of weak men. Camille blinked into the madness. A mob had gathered, fueled by emotion, and growing larger by the minute. They held bricks and rocks in their hands, spewed foul words from their mouths. Suddenly, a child stumbled out of a building. The sight of her hysteria was more terrifying than the breaking glass. The girl appeared uninjured, and was so small the congregation of angry men didn't seem to notice her. She ran hard, and when she saw Camille and Rachel, she ran harder still. Whatever she'd endured inside that building had left her with wild, tangled hair, panicked eyes, and an inability to speak. Her mouth worked, but the most she could manage was wordless, primitive sounds. Her breathing was fast, too fast, and there was something animalistic in that too. Reminded of her own little sister caught in one of her fits, Camille swallowed against the pain in her throat, the pain that was always there. The sensation paralyzed her, freezing her into immobility. Rachel didn't have the same problem. She took off in the child's direction, scooped her up in her arms, and ran away from the mob, across the street and down to the other end of the block. By the time Camille caught up with them, Rachel had set the little girl on the ground and was crouching down in front of her. They seemed lost in their tiny world of two, one Camille could never inhabit or fully understand. Because no matter how hard her life was under German occupation, it was much, much worse for Jews.
Chapter 8. Rachel. 23rd June, 1940. The Berman Apartment, Paris, France. Rachel's fear had a taste, a thickness in the back of the throat, and a feeling, too, formed as a knot of sickening dread, tight in her stomach. The urge to grab the child and run was strong. The need to understand what was happening, why it was happening, was stronger. She locked eyes with the little girl and felt a twist of grief. Whatever she'd witnessed had changed her forever. Rachel opened her mouth to say something. The words stuck in her throat, and something cold moved up her spine. Defeat, the sense of powerlessness. The world, her world, which she'd thought was so solid and safe, was made of straw. The absence of calm created a sinister milieu that was nearly tangible, and the heat so hot, the scents, the tinny smell of blood, the sounds, the shrieks. There were two of them. One a collection of racial slurs tangling together, the other climbing up Rachel's throat. And then there was this tiny, small, terrified little girl. Rachel knew her. Naomi Wozniak, a sweet child of 7. She lived with her parents above their bakery, the one being targeted by the mob a half-block away. More foul words, more bricks and rocks hurled into the air, more shattering glass. The destruction of a single business seemed to be the goal. The life's work of an honourable family, destroyed out of hate. Rachel knew why. The Wozniaks were fellow Jewish immigrants who'd lifted themselves up to this bourgeois neighbourhood. Unlike her family, they were religious. They owned a kosher bakery, the only one for 3 blocks in any direction, the one that was now being vandalized by German thugs. She glanced toward the madness and noted a familiar face among the looters, a French boy from the neighbourhood, and beside him 2 more. That they were a part of this made the situation even more insane. Rachel leaned in toward the child, careful to keep her voice soft, her touch light. "Where are your parents, Naomi?" The girl shook her head, seemingly unable to respond. It didn't matter. The truth rode on the feral wind. It sounded in the angry shouts, the shattering of glass, the throwing of bricks and rocks. Rachel shuddered. There was something animalistic in the mob's behaviour. "They are in the bakery?" "Yes." The word was hardly audible. "Rachel." She glanced up and straight into Camille's face. She'd forgotten about her friend.
The child shouldn't be on the streets. We need to get her away from here. Before curfew, I know. Rochelle refocused on Naomi. She recognized something in the depth of that gaze, something from her own inner thoughts. The vast, horrible knowledge that the world was a hard, mean place for them, that their neighbors, people they'd once trusted, wanted to do them harm. Naomi, are your parents, are they injured? Rochelle asked the question carefully, not knowing how to put her greatest fear into words. They're in the shop, she said, shaking her head. I ran. I wasn't supposed to leave our hiding place. I was supposed to stay. But I ran. They shouted at me to come back. I ran anyway. She dipped her head, her voice barely above a whisper. She was shaking with fear and shame, but Rochelle could feel only relief. Naomi's parents were still alive. I would have run too. Aware of a bubbling anger stoking her courage, she stood and took the child's hand. Camille moved in beside her, clearly prepared to enter the fray with them. You don't have to do this, Rochelle told her. This isn't your fight. It isn't yours, either. There she was wrong. This was Rochelle's fight. An injustice against one Jew was an injustice against all of them. Or perhaps, Rochelle thought, Camille did understand. She was standing firm with Rochelle. The very embodiment of her father's words, our neighbors, they will protect us from the Nazis. Rochelle's mind went quiet, her thoughts no longer scattered. They needed to get the child off the streets, she and Camille together. She looked to her friend, and there in her eyes was a loyalty Rochelle knew was real. Words weren't necessary. A nod, that was all it took for them to become a single unit. We'll take her to my parents' apartment, Rochelle said. Camille spoke to the child in a low, calming tone. It's going to be all right, Naomi. There was something safe and decent about Camille Lacroix, in the way she leaned toward the little girl, her gaze soft but steady. They managed to propel the child forward, but her fear worked against them, and their progress was slow. She stumbled, nearly taking Rochelle and Camille down with her. Camille recovered first, dragging Naomi to her feet with a gentleness that was at odds with the violence surrounding them. They crossed the street quickly, silently, and entered the apartment building with Rochelle leading the way. Camille shut the door behind them, and all sound suddenly stopped, the silence as jarring as the shouting had been. Which way? Camille asked. Up. When Naomi blanched, Rochelle stooped down. It's all right. I'll carry you. She picked up the child and led the way to the third floor, climbing the stairs as quickly as possible, with Naomi's additional weight in her arms. At the landing, Rochelle set the girl back on her feet. At the same moment, the door to her parents' apartment swung open, and out rushed her mother, clearly anticipating their arrival. Still, Rochelle lifted her eyebrows. How did you know we were coming? We saw you across the street. Before Rochelle could respond, Ilka Berman dropped to her knees. Oh, my dear sweet child, you must be so frightened. Come to me. She opened her arms in invitation. The little girl accepted with no hesitation. Once in the shelter of the motherly embrace, the child broke into loud, agonizing sobs. Helpless in the face of all that sorrow, Rochelle found herself frozen in indecision. Not so her mother. That's it, she soothed in Yiddish. There now, let it out, Popola. That's right, let it all out. Rochelle watched, feeling disconnected, distant, as if she was looking through a wall of frozen water. Her mother, like Camille, seemed to know what she was doing. Her words and kindness made it easier for the traumatized child to give in to her fear and grief. With Naomi's sobs slowing, her mother looked up and smiled at Camille. You must be Rochelle's friend. Rochelle made the introductions,
but it was her mother who invited Camille into their home in her accented, broken French. "I can't. Curfew approaches." She didn't need to say more. The consequences for being on the streets after 8 p.m. were steep, arrest and possibly worse. "I'll come back another time." "Are you certain you don't want to wait a few more minutes?" "Very." Her eyes swept to Rochelle then, held steady, a host of meaning in her gaze. "We should walk to work together in the morning. I'll be fine." Was that true? Was tonight an isolated event, or was this frenzied vandalism only the beginning of what Jews living in Paris could expect? "Rachel." Camille's voice flowed over her like a soft breeze. "It's not safe to be out on the streets alone." Something in the way she said the words, or rather the ones she didn't say, had Rachel speaking harsher than she'd meant. "And yet you are about to head out into the fray right now." "Yes, well, I'm not a Jew." Camille winced. "Please, Rachel, I'm not trying to insult you. It's just—" She reached out, briefly touched her sleeve, let her hand drop. "There is solidarity in numbers." She was right. "Yes, we will walk to work together." Then, as Camille made to go, she added, "Be careful getting home." "Always." They didn't hug. They weren't that kind of friends, but Rochelle watched until Camille was gone, before following her mother and Naomi into the apartment. The rest of her family stood at the row of windows overlooking Rue Rochechouart, their necks craned identically to the left, presumably to watch the activity down the block. Rochelle took up position next to Basha. From this vantage point, she could see only silhouettes. There was Camille's, melding into the shadows, unnoticed by the mob. Rochelle could feel their frenzy, their hate. Eventually, blessedly, the crowd seemed to lose interest in their evil, twisted game. The shouts became murmurs. Stones were set down, and people began slithering away like snakes into their holes. The vandalism was over. The horror, Rochelle sensed, was only just beginning. Was this to be their fate as Jews in German-occupied Paris? The police had never shown up. The neighbours had stayed inside their homes. Where were the good people of France? And where were Naomi's parents? As if hearing her question, the couple emerged from the bakery. They ignored the destruction in favour of twisting to the left, the right, frantically searching. It dawned on her why. They were looking for Naomi. Her hand flew to her mouth. "We need to let them know we have her. They will want to know she's safe." She moved to the door. Her father stopped her with a hand to her arm. "No, Hetzela. I'll go." Rochelle saw the emotion in him. Tears were in his eyes, unshed, but there. Rochelle had never seen her father cry. He wasn't crying now, but she could tell it cost him to maintain his composure. In the next minute, he was gone, reappearing outside the building, arms flailing as he tried to gain the Wozniak's attention. Rochelle saw the exact moment when the couple understood their daughter was safe. Relief slumped their shoulders. And then her mother was outside on the sidewalk too, Naomi's hand in hers. The child's parents saw her at the same moment, their heads lifting in tandem. Their smiles widened. Again, Naomi was running, this time toward her parents. Even as she watched the happy reunion, Rochelle couldn't prevent images from earlier in the night. They flashed in her mind. So much violence. The hatred in the men's eyes had been on a new level, one she would have not thought possible before this evening. If any of them had looked in her direction and seen her and Camille with the child, would they have directed their anger toward them? Would bricks have been thrown at their heads? Bile suddenly rose in her throat, tasting like acid on her tongue. She tried to swallow it down, tried to remind herself that they hadn't seen her and Camille. Her stomach rebelled anyway. Hand over her mouth, she ran to the bathroom, slammed the door behind her, and sank to her knees. Alone, she let the sickness come, let it empty the meagre contents of her stomach. When she was done, she noticed that her cheeks were wet. What was that sound? Sobbing. Her own. She tried to stand, couldn't, so she just sat, right there on the tile floor. Hands shaking, she squeezed her eyes shut and willed her breath to slow. She still felt sick. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She wiped at them, over and over. "Rachel," her mother called through the door. "Are you all right, Kitzel?" Somehow she managed to find her voice. I'm fine. I just need a minute." It took longer than a minute for the nausea to subside, closer to 5. Finally, she rubbed at the sting of emotion still burning behind her lids, and gaining her feet, left the bathroom. Her mother was waiting in the hallway when she emerged, and as she'd done with Naomi, she opened her arms in silent invitation. Rochelle rushed into the offered embrace. Too exhausted to cry, she clung, enjoying the feel of their shared heartbeats. After a moment, her mother stepped back and cupped her cheeks between her warm palms. "You will want your dinner now." Rochelle wasn't sure she could eat, but her mother looked so hopeful, as if the simple chore of feeding her child brought her some semblance of peace. "Yes," she swallowed. Yes." Later, when she was alone in her room, Rochelle pulled out her journal and flipped to a blank page. She took accounting classes because everyone told her she had a head for numbers. And perhaps she did. She certainly liked it when columns added up, and her father was so proud of her. Lately, though, in ways she couldn't fully explain, things had begun to change in her heart, and she craved a different future than the one her parents wanted for her. The world, her world, had teetered off its axis, throwing all she knew into confusion. Nothing was certain anymore. A bright future was no longer guaranteed for Jews living in a German-occupied city. Rochelle woke at night, sometimes from haunted dreams, and always with an inexplicable tug at her soul. She desired a different fate, a world without fear. Trying to capture that feeling, she'd begun putting her thoughts in a journal. She could spend an entire evening trying to put her feelings on the page. Some nights she would agonize over a single sentence for hours. Other nights, the words flowed. Words upon words poured from mind to pen to page. She wrote it all down, every bit of thought swirling in her head, no matter how ugly or raw or terrifyingly wistful. And when she finally shut the book, it was with a sense of relief, always, to know that she'd found a small piece of solace in the act of writing. Cathartic, but nothing could erase what Rochelle now knew to be true. The sense of safety she'd known all her life was dissolving, slipping from her grasp like water through splayed fingers. And the worst of it was that there was nothing she could do. Nothing but watch everything she held dear wash away into the grey mist of Nazi hate and French indifference.
Chapter 9. Camille. 28 June 1940. Dinan, Brittany, France. Friday arrived. Camille hadn't slept much. She'd lain awake thinking of that little girl on the street, even though Rachel had assured her no one had been hurt, and that while the bakery had suffered damage, the family had been reunited. A blessing. But then there was nothing to distract Camille from worrying about her sister. Never again would she leave the girl in the company of someone who could do her harm. With still no new letter from her mother, Camille rose before dawn. The journey from Paris to Dinan would take approximately 4 hours by train each way. That would give her very little time with Jacqueline, to see for herself she was in good hands. She dozed on the train, falling in and out of a troubled sleep. The nightmare that haunted her at night toyed with her now. She managed to resist the worst of the images. The guilt, that too she pushed away. She was going home, wasn't she? She hadn't abandoned Jacqueline completely. A lurch startled her awake, and she looked outside. The sun was a perfect round orb hanging prominent in the sky. The countryside showed the green of summer, and Camille immediately recognized the craggy terrain of her home region. They were close now, and the quicker the train sped through Brittany, the stronger she felt the melancholy of homesickness. She pressed her forehead to the window, hungry for her first glimpse of Dinan since moving to Paris. Up ahead stood the ancient walls of the medieval village and its 15 towers dating back to the 11th century. Beyond that stood the imposing castle, the Château de la Duchesse Anne. The train pulled into the depot with a series of metallic creaks and groans. The ear-splitting sound of the whistle announced their arrival. The trip had been blessedly uneventful. There'd been no checkpoints, no demands to show her identity card. She knew that wouldn't last. For now, she was home. Then she remembered why she'd come, and every reason for staying away came rushing back. The guilt came next because, deep down, she hadn't missed witnessing the consequences of what she'd done every time she looked at her sister. Jacqueline is not a consequence. She is your sister. And Camille loved her fiercely. The depth of the emotion, that was what caused her so much pain. Sighing, she slipped her hand in her pocket and closed her fingers over the original letter from her mother. She'd reread the words 100 times, 1,000. "All those for Dinan," called the porter. "Dinan, all those for Dinan, please disembark." Home. The word whispered in her brain. I am home. The pull was still strong. She disembarked into a village that was not her home, not anymore. The Nazis had put up their hideous swastika flags everywhere. Soldiers in their grey-green uniforms carried guns slung over their shoulders. The arrogant stare of the victor shone in their eyes. Some even had vicious-looking guard dogs with them, straining at their leashes. What would these men do if they discovered Jacqueline's condition? Would they arrest her? Send her away? The Nazis' sense of entitlement manifested itself in unconscionable persecution of people they deemed unworthy. It had taken some digging to uncover their policy for mental illness. The destruction of life unworthy of life. Hitler himself had issued the memorandum, stating that a person with mental illness required either permanent institutionalization or, in some cases, premature termination by medical measures. German professors of psychiatry and directors of asylums had agreed such a program was warranted. Would they bring this policy to France? They'd brought others just as foul. A sense of urgency reared, and Camille hurried along the platform. Sleek grey clouds moved overhead like smoke smearing the sky. Grey uniforms, grey clouds. The mood on the cobbled streets was equally gloomy. Her family's bakery was in the heart of town, on the Place des Marcières. The business had been in her mother's family for 5 generations, handed down from mother to oldest daughter. They were known for their signature pain des amis, a pastry Camille knew was as good as any found in a Parisian patisserie. She felt it again, the homesickness, the loss of her dreams. She'd never planned to live in Paris. She'd hoped only to take over the family business when it was her turn. She missed the feel of dough between her fingers, the scent of butter and flour as she kneaded it into submission. She was stalling, but she needed 1 more minute, just 1 more. The bakery was on the 1st floor, the family home on the top 2. The building had lost most of its charm in recent years, but the pointed gables, wood shutters, and antique doorway hadn't changed. What had changed was the long line of customers snaking out the bakery and down 4 blocks. Most would leave empty-handed. Not because her family didn't want to sell them bread and pastries, but because businesses were subjected to rationing, just like individuals. Proving Camille's point, the display window was bare but for a handwritten sign alerting shoppers that supplies were limited. She tried to push to the front of the line, only to be elbowed and yelled at for her effort. Giving up, she went around to the back and stepped into the pleasing scents of yeast, butter, and flour. She navigated her way through the kitchen toward the shop where her family sold the best baked goods in the village. There was no sign of her mother. 2 of her sisters worked the counter at a frantic pace. Lily, barely 15 and Reed thin, took the orders, slowly and deliberately, never making a mistake. She looked like Camille had at that age, but without the carefree manner that had been her trademark as a child. Knowing the war wasn't the only reason, a sudden pang sparked in Camille's chest, and she looked to their other sister. 17-year-old Angeline favoured their mother, as did Jacqueline, and with that thought came another spasm of pain. Camille bit her lip, her heart filled with a complicated mix of love and regret, rolled up in the scents of flour and sugar. "Good morning, mademoiselles." "Camille!" shouted Lily, the happy child of old in her expression. "You're home!" "Only for the day," she said, hugging her fiercely, and doing the same with Angeline, who stepped back and swallowed, and Camille knew matters were not good here. Worse than not good. "Where's maman?" She swallowed again, and Camille could count the emotions passing across her face like shadows flitting across a valley. "Upstairs." She trailed off, took a breath, started again. "With Jacqueline." "Thank you." She hugged each sister again, then wove back through the kitchen, past the ovens and industrial mixers, the giant sink, and mounted the back stairs. She didn't glance toward the door that led to the basement. Not once. Halfway up, Camille paused in the darkened stairwell. Caught in the quiet nothingness between the 2 worlds of her childhood, the bakery below, her home above, she needed to stop. Stop and embrace the momentary freedom of no one needing her. She took the moment, relished it. Then her innate sense of duty won out, and she finished the climb. A cloud of cigarette smoke encircled her, and Camille's stomach twisted in distress. Her mother was smoking again, though she'd promised Camille she'd quit. Cigarettes cost money they simply didn't have. Irritated, she blinked past the throat-clogging fog. Her eyes landed on her sister, and her mouth filled with the nasty taste of regret. Jacqueline sat on the floor, her legs tucked in close, her arms crossed over her knees. She rocked back and forth, humming a tune their father had sung when he was most himself. Although Jacqueline's voice trilled over the melody in perfect pitch, her hair was wild, her dress rumpled, and purple fatigue shadowed the skin beneath her eyes. It hurt to look at her. Beautiful, tortured Jacqueline. Her body that of a young girl on the verge of womanhood. Her mind that of the 7-year-old child who'd witnessed the horror of death. It wasn't fair. Her sister should not be paying the price for Camille's selfishness. But where was her mother, or the woman she'd hired? There was no sign of either, save the stale scent of cigarette smoke. A bad sign. Jacqueline. The girl looked up. Her gaze, as wild as her unkempt hair, chased around the room, finally landing on Camille. She released a small, frightened squeak and backed away. There was no recognition, only fear. Camille felt tears well. "Don't be afraid," she said softly. "It's me, Camille." A cry of dismay tore from the cracked lips, and the rocking resumed in earnest. "No, not Camille. Camille left just like Papa." Camille's breath stalled in her throat. The situation was worse than she thought. Her move to Paris had been one more abandonment for the girl, one more desertion. And deep in her heart, Camille had been secretly relieved to go. She wasn't relieved now. In the time it took her heart to take a single beat, she crossed the floor and went down on her knees. "Oh, my dear sweet girl." She reached out but didn't touch her sister. Not yet. "I'm here. Right here." "No, no, no!" She dipped her face into her hands and started to cry. Camille was reminded of the child from the other night, and she thought her heart might break. "I'm here, mon doux enfant. I'm home." Jacqueline went still. Slowly she lifted her head. There was an indistinct glitter in her eyes, something not quite of this world. Then her expression cleared. "Camille? Oui, c'est moi." In the next instant, Jacqueline was in her arms, both of them crying. Seconds turned into minutes, and Camille was no longer sure who clung harder. Had she been wrong to move to Paris? What else could she have done? The family needed her wages, even more now that rationing had been set in place, all but crippling the bakery from making a profit. Her mother's voice interrupted her thoughts. "There's no need to baby the girl." Camille sat back on her heels, but she kept her hands on her sister's shoulders as she glanced up at the face of the woman who'd birthed her. Her expression was bleak, her shoulders stooped. She'd aged in the 6 months since Camille had left for Paris, as if she'd taken on more than her fair share of the work. "I thought you hired a local woman to help with Jacqueline." "I sent her on an errand." "What errand?" "Doesn't matter." Somehow Camille knew that it did. "She went to buy cigarettes." "Yes." The way she said the word, sorrowful and defeated, so utterly defeated, Camille knew her mother was broken. And something inside her broke too, knowing she was partially to blame. "I'm sorry, Maman." "I know you are." Jacqueline went back to singing to herself. When the rocking started, her mother collapsed in a chair and touched the side of her face. Only then did Camille notice her hand trembled. "The tantrums," she whispered. "The constant fear of discovery. I can't take it any more. It's too much. She is my child, and I love her. But I can't seem to reach her, not like you. And now she is in decline. Her outbursts grow more violent." Camille didn't want to hear this, not any of it. She didn't want to feel the guilt either, knowing her absence had all but fractured her family. "It was your idea to send me to Paris." Her mother sighed. "We need your extra wages. You know this, Camille." She did. Nevertheless, her eyes filled with tears again, and everything in the room took on a misty tint. "It's time we send Jacqueline to Rennes." Camille had known this was coming. A part of her understood, and still she opened her mouth to argue. "What about the local woman? Is she not working out?" Her mother shrugged. "She has family in the free zone, and wants to join them as soon as she is able to renew her identity card." This was not good news. "How long will that take?" "I don't know." "Perhaps someone else could take her place."
"There is no one else."
"But—"
"Enough, Camille. Jacqueline is not my only concern. I have 2 other daughters, each of them working hard downstairs."
What about her 4th daughter, the one working hard in Paris?
"I've tried it your way,"
her mother said.
"Now we will do it mine."
Her mother would not be swayed. But if they sent Jacqueline to a public hospital specializing in psychiatry, weren't they handing her over to the Nazis? Then again, if the girl was getting worse, she was no safer in Dinan. The situation was ugly and complicated, and Camille started to cry. "My fault. My fault." She hadn't known she'd spoken the words aloud, but suddenly her mother was on the floor with her, rocking her back and forth, finally saying the words Camille had spent 5 years waiting to hear.
"It's not your fault, Camille. My sweet, clever girl. None of this is your fault.
Chapter 10. Vivian. 1 September, 1940. Paris, France. Vivian woke late, as was becoming her habit, especially now that she'd been downgraded to a room she hated, on a floor with people she didn't especially like. She had to drag herself out of bed for a meeting with a member of the American government working in the ambassador's office. Before the declaration of war, she'd gone weeks between meetings. And now the immigration rules were more stringent for Jews seeking asylum in the United States. Falsified identity papers and fake passports were difficult to obtain, but American visas were nearly impossible, even with Vivian's deep pockets. She'd like to think her efforts were for purely altruistic reasons, but she knew better. Her motivation stemmed from a secret desire to keep Rupert's legacy alive. He'd been a committed philanthropist, giving vast amounts of financial support to worthy causes. To continue in his name kept him alive in her mind. It was raining when she left the hotel. She hurried along the narrow streets, holding her umbrella at a jaunty angle to better highlight her matching raincoat. She passed a little park with blooming flowers, their color in stark contrast to the gray sky. Everywhere she looked, Paris had become a carbon copy of Berlin. German soldiers played the tourists, snapping photos of themselves and their friends. They even grabbed locals, mostly women, and forced them to pose with them. Some did so willingly, and most did not. Parisians were returning home, but they found a very different city. The street signs were in German now, with the original French names in smaller print underneath. Most telling of all, Vivian passed café after café, business after business, with words written on blackboards perched near the doorways. Les Juifs ne sont pas admis ici. Jews are not allowed here. She couldn't comprehend why the French people ignored this bigotry, as if by failing to acknowledge what was happening, then it wasn't, well, happening. Frowning, she entered Café Voisin, placed her order at the counter, and chose a table by the window. She wanted to witness her contact's approach. The rain came down harder, turning this scene slate-colored and smudgy. People rushed past the café. Their expressions were set, their pace fast. Some carried umbrellas, most did not. All looked grim. Watching them as they endured, Vivian was overcome with a sense of bone-deep weariness. Paris was lost. The city was no longer a celebration of art, beauty, and light, but a dismal world of people with their heads down, navigating the real-life horror of occupation. Her thoughts were as gloomy as the rain. She reached for one of the pastries. It was nearly too pretty to eat. The scent of strong coffee flavored the air. No rationing in Café Voisin. It was, after all, a favorite lunch spot for German officers billeting at the Hotel Ritz. So many of them. It was only a matter of time before they implemented even more Aryan policies of hate and destruction toward Jews and other people they deemed inferior. Soon, Vivian feared, discrimination would turn to persecution, or worse. At least she was able to prevent disaster for a few. A few was better than none, but not nearly enough. How long before her efforts were swallowed up by the Nazis' need to erase entire groups of people? People who breathed the same air as they did, who walked the same streets, who had families and friends and dreams worth pursuing. Oh, yes, her thoughts were indeed gloomy. She took a delicate bite of her tart and tried not to fume. He was late. She made use of the time by sliding her hand in her purse. She pulled out the bank draft that would hurry along the visa process for a Jewish couple and set it beneath the cloth napkin beside her plate. That done, she placed a serene look on her face and settled into the role of a wealthy, pampered American who cared nothing of politics. It was far from the truth, but people saw what they wanted to see. Lies. Subterfuge donning a persona contrary to her true self. This was what her life had become. Would Rupert approve of what she did for the war effort? Would he be proud of the way she used his money? She'd like to think so. The door swung open, and in walked 3 German soldiers in their closed-collar service uniforms. Not Wehrmacht. Schutzstaffel. SS. She'd learned to discern the difference. The German army officers were much more understated. The SS, not so. They wore silver-braided shoulder boards, an eagle on the peaked cap, runes on the right collar, rank tabs on the left. And of course, the Iron Cross was always pinned at the neck. Even if they were in civilian clothes, she would know them for Nazis. It was in their attitude, their arrogance. They appeared to have not a care in the world, laughing over something one of the 3 said. Good, she thought. Let them laugh and order their food and ignore this lone woman sitting by the window. She heard one of them mention the Ritz. Another remarked that his accommodations were acceptable. Acceptable? Acceptable? How absolutely, utterly German of him. Feeling sick, Vivian slowly turned away from the trio. No sudden movements. That, too, she'd learned in the months since the hotel had been overrun by vipers and their sycophant friends. She'd nearly avoided their notice when one of the 3, the one who'd spoken in moderate terms about his acceptable accommodations, snapped his gaze in her direction. Vivian froze, and she knew, in that instant, he was a very dangerous man. He was also unbelievably attractive, a near-perfect male specimen. Female gazes turned in his direction, but he seemed to have eyes only for Vivian. She'd attracted interest from his kind before, and none had been so bold in their inspection. Nor had her response been so full of immediate, blood-pumping animosity. Something about him. Something cold and reptilian in the way he'd stared at her. He'd removed his hat and had tucked it under his arm, leaving his fair hair uncovered. He wasn't young, but he wasn't old either. He had dark blonde hair, chiseled features, and an aristocratic bearing that reeked of entitlement. He was almost beautiful, but in a terrible sort of way. It was his eyes, she decided. Pale blue, icy, soulless. And he was looking straight at her. She couldn't look away. She didn't dare. To do so would be to lose some precious piece of herself. It was an odd thought, but one Vivian felt to the very marrow of her bones. An aura of danger emanated from him, and one word came to mind. Trapped. She was good and truly trapped in the man's gaze. And then he smiled, a minuscule lift of perfectly formed lips, so confident in his charm, his looks, his power over others. An instant surge of emotion swept through Vivian, something unnatural for a woman who'd known the love of a decent man. Hate. Vivian hated this Nazi. The visceral reaction was stronger than anything she'd felt before. Such intensity and personal to this man alone. She became aware of other people moving around her, the buzz of voices. He started toward her, then stopped after only a step and turned back to his companions. Oh, now that she was free, the tail end of a breath hissed from her lungs. 10 seconds. That's all it had been, and Vivian knew without a shred of doubt that the man was not someone she ever wished to know. But he'd taken a room in the Ritz, and that meant their paths would cross. The thought made her hands tremble. She couldn't grasp her cup. She gave up after 2 attempts and simply stared out the window. The rain had stopped. He soon left the cafe, but not before he sent another look in her direction. She had a bad feeling about that man. This fear in her, it made no sense. She'd done nothing wrong as far as the Nazi knew, and though she'd like to leave, she still had important business to conduct. She would give the attaché from the American Embassy another 5 minutes, then return to the hotel, albeit reluctantly. For weeks the building had been under construction. Sawdust and workmen were everywhere, mostly on the Place Vendôme side. Mimi Ritz wasn't saying why she'd approved the renovations, and, more specifically, why now, which left Vivian wondering how the woman defined remaining neutral. Most of the hotel guests were German officers. All of them made impossible demands and treated the Ritz as if it were their personal retreat for private indulgences. They ran the staff ragged, sending them on ridiculously frivolous errands. Vivian made sure to keep an eye on Camille. They were united now, because of Vivian, and that meant that she was responsible for the young woman. She also kept an eye on the other one, the girl Camille had befriended. Oh, yes, Vivian knew all about Camille's friend. The Jewish girl. That's what the head housekeeper had called her when Vivian had asked her name, which was rather baffling. There were other Jewish employees in the hotel. Why label that girl and not the others? The cafe's door swung open, and Vivian connected her gaze with the tall man who'd entered the building. He wore a precisely tailored suit and gray silk tie 2 shades darker. His severe face held the signs of aging. If she had to guess, she would say he'd spent a minimum of 7 decades on this earth. She adopted a pose of nonchalance and waited for him to make his move. He passed her by, did an impressive double-take, then made a grand show of spreading pleased recognition across his features. "Vivian Miller! How remarkable to run into you here! Why, you haven't changed a bit since I last saw you." He gave her a good once-over that bordered on insulting, before adding, "This ensemble you wear, the hair, the makeup, très chic." It was a convincing performance. She almost believed they'd come across one another by accident. "Archie, old boy, what a pleasant surprise." "Indeed." He greeted her with 2 air kisses, 1 for each cheek. "It's been too long, ma chère amie. I have missed your beautiful face and witty conversation." She offered him an ironic twist of her lips, as if to say, laying it on a bit thick. "Please," she made a sweeping motion with her hand, "won't you join me?" His hesitation took her by surprise, as this was their usual pattern. But then he smiled and claimed the seat opposite hers. Returning the smile, she offered him a tartlet as they discussed their mutual friends, none of whom existed. "I ran into Marge Morton last evening at the opera," she said. "She was with Richard Unger and his wife Gladys." "Ah." Archie held perfectly still, his eyes never leaving her face. "They are well?" "Very well, but like so many Americans, they've tired of France. They miss New York." There. It was done. He now had the names for the travel visas and the city of their hoped-for destination. All that was left was Archie's agreement, and Vivian would pass over the payment. "New York is lovely this time of year," he said. Not true. This city would be blazing hot and full of soupy humidity that taxed the lungs and frizzed the hair. Is there any wonder they miss the city? He held her gaze. Indeed. The response she'd been waiting for. Finally, he'd agreed to provide the visas. Vivian felt the tension drain out of her. This process hadn't needed to be so difficult, but that was Archie. He enjoyed a bit of drama. "I believe our mutual friends hope to leave for America within the next 2 weeks," she said. "I would think the end of the month quite soon enough." A longer wait than the family had hoped, but these things took time. Perhaps I had the details of their departure wrong. I am not always the best of listeners. She gave a delighted laugh, then leaned in close and said in a low whisper, "A month is acceptable." "Very good." And that was that. All done. The money exchange proved a bit trickier. Vivian tapped on the napkin covering the bank draft, then lifted the edge for Archie to take a quick glance. When her companion spilled his coffee, a quick study, this one, she slid both napkin and check in his direction. A fast grab on his part, and the draft went in his pocket while the napkin mopped away the liquid puddling beneath his overturned cup. They talked a moment longer, about nothing in particular, nothing beyond the weather and the upcoming opera season. Then Vivian made to rise. "I must go. Before you do." She sat back down, eyebrows lifted. "You were a combat nurse in the previous war, yes?" Not sure how he'd come by this information. She'd been Catherine Vivian Pierce at the time. She nodded. "That's correct." "You were stationed in France?" Vivian frowned. What sort of game was Archie playing? If he knew she'd been a nurse in the Great War, he also knew where she'd served. "Italy." "Ah." He toyed with the pastry beneath his hand, breaking off pieces of the flaky crust, then popping them into his mouth. "I wonder, are you still interested in caring for wounded soldiers?" It was not a question she'd expected. But now that the idea was in her head, she could see returning to the woman who'd known what it meant to give of herself. Even if it was only to sit at a bedside and read a story, or write a letter for a soldier who'd lost his hand, or any number of duties. She could do it. She could work for the American Red Cross again. "It's been years since I trained as a nurse. I'm no longer qualified, but you misunderstand." He stared at her in dismay. "I am not asking for your services as a nurse. I am asking for your support of a new hospital solely dedicated to wounded soldiers." Humiliation stiffened her spine, making her feel exposed. Archie didn't want her. He wanted her money. What had she expected? She had a role to play in this war, and it wasn't to make a personal sacrifice. It was to open her checkbook. Always it came back to the money Rupert had left her. Even the forged papers and visas were about how much Vivian was willing to pay. She tried not to let her disappointment show, but she was no actress. Her skills went only so far. How much support are we talking about? He had the grace to break eye contact, but not before he said, "As much as you're willing to give." She'd known he'd say that. She'd known. Forcing a smile to hide the ache in her heart, she threw out a number so impossibly large that her companion choked on his coffee. He recovered quickly enough. They set another date to meet at another café in Montmartre, where he would give her the visas and she would hand over the money for the hospital. It was all so polite and still. Vivian felt dirty. She wanted a bath, and she wanted it now. "If that is all, I have another appointment." Giving him no time to respond, she left the café. Her umbrella was sufficient protection from the pouring rain that had started up again, but not the lingering looks tossed her way. She didn't care. What did it matter that a handful of German soldiers watched her cross the street? They didn't frighten her. Even before her meeting this morning, she'd known her role in this war. She still knew her role. It wasn't a comfort. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't anything. It just was. The German. Chapter 11. Vivian. 1 September 1940. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Occupied with thoughts of wounded soldiers and Jewish refugees, Vivian kept her head down, her feet moving. Even after the skies cleared, she continued her random wandering. She had no idea how long she'd been walking or which direction she'd taken after she left Café Voisin. Her disappointment was sharp. How she used her money mattered. She was not so naive as to think otherwise. She also understood that lives were saved with every falsified identity card she had forged and every travel visa she wheedled out of the American government. But she'd wanted to do more. Be more than her money. At least soldiers injured on the battlefield would have a fighting chance at survival. Many would be healed and return to their loved ones. Still, Vivian felt empty. As unnecessary as her umbrella now that the rain had stopped. No one needed her. Not on a personal level. She had no children, no extended family. Her life had become a round of parties, attending the opera, the ballet, and sometimes the occasional film, with nothing to break up the monotony other than the coordination of falsified documents for people desperate to leave Europe. A crow swooped overhead, practically clipping her on the shoulder before landing on a low-hanging branch. The feathers on his big black body gleamed in the rain, as if they'd been coated with layers of motor oil. He readjusted his feet, swished his tail a few times, then stared at her with those fathomless black eyes. Vivian shuddered. Crows were depicted in literature as bad omens. Sometimes they were mediators between this world and the next. In real life, they were shameless scavengers feeding on the dead. She quickened her pace. Practically running now, she entered a world made of concrete and marble, the Vendôme Tower at the center. The iconic white awnings of the Hotel Ritz beckoned. She slipped around the sandbags stacked on either side of the Place Vendôme entrance and hurried past the archways, stopping only long enough to hand her umbrella to a bellman. Once she was inside the hallowed walls of Paris's Grande Dame, she took a moment to breathe. The hotel gleamed. All polished wood, marble, and gilded furnishings. The sounds of construction were louder today, more frenzied, as if the SS soldiers milling about presented a need to hurry. Vivian knew Hermann Göring was due to arrive any day now, which probably explained the hectic mood. Her eyebrows lifted when several soldiers carrying a massive, oversized bathtub labored up the grand staircase. It didn't take deductive reasoning to understand that the corpulent Luftwaffe commander enjoyed a long soak, probably while sipping champagne. The idea that he'd confiscated the imperial suite for himself, all but evicting another wealthy American, made Vivian feel slightly ill. What could Laura May Corrigan do? She was just another American widow with deep pockets and few skills outside throwing exclusive dinner parties. No different than you. They were very much the same. And Vivian wondered why it had taken the hotel so long to relocate her fellow heiress. Even Coco Chanel had been kicked over to the Rue Cambon side upon her return to Paris. Vivian's eyebrows went higher as a row of soldiers carted cases of Bollinger champagne up the stairwell in the bathtub's wake. She started to shake her head, then stilled. Something had shifted on the air, and she felt eyes on her. "Mademoiselle, or should I address you as Madame?" The flawless French fell over her like a silk scarf, the rich baritone almost musical, and she knew the owner had to be the Nazi from the cafe. The sensation of being trapped was too strong for him to be anyone else. Slowly, very slowly, she glanced over her shoulder and locked gazes with the same pale blue eyes she'd met this morning. He stood too close, and Vivian felt the urge to run. But that would require turning her back on him. She knew better. Oh, yes, she knew not to take her eyes off this man. She pivoted until they stood face to face. He continued staring, his gaze boring into hers as if he meant to look straight into her soul. She tried to brazen it out, but she faltered and dropped her eyes to a spot on his chin. "It's Madame." "Aha." His eyes took in her face with something akin to reverence. "Has anyone remarked how much you favor Rita Havers?" Many people. A few." "She is a favorite of mine. You, I think, are even more beautiful." There it was again. That near worshipful tone. And yet there was also a sense of entitlement in his manner, as if she should consider herself fortunate to have gained his attention. "Thank you. I consider that a great compliment." "It was meant as one." He spoke with typical German arrogance, and that was enough to have her taking a longer look at his face, just in time to catch him taking her measure from head to toe in a slow, insolent inspection full of an intimacy that had no place in a public building. In that moment, Vivian saw a man who took what he wanted, and right now, he wanted her. "I assume your husband is with you in the hotel?" He could obtain this information in many ways, some that would include gossip. She did not want this man hearing anything about her marriage or her beloved Rupert that didn't come from her own lips. My husband passed away 5 years ago. I'm sorry for your loss. He didn't sound sorry. He sounded delighted. This man, this Nazi, he was not so hard to read. Already his mind calculated and planned. A predator, selecting his prey. The back of her neck prickled in alarm. This man. He frightened her. It wasn't only his interest, it was the underlying intensity of his fascination. Men had been obsessed with her in the past. It had never ended well. You are a guest in this hotel? He asked. Yes, she said, her eyelids lowering ever so slightly, on the Rue Cambon side. Yet you loiter in the reception area on the side of the hotel reserved for German officers. I have to wonder why. Her heartbeats seemed to be bumping into each other, and not good. Not good. She must remain calm. There is buzz among the guests about an important man moving into the hotel. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Have you satisfied your curiosity? There it was again. That sensation of terror she hadn't felt since her childhood. She thought she'd known what sort of man she was up against. She'd been only half right. He was a predator, yes, but was also handsome and charming, with an edge of cruelty some women would mistake for mysterious. Vivian knew many men like this one. Her father, with his abusive hand and evil intent, had taught her well. I have seen all I came to see. He took a step toward her and then another, until the distance between them was mere inches, 6 at the most. Vivian could smell his scent, a combination of sandalwood, coffee, and French tobacco. It was not an altogether unpleasant scent. A man cloaked in the vile uniform of the enemy should smell worse. The hotel manager approached, taking in their interchange without comment. Your suite is ready, Herr Sternbahnführer von Bauer. I apologize for the inconvenience you suffered due to the inadequacy of your previous accommodations. We will, of course, reimburse any fees you were charged. Elminger thrust out his hand. Your key. Vivian lowered her eyes, immediately wishing she hadn't caught the room number. A growl of outrage tried to work its way past her lips. This vile, unpleasant Nazi was to live in her former suite, among her precious furnishings she'd been forced to leave behind. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Then again, nothing about German occupation was right or fair, and the Nazi marauder smiled at her with a self-satisfied glint. Somehow, he seemed to know that he'd taken her suite. You will dine with me tonight in the hotel restaurant. The crooked smile he gave her was not unpleasant. Charming, actually. Vivian knew what kind of man lived behind that smile. She should decline. Politely, of course. I'm afraid I already have plans. His eyes went hard. Not so charming now. Break them. She stiffened, sensing something about this man. She knew his type. Violence was a drug for men like him. Tread carefully, Vivian. If you mean to suggest that I would disappoint, it was not a suggestion. She gaped at him. We will meet in the dining room at 8 o'clock sharp. Dress for an elegant evening. He turned from her then, just turned away, dismissing her without a second glance, and as she watched him mount the hotel's grand escalier, she had a moment of clarity. She'd been here before, at the mercy of a man who held all the control. Her father had been the worst sort of brute. He'd hurt her, physically, mentally. She still had the scars. She did not want more. Vivian wondered what the Nazi would do if she didn't show. It would be dangerous to find out. Too dangerous. They lived in the same hotel. He on the side of the victors, she on the side of the defeated. She would dine with him, but she would do so fully armed. Her greatest weapon was not her beauty, as many men had failed to learn. It was her brains. She would use them now. The first step was to gather information from the one man in the hotel who knew every person, every liaison, every coming and going. Frank Meyer, the inscrutable hotel bartender, had no family and, like Vivian, seemingly no life beyond the Ritz. He was one of her partners in her forgery scheme, often setting up contacts when hers ran dry. He also had his own gambling ring from his spot behind the mahogany bar, and many already wondered where his loyalties were in this war. Vivian knew the answer. Frank was half Jewish and American. He was no Nazi. The corridor between the two hotels was dark as a tomb. Shadows shifted across the wide, empty space, slithering along the floor, disintegrating into the walls like secrets blown away with the wind. Vivian wondered, would anyone miss her if she disappeared into the walls like just another shadow? It was not a thought she wished to consider too deeply. A pinprick of light guided her forward, straight into the little bar where Frank had served as the head bartender since 1921. The air was thin and filled with the scent of stale liquor that no amount of cleaning could fully eradicate. Odd how she never noticed the odor when the room was full, only when it was empty but for the man behind the bar. Dressed in a black shirt beneath his plain white jacket, he'd parted his hair in the center and slicked it back with what appeared to be half a jar of pomade. He held a bar towel in his hand and was wiping away a smudge on a martini glass only visible to his discerning eye. "Frank?" "Ah, Vivienne," he said, barely looking up from his task. "I don't usually see you in my bar at this hour." She heard the censure. Understandable. Their clandestine work was better conducted beneath the din of a crowded room. Interacting in the light of day was dangerous if she was here to conduct their usual business. She ordered a club soda and waited for him to set the bubbling water in front of her before saying, "I met the hotel's newest resident. Hermann Goering has arrived?" "I meant another." She didn't state his name. She didn't know it, not fully, and if she did, well, she wouldn't want the nasty taste of it on her lips. Frank didn't have the same aversion. "You must mean Hans-Dieter von Bauer." "That's the one." She glanced around, ensuring they were alone, then, "What do you know about him?" Still polishing the same martini glass, Frank shrugged. "Not much. He's in charge of a construction project in Drancy. Top priority. At the moment, that's all we know." That's all we know. She stared at Frank for a long moment, waiting for him to say more, praying he would. When he didn't, she sighed. "He suggested I dine with him this evening. I will, of course, bring him here for drinks afterward." There was nothing more to say. It was understood that Vivian would find out what she could about the Drancy construction project. Wishing there was another way, any other way, she accepted her fate and drained the rest of her glass. Pushing back from the bar, she made it only a few steps when Camille entered the bar. She was dressed in her chambermaid's uniform, looking efficient and professional, but her expression gave Vivian pause. Something terrible had put that pain in the young woman's eyes. It's none of your business. And yet, somehow, she thought maybe it was. Hadn't she only moments ago wished to be more than a checkbook in the eyes of her government? She just agreed, sort of, to suss out information about an important Nazi project with her unique talents and skills. Now this young woman was in need of something only Vivian could provide. A listening ear that could be trusted. Camille knew one of her secrets. Vivian could offer to return the favor and carry one of hers. She opened her mouth, then glanced around. Not here. No, this was not the place for confidences. Later, in her room. She would send for the maid, under the guise of needing her hair styled for tonight's dinner engagement. Not a complete ruse. Facing off with a man like von Bauer would require a high level of feminine armor. She passed Camille, gave a single nod. The maid returned the gesture. Out in the hallway, Vivian paused. Camille had approached Frank with an unusual request, desperation in her voice. Frank denied her request, but Camille refused to give up. There was additional back and forth, and Vivian had heard enough. She retraced her steps, prepared to do battle for a young woman in need. It felt good to have a purpose. It felt right.
Chapter 12. Camille. 1 September 1940. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Her mind on Jacqueline, Camille held Frank Meyer's stare. Her mother's voice played in her head. "It's not your fault. None of this is your fault." There had been such sincerity in those words, given to her for the first time since her father's death. She knew her mother meant them, but her terrible choices could not be undone by a few heartfelt words whispered in her ear. Redemption was not so easily won. And so she continued trying to convince the hotel's famous bartender to hire her. An entire lifetime came and went in the seconds it took him to cross to the other end of the bar and slip behind the long expanse of wood. In those precious moments, the memory of Jacqueline's tortured face, all twisted and confused one minute, beautifully empty the next, mocked Camille's pitiful efforts to find additional work in the hotel. Frank Meyer was her last resort. She'd already approached the pastry chef and the head of laundry, even the hotel manager. Their responses had been succinct and always the same. No, no, and no. "Please, Monsieur Meyer, I will do any task, no matter how menial. I will empty ashtrays, wash glasses."
"You ask the impossible."
He didn't even look at her when he spoke, just kept prowling back and forth behind the long strip of polished mahogany. Frank Meyer was the most famous employee in the hotel, a force unto himself. He'd published his book on cocktails back in 1936. Camille should have read The Artistry of Mixing Drinks before approaching him. Too late now.
"Monsieur, you are woefully understaffed. I can help you with that."
"I only hire men to serve in my bar."
"I would wear the same uniform."
A crisp white shirt, a white jacket, and snappy black bow tie.
"I will slick my hair tight against my head."
She would lose all signs of her femininity, go to any lengths,
whatever it took for him to hire her. He did not say no. He did not say yes, either. "Please," she intoned. "Please," she said again. There was nothing else worth saying. "I only hire male bartenders." So he'd said several times. "I could deliver drinks. I would move quickly, quietly. No one would notice. Please." She added a fourth time, the desperation evident even to her own ears. He opened his mouth, but a stern female voice spoke over him. "Hire her, Frank." They both swung to stare at Vivian Miller, standing in the bar's entrance. She was dressed in a stylish black suit gathered at her waist, with a matching pencil skirt beneath a raincoat the colour of a Paris sunset. The bartender seemed not to notice her smart attire. He was too busy scolding her. "Madame Miller, this is a hotel matter between the staff." Look at her. The blonde hair, the blue eyes. The Germans will not take offense. "I only hire male bartenders," he repeated like a mantra. "We are at war, my friend, and men are scarce. Think on it. What the girl proposes could prove valuable to your business endeavors." There was a touch of sly triumph in Vivian's voice, as though she said one thing but meant something else entirely. For a moment the bartender appeared not to know what to say, and hope rose in Camille's throat. She didn't understand why the American widow was championing her. To do so had put the man in an awkward position. It was one thing to deny a chambermaid's request, quite another to refuse a guest's wishes. "Think it through, Frank. The women will mostly ignore her. The soldiers will see only a pretty French girl whose life's work is to serve them." He said nothing for so long, Camille thought he wouldn't respond at all. But then he shot her an irritated look. "What you ask is impossible. And before you interrupt, I should not have to remind you there is a new curfew in place. The girl cannot be out past 9. "Then you will send her home before 9, or I can arrange a cot in my room if the hour grows too late." Vivian switched to English, and the rest of the conversation was lost to Camille. She picked up a few words that sounded familiar: secret, paper, clandestine. But she wasn't certain the words were the same or just seemed the same. Eventually, Frank returned his attention to Camille and, switching back to French, addressed her directly. "Do you understand what you are asking, mademoiselle? Working in my bar will mean interacting directly with the Germans. If you have any reservations, now would be the time to voice them." Camille didn't want to interact directly with Germans. A kind of sickening dread replaced the earlier spark of hope. But it must be done. She must take this gift that had been handed to her. "I have no reservations." "You are certain?" She nodded queasily. Something in her silent agreement seemed to strike the right chord, because he said, "All right. We will try this, but I make no guarantees. You begin tomorrow night. Then we will see what we will see." Now the questions popped into her head, and the sickening dread nearly buckled her knees. Somehow, though, she managed a sort of muffled, "Thank you." "Go away now." He flapped a hand in her direction. "I have mixes to prepare." She did as he requested, moving quickly. "Camille, a moment, please." Vivian took her arm before she could protest. "Come with me, up to my room." She blinked in surprise. "Now? I wish for you to style my hair. I have dinner tonight with, well..." She made a face. "It doesn't matter with whom." Torn between curiosity and duty, Camille admitted, "My break is nearly over." "I'll alert your supervisor you're with me." When they arrived at Vivian's room, the American pulled a key from her coat pocket, opened the door, and stepped aside to let Camille enter first. She was struck all over again by the differences in the two rooms. The entryway wasn't nearly as grand as a woman's former suite. No marble, but also no harsh chill in the air. The room itself was empty except for a few pieces of furniture that had seen better days 2 decades ago. Still up to the Ritz's high standards, but with a lived-in elegance that spoke of old-world charm. "Wait here while I hang up my coat and call downstairs to let your supervisor know where you are. I'll only be a minute." That minute turned into 5, and when Vivian returned, her hair was out of its pins and hanging unadorned at her shoulders. She'd changed into a light blue robe belted tightly at her waist, and she sat at the vanity table. Familiar with the routine, Camille took her place behind the American and caught her gaze in their shared reflection. "Thank you for speaking on my behalf with Monsieur Meyer." She needed to get that out of the way. "I'm in your debt. I assume you need money." She brought out the words without so much as a nod to delicacy. "That's why you asked for the extra work." "They approached other departments first." "I see." What did she see, Camille wondered? This woman with more money than she could spend in 10 lifetimes. Something of her thoughts must have shown on her face, because Vivian spun around and faced Camille directly, watching her closely, cool and confident, but also with something inexplicable in her eyes. A sort of unspoken compassion that had been absent in their previous interactions. No one looked at her that way anymore. Her mother had, once upon a time, before the burden of raising 4 daughters on her own had broken her. Suddenly Camille felt undone, a pale, shallow version of herself. And she couldn't stop herself. She wept a little, soft, hopeless tears she could not hold back. "Oh, my dear, dear girl, what is this? Tears? No, this will not do. Come now." She stood and took Camille in her arms. "I did not mean to upset you. It's—" She couldn't seem to speak past her shame. She pulled away from the comforting embrace and crossed her arms at her waist. She tried to make herself smaller, invisible even. Anything to stop the tears and the humiliation that came with them. "It's the Germans," Vivian guessed. "The idea of serving them. It scares you." "Well, yes," Camille admitted. And more tears fell. A river of them, streaming down her cheeks, making her feel weak and needy and desperate to unburden herself. "But also, no. I am not afraid of them for myself." But for her sister? Rachel? Others like them? "I don't understand. So you will explain it to me." Vivian guided her to a chair, and applying soft pressure on her shoulders, urged Camille to sit. Kneeling before her, she took her hands. "You know the secret I have hidden behind the armoire in my former suite, and you have carried this burden well. Now you will let me carry one of yours." Camille nearly snorted. Hiding a few furs and pretty baubles from greedy Germans was not the same as hiding Jacqueline's condition from men seeking to build a master race. And yet what this woman offered, this momentary relief from carrying her burdens alone, tugged at her, made her crave to share her suffering. A new sense of desperation made her reckless. "It's my sister. She's ill." The words were out before she could stop them, and now it was only shame she felt, the shame of betrayal. What did she know of this woman? Nothing, really. "I'm so very sorry." Camille heard the sincerity, but she also knew words were easy to say, hard to mean. "What have the doctors told you?" There'd been no doctors. Her mother had been adamant. No one was to know about Jacqueline's condition. They'd lost enough customers due to her father's erratic behavior. They couldn't lose more. Considering the Nazis' policies on mental health, the stakes were now higher. No, Camille realized. No one was to know about Jacqueline. Not even this woman. This stranger. She'd already said too much, but Vivian was waiting for an answer to her question. "Her condition. It's not treatable." Instead of probing for details, Vivian simply asked. Was she born this way?
It started with my father, after he came home from the Great War.
She struggled to keep her tone neutral.
He wasn't the same. He'd changed.
Vivian nodded, and in her eyes was a sort of knowing. No judgment, no condemnation. We called it shell shock. I saw it often. Her gaze turned distant, sad. Too often.
You... how?
Had her own father suffered? Or possibly her husband? I was a combat nurse with the American Red Cross in the last war. The condition manifested itself in various ways. There were similarities between patients, also differences. Nothing about Vivian Miller would have led Camille to believe she'd once treated men like Camille's father. The rest of the story was tumbling out of her mouth before she could stop herself. Her father's bouts of melancholy, his fits of anger, the confusion and nightmares, the disappearing for days, returning no better, sometimes worse. The attempts at ending his own life.
He eventually succeeded,
she said, very calmly, very slowly, keeping her own role in the tragedy out of the narrative. Vivian looked at Camille with genuine pain in her gaze, a sort of tragic understanding, and she had the disquieting impression that the woman saw through her deception, all the way to the truth of her negligence, that she'd abandoned her baby sister in the care of a madman. Oh, Camille. Vivian squeezed her hands. Tell me you weren't there. Tell me you didn't witness your father's death.
Not me. My sister.
She blurted out the rest of the story, including her own culpability. You could not have known your father would choose that day to take his own life?
I should have known. How did I not know?
Vivian stood, placed her hands on her hips. This is your burden. You blame yourself for your father's death and your sister's condition, all because you couldn't prevent this tragedy. She nodded. Stunned, this woman, this stranger, had summed up her pain so succinctly.
Because of my selfishness, my sister suffers the same as my father. If the Nazis decide to target people like Jacqueline here in France, as they do in Germany, they will take her away. They will hurt her. They will...
The rest of what she meant to say dissolved into soft, quiet sobs. Who knows of her condition?
Only my family. A previous caretaker who has left the country, and now you.
So she is safe. Camille nodded.
For now.
Promise me, Camille. Promise me you will let me know if the situation changes.
I promise.
She was still trying to sort through why this woman cared, when she found herself tucked into Vivian's embrace. You are not to blame. She barely heard the soft proclamation. Her guilt had become a part of her, ingrained into every piece of her body and soul. There was room for little else. Camille, listen to me. Vivian set her at arm's length and stared into her eyes. What happened to your father and sister were tragic accidents. You are not to blame. Her mother had said something similar. Two women, different in every possible way, but one. They'd taken Camille into their arms and said the words she'd wanted, needed to hear for 5 long years. It's not your fault. You are not to blame. If only she believed them.
Chapter 13. Vivian. 1 September 1940. Hôtel Ritz, Paris, France. Vivian wasn't especially hungry when she entered the restaurant. Her mind was too full of Camille's pain and the memories she herself carried from the front lines. War was an ugly business, that left men wounded in ways that didn't show until after the weapons were laid down. They suffered terribly. Their families suffered. All because men like von Bauer and his covetous Führer wanted more land, more power, more everything. This current war was not like the last. The battlefield was vastly different, as was her role. She wasn't to provide healing. She was to fight in a new and different way. Tonight was only the beginning. She'd arrived early, one step ahead of her opponent, a defensive move. The man was no vapid socialite looking to trip her up. Von Bauer could do far worse than skewer her name among the social elite. The maître d'hôtel met her with his usual smile beneath his thin mustache, very French, but also very affected. "Will Madame be dining alone?" "There will be one more." She scanned the room. "I'm early." "Very good." He reached for 2 menus and tucked them against his chest with military precision that was, no doubt, meant to impress his German diners. "You will follow me?" At a table for 2, he pulled out a chair and set the gilt-edged menu before her. The final piece of theatrics involved a flick of his wrist as he unfolded the crisp napkin with its monogrammed R and handed it to her to place in her lap. A black-clad waiter appeared next and began filling the empty water glasses from a crystal pitcher. With a brief nod and a promise to return shortly, he was gone. Alone, Vivian allowed the music of cutlery and the soft lilt of a distant violin to flow over her. She circled her gaze around the restaurant, her eyes landing on familiar faces. So, she would not be the only woman dining with the enemy. Most of the men had left their uniforms behind, favoring black tuxedos and white ties. Vivian also noted a few French dignitaries preening beside them and one oily U.S. ambassador. William Bullitt should not be here in the Ritz. He should not be in Paris at all. He should be in Vichy supporting, or rather monitoring, the new French government. He remained in Paris instead, hobnobbing with Nazis. "Like you." Vivian could hear her husband's voice in her head, urging her to pack up what was left of her belongings and return to America. To what end? No one would welcome her. If they did, they would not do so graciously. In Paris, at least, she had a chance to do some good, and get yourself killed. Rupert's voice again, reminding her just how much she missed him. She closed her eyes, feeling his presence practically folding around her, as real as if she were wrapped tightly in his arms, and not dissimilar to how she'd felt pulling Camille into her arms and letting the girl cry out her pain. The girl's tragic story reminded Vivian of her days as a nurse, when much of her duties entailed giving soldiers a chance to vent their fears of never healing. Vivian would like to think she'd given Camille comfort. It was hard to know. The girl had swallowed her sorrow quickly. She then dried her eyes and had styled Vivian's hair in silence. Neither had spoken about the tragedy of her father's death. Not then, nor when Vivian sent the girl away with a sizable tip. The money, she knew, was appreciated. But she hoped she'd given Camille something more. A moment of peace. She felt eyes on her again. It was a curious sensation, a prickle of warning in the back of her throat. She knew who was watching her. Yes. Well, let him stare. Let him marvel over the glorious waterfall of red curls Camille had created so expertly. The enemy had his weapons, and so did Vivian. Slowly, she opened her eyes and found herself staring into a pair of piercing, ice-blue eyes, so light they were nearly colorless, much like his hair, also pale, also colorless. The quintessential Aryan. Up close, she could see his age, somewhere near her own, perhaps a few years younger. He was undoubtedly attractive. She'd noticed that in the cafe, and in the hotel later. And like both of those times, female eyes watched him as hungrily as he watched Vivian. "Good evening, Herr Sturmbannführer." "Such formality." "I don't know your full name." The sudden animosity she felt for this man, it stole her breath. "I know only your rank." He stepped forward, leaned down, and said, "SS Sturmbannführer Hans-Dieter Gunther von Bauer." In perfect French, he added, "My friends call me Diti, or Der Rab." She lifted her eyebrows. "Der Rab." He bent further, still quite tall, with the height of an athlete, and oh, how she disliked him. "It means raven. And you never told me your name." "I think you know who I am." "Vivian Miller. The American widow my colleagues call Snedroningen." Unfamiliar with the German term, she waited for him to explain. "The Snow Queen. That glorious villain from Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale." "I'm familiar with the story." Still, Vivian went pale. The Germans had given her a nickname that linked her with a morally ambiguous witch who possessed the ability to manipulate ice and snow. They thought her a woman with a frozen heart, living alone in her palace, separate from the world, untouchable in a battle between good and evil. The Snow Queen versus the Raven. The witch pitted against the harbinger of death. Vivian's cold to Von Bauer's hot, her iron will to his sinister agenda. Good versus evil, only one of them surviving the battle. He sat and reached for the water glass with his left hand. She saw it then, the silver ring encircling the third finger on his left hand. The swine was married. Why had she expected anything different? She turned her gaze to her plate, either that or let him see her disgust. In a rush, Vivian saw her future flash before her, the loss of her soul, banishment, ultimately death. All because of this wicked man who'd set his mind on having her. She was not so naive as to think he desired a platonic relationship. "What else do your friends say about me?" "They say." He lifted the water to his lips, drank slowly. "You are a woman who knows how to get what she wants. In that, we are the same." Of course he would think she was an opportunist. Like most men with power, he saw in her what he knew to be in himself. The waiter appeared as if out of mist, and Von Bauer ordered a bottle of champagne from one of the grandest French winemakers. Vivian suspected he received an outrageous discount for the wine, as he did for the sweet he'd stolen from her. She felt dirty, sitting here with such a man. When the waiter returned and poured the golden liquid, von Bauer rattled off their orders, a piece of rare meat for each of them, smothered in crisp pommes frites, the French version of steak and potatoes. Rupert's favorite. Vivian felt even dirtier, the kind of sullied sensation that could never be fully washed away with water and soap.
May I ask why you chose to remain in Paris when so many Americans left?
He leaned forward.
You share this with me, and I will tell you something about me very few know.
Oh, he was a clever one, she thought, curling her hand into a fist and nonchalantly setting her chin on top. Already interrogating her. She sorted through possible responses quickly, choosing, discarding, landing on the simple truth. This is my home.
You mean Paris
is your home?
or the Ritz?
She told herself to remain calm, stick with the truth. Both. She did not expand. He did not press, but again she felt the weight of his stare. Tell me, der Rab, she would never call him DT, too intimate, what brings you to Paris?
I go where my Führer sends me.
She could see the pride dancing in his eyes, thick and bold. A man of ambition, who moved in circles with the most important men in the Third Reich. Adolf Hitler personally sent you to Paris?
I have been assigned an important project in Drancy.
This, here, now, was her opening. The chance to uncover useful information about the Nazi agenda in France. She should take it. She must. She would. She did. I don't know much about that section of Paris. What about Drancy has attracted Herr Hitler's interest? He didn't answer right away, choosing instead to take a slow, measured sip from his champagne coupe. The look in his eyes was not so nice, and Vivian found herself hastily adding, "Never mind. I'm sure it's none of my business." She put an indifferent note to her voice. We have each shared something of ourselves. What next? The change of subject had him lowering his glass. No longer looking suspicious, he gave a slight hitch of his chin.
You see that man over there, 3 tables over? The large one.
Her gaze settled on a fleshy, sweaty man holding court as if he were a Roman emperor and the rest of the diners at his table were his lowly subjects. He guzzled champagne between impossibly large bites of food. He was rather grotesque in his decadence. A young, effeminate man stood attentively behind him.
That is Herr Reichsmarschall Göring, the Führer's second in command, and general of the Luftwaffe Air Squadron.
Adolf Hitler's foremost lackey had finally arrived to take over the imperial suite. The man was not what she would call a model of military fastidiousness. Word was he had a notorious addiction to morphine, among other things. I have heard, she ventured, the Reichsmarschall has a penchant for pretty things.
This is true.
If that was true, were the other rumors as well? Did Göring enjoy wearing women's evening gowns, impossibly high heels, and dancing with his boys? The waiter chose that moment to deliver their steaks. She tucked into her meal with far less enthusiasm than either Hitler's right-hand man or the Nazi at her table. When the plates were cleared, she sat back and retrieved a cigarette from its silver case. She'd barely brought it to her lips, and von Bauer was already reaching to her, lighter extended.
Tell me about your husband.
She didn't want to speak about Rupert and couldn't think why he would want to do so either. She kept her answer simple. He died of a heart attack.
And you never remarried?
No. The light in his eyes changed, turning lascivious and knowing, a man ready to play.
Perhaps,
he began with a sly twinkle,
we should take this conversation upstairs to my suite.
Not tonight. Not ever. I think a drink in the bar first. Of course. He stood, strolled to her side of the table, and helped her stand. She let him guide her out of the restaurant in his nonchalant manner that made the moment seem less significant than it was. It did nothing to erase her nerves, nothing to erase the unsettling feel of his hot hand resting at the small of her back. She resisted making eye contact with the other diners, already knowing what she would see. Curiosity, judgment, and in some cases vindication that they weren't the only ones cozying up to a German. There was jealousy in several pairs of female eyes, a misplaced envy that Vivian had captured the attention of such a beautiful male specimen. How little they knew her. She had no desire to land the role of von Bauer's mistress. She planned only to use this relationship to gather information for the war effort. She didn't let herself think about what she would have to do to get this information. A friendship. That was all. A little flirting, perhaps. Nothing nefarious. Nothing that would dishonor her husband's memory. Already she'd become proficient at lying. Even to herself. They crossed through the reception area where officers mingled with female guests and French women who Vivian knew did not rent rooms in the hotel. The scene was the same in the bar. More officers with their female companions mingling, smoking, most of them drinking Frank's famous bee's knees cocktail. It physically hurt to watch the jeweled hands lightly grazing uniformed arms, to catch the demure glances given through heavily cold eyes. Again she avoided eye contact, somehow especially gutted at the sight of the French actress Arletty, draped on a chaise longue, gazing up at a young SS officer at least 15 years her junior. The woman looked absolutely transfixed, in love, even. Appalling. So many had turned into collaborators, and now Vivian's name would be thrown in among their ranks. She couldn't do this. You have no choice. Except that she did have a choice. She could leave Paris. She could choose self-respect over protecting innocent lives, her own morality, as opposed to turning a blind eye to persecution. And when she thought of the people with so much to lose, she knew she would not walk away. It was inexcusable, the way these invaders took what didn't belong to them. For the moment, men like von Bauer held the power, but maybe not for long. He pressed his lips to her ear.
We're going to have some fun, you and I.
He slipped his fingertip along her bare shoulder.
One roaring good time.
Not tonight, she vowed, flicking a glance in his direction, seeing the reality of what was to come in that bold, unwavering gaze. He was more than a little hungry for her. He was smitten. One step shy of obsession. Her creative attempts at putting him off had only served to make him want her more. A gross miscalculation on her part. Now she would have to pay for her mistake. She forced herself to breathe, and with as much dignity as she could muster, smiled at the man who targeted her for his mistress. Deep inside those cold blue eyes, she saw the brutal end of her life, and something inside her said, "So be it."
Chapter 14. Rochelle. 3rd October 1940, Paris, France. Rochelle wasn't allowed to attend her accounting class. The instructor claimed she missed the deadline for registration. That wasn't the reason, she knew. She'd been denied because she was Jewish. Her once-imagined future was gone, eradicated the day German soldiers marched on Paris, now swarming every part of the city, always with their guns holstered at their belts or their rifles slung over their shoulders. Swastikas taunted from doorways and rooftops, and from treasured French monuments. Signs banning Jews from restaurants and cafes were everywhere. German films played in the cinemas. Strauss and Wagner blared from Radio Paris. And Rochelle, though her job was still secure, knew only quiet despair. She was not alone. Ever since the Vandals targeted the Wozniak's bakery, the mood in the Berman home had dissolved into hushed silences and frowns. The first toss of a rock, and their world had gone grey. And yet Rochelle's father still relied on the goodness of the French people. He believed the anti-Semitic policies were temporary and didn't apply to them. They weren't religious, he argued. They were not affiliated with their local synagogue, or any synagogue, and thus they were safe from the decrees coming down from the Vichy government in their attempt to appease their captors. Rochelle wondered, where were the French people? Hiding in their homes, afraid and panicked they would be targeted next, or simply, conveniently, looking the other way? Not all of them. There was Camille Lacroix, who stood by Rochelle at work. If there was one, there were others. Hope. Rochelle wondered whether that wonderful, slippery, bitter-sweet emotion ever truly died in her heart. Her optimism dropped the minute she sat at the breakfast table and saw the lone hunk of bread. She looked at her mother, the very heart of their family, sitting across from her. Something about the way she held her shoulders, stiff and set at an odd angle, didn't feel right. A sort of waiting hovered in the air. Where is the rest of the family? Basha wanted to get a head start on her sewing. Shulkar is at school, and your father... She paused, looked away, sighed. He wanted to speak with Haskiel Perelman. Why would Papa need to consult with the other tailor? Another decree was passed by the French government. Rochelle's gaze dropped to the slip of paper resting on the scarred table between them. It looked official. She craned her neck, trying to read the words, and gasped at what she saw, written in dark lettering across the top. Statut des Juifs. Law on the status of Jews. What does it mean? There was such sorrow on her mother's face as she pulled the folds of her threadbare wrap tighter around her shoulders, and Rochelle knew whatever was written beneath the caption was not good. The Vichy government has defined what makes a person a Jew. No. Rochelle reached for the paper and, pulling it closer, skimmed the ordinance. Her mother did nothing, absolutely nothing, as Rochelle read the definition aloud. A person belonging to the Jewish religion, or having more than 2 Jewish grandparents, is considered a full-blooded Jew. The ordinance also instructed that all people meeting this description living in the occupied zone must report to their local police station and register as Jews no later than the 20th day of October. All Jewish-owned businesses were required to affix a sign in both German and French by the end of the month that identified them as such. The German term Jüdisches Geschäft at the top, and the French version, Extreprises Juives, beneath. The worst, the very worst, was that the decree came not from the German but the French government. The oily bureaucrats lived in the free zone and yet made rules, laws, for Jews in the occupied zone. Panic constricted Rachel's breathing. Everything she knew that was good and right in the world was slipping away each day Germany held power, and a collaborating puppet government followed their lead. She slapped the paper back on the table. The heat of her humiliation, her fury, shot her to her feet. Surely we won't submit to this. What choice do we have but to follow the laws set before us? There was something very, very wrong about her mother's quiet acceptance, and something hotter than shame in Rachel's heart, fueled by her fury. Rebellion. We resist, Mama. That's what we do. We don't obey. We don't register. We resist, she said again. Her mother sighed. Our neighbors know us by name. They know who we are by the language we speak, by the clothes we wear and the food we cook. They know we are Jewish. One of them will report us to the authorities if we don't do it ourselves. Bitterness was a flood washing through Rachel's veins. Everything that they were, every family member that had come before them, their ancestors, their people, all of it was cast in a dark light, a bruised shade of hate. Then we will escape Paris. We will live under the cover of night and make our way to the free zone. And how will we do this? By train? On foot? There are checkpoints everywhere, where we would be required to show our identification papers. Rachel moved to stand next to her mother, facing her, her fists clenched. We can't just accept this, she hissed, her voice a screaming whisper. Your father will tell us what to do. Rachel's heart went hard as stone, and she had to swallow several times to keep from saying words she could not take back. She was so angry at the situation, at the French government, and yes, also at her father for his blind trust in their silent neighbors. What next? Would her family be forced out of their home? Already they were banned from most businesses. It's not fair. No, it is not. Rachel lowered her head. Her eyes fell on the uneaten piece of toast, and she thought about the restrictions on food and fuel, and even clothing. Necessities that required coupons, and then waiting their turn to purchase even the simplest of items they'd once taken for granted. Your father is head of our mishpocha, our family. He wishes for us to register together, and so we will. When? He will tell us what day. Rachel nodded, immediately feeling a sense of doom. Her eyes shut of their own accord, and the air tightened in her lungs. But she sat back down, and saying not a word, attacked her meagre breakfast with single-minded intent. From beneath her lowered lashes, she studied her mother. She looked so defeated. What can I do to ease your burdens? You are doing it, her mother said simply. You are working at the hotel. The money you bring home is important to our family. Her wages came at a cost. Rachel thought about the treatment she received from the other chambermaids. They made snide remarks, loud enough for her to hear. The slurs had been general at first. They'd become more personal ever since Madame Bergeron stopped calling her Rachel and referred to her only as the Jewish girl. The Jewish girl. The name had stuck, and now the rest of her co-workers looked at her with sidelong glances, never directly, never as if she were a person. Rachel lived with the insults. She just swallowed her anger and humiliation and lived with it. To be fair, not everyone judged her. Some simply ignored her. And then there was Camille, her friend, her one and only friend. Resolve, She felt it move through her all the way to the hotel, where she did what she was told without argument. She cleaned the nasty toilets, scrubbed the dirty floors, changed bedsheets that carried stains better not questioned. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered but the wages she took home to her family. At the end of her shift, arms aching, eyes blurry, she entered the locker room and sat on the wooden bench. She needed a minute. Just a minute before heading home. The door opened, and in walked her supervisor. She came straight to Rachel, saying not a word, giving not a smile, and towered over her with a frustrated glare. Her large frame was hunched with exhaustion. Finally, she said Rachel's name. A first in months, but there was something mirthless in the tone, maybe even a little bitterness. Rachel quickly gained her feet. "I need you to deliver this telegram to a room on the Rue Cambon side of the hotel. It's important you put the envelope in Madame Miller's hand directly. Do you understand?" No, she didn't. This was not a task typically assigned to a chambermaid. But her supervisor was looking at her expectantly. "I'll deliver it right away." "See that you do." This time there was no mistaking the coldness in the woman's voice, a frigid sort of displeasure she didn't try very hard to hold back. Rachel accepted the yellow envelope and rushed out of the room. Madame Bergeron said something low and indiscernible, but her tone sounded biting and full of disgust. It didn't matter, she told herself. She had a job to do. Vivian Miller opened the door with a dramatic flourish, clearly expecting someone else. She was wearing a dress made of green silk with gold thread woven through the fabric. Her hair tumbled past her shoulders in a gorgeous cascade of red curls, kind of wavy and full of dimension. Rachel didn't know what to think of the woman. Camille had only good things to say, and she trusted her friend's judgment. But the American dined with Germans and took tea with women who did the same. She was certainly stunning, almost too beautiful. A light so bright she nearly burned, and Rachel realized she was staring. She cleared her throat. "A telegram has arrived for you." She thrust the envelope into the space between them. "I was told to place it directly into your hand, so, She wiggled the paper. "Here you go." Confusion knit the American's eyebrows, pulling them into an inverted triangle that did nothing to detract from her beauty. "Doesn't a bellman normally deliver telegrams?" Although Rachel was equally baffled, it wasn't her place to question decisions made by management. Not this time. The woman took the envelope, said a sort of, then pressed a tip into Rachel's hand. Her expression turned soft and kind, and Rachel sensed there was at least one person in the hotel besides Camille who saw her as a person, not the Jewish girl, not a nameless chambermaid, but a living, breathing person, separate from her position. There was only one way to respond. "Thank you." On her return journey to the locker room, Rachel tried not to look left or right. She hated this darkened route down the back stairwell. The quiet of it, the emptiness, the way the walls seemed to press in on her. The air took on a heavy feel, cold and slightly ominous, and seemed to creep through her uniform. She shivered, and, unable to stop herself, cast a glance over her shoulder. Had the shadows grown longer? Picking up speed, she continued. She thought she heard a squeak of the floorboards, but another glance told her she was quite alone. Nevertheless, her heart gave a quick stutter behind her ribcage. To distract herself, she reviewed her brief encounter with the wealthy American. Was Vivian Miller trustworthy, as Camille seemed to believe? Was she someone Rachel could trust? The answer was obvious. Rachel trusted no one in the hotel, save Camille. This, she realized, was what it meant to be a Jew living in occupied France.
Chapter 15. Vivian. 3 October 1940. Paris, France. Vivian had tipped the chambermaid generously and sent her away with what she hoped was an unspoken assurance that she meant her no harm. She'd provided enough passports and visas to Jews to understand the sort of discrimination the girls suffered. Every day new ordinances were passed by both the Germans and the French. No longer an appeaser, Philippe Pétain, the leader of the Vichy government, was a collaborator. A sobering reminder of how far France's leadership had fallen into moral decay. Vivian's fingers curled over the telegram, reminding her why the young chambermaid had come to her room in the first place. She stared at the familiar yellow envelope with the Western Union logo. No one from America sent her telegrams anymore, not since Rupert's estate had been settled years ago. Frowning, she slipped her fingernail beneath the envelope's seal and pushed the flap aside. The words Western Union Telegram were splashed across the top of the paper, the bold text all but obscuring the company's logo beneath. The timestamp read, in 1940, October 3, a.m., 10:33. Below that, also in bold type, was Mrs. Vivian Miller, stop. The Hotel Ritz, stop. Paris, France, stop. Vivian scanned the rest of the message and gasped. What? No, this can't be right. She blinked several times, the words blurring, her stomach burning with an emotion she barely understood. The empty, terrible ache had no beginning, no end. Everything she'd built was gone, wiped out with a single piece of paper sent by a Washington bureaucrat. Worse, so much worse, were the innocent lives that would be lost. Individuals, entire families, without a means of escape, without hope. Perhaps she'd misread. Yes, that was it. She'd misread. She took her time on the second pass, digesting each word carefully. Your friendship with high-ranking German soldiers has come to the attention of your government. Stop. Your bank accounts have been frozen indefinitely as we look into the matter of your loyalty. Stop. We request you discontinue all personal relationships with German soldiers until further notice. Stop. Until that time, you will be given an allowance of $500 a month. Stop. William C. Wilson, Assistant to the Secretary of War. Vivian's knees gave out and she crumpled to the carpet, her legs twisting at an awkward angle. She hardly noticed. Her own government had turned her into a pauper, and for what? Because someone had seen her eating in the hotel with the despicable Der Rab and had assumed she'd thrown her lot in with the Germans? The injustice of the accusation burned her throat. The empty, terrible ache throbbed into a dark, bottomless hole inside her soul, swallowing light and time, narrowing down to one question. Who had informed on her? She read the telegram again, seeking a clue to his identity, or hers. This time her mind roiled in a tangle of fury and disbelief. The lack of punctuation was the final gut punch. The American government had seized millions of her dollars and they'd used the word stop instead of periods and commas, all to save money. Punctuation, after all, cost extra. Her legs began to throb and she adjusted her position on the carpet. The anger inside her ran deep, something that maybe had always been there, lying neglected and silent until now. Her father's fists hadn't pulled the rage to life. The snubs and dismissals from Rupert's friends and family hadn't touched it. But this insult, this betrayal, it was too much to bear. A low wail escaped her throat, rocketing through her. Her fingers closed into hard fists. The telegram crumpled under the added pressure. She'd played by the rules. She'd taken her father's abuse, her mother's neglect, and had swallowed the pain of rejection from the social elite. Vivian was done. Just done. She would not let this stand. The U.S. government would not steal what was hers. Someone would hear what she had to say. Someone at the American embassy. And not Archie. He was a mere attaché. She would go to the top, straight to the ambassador himself. With that thought came clarity, and suddenly she knew who'd betrayed her. Mouth set, she found her coat, shoved on her gloves, pinned a hat on her head. Her outrage fueled her out the door and down the hall. She kept her gaze focused straight ahead as she made the journey from her room to the first floor to the sidewalk outside. It was an easy 10-minute walk to the embassy. It took her only 8. She paused at the corner where Place de la Concorde met Avenue Gabriel and took a deep breath. It was still business hours. He would be in the 4-story Chancery building. She'd been here a few times and knew the way. In no mood to play politics, she breezed past the guard stationed at the gate with a quick flash of her American passport. She stopped briefly at the reception desk to state her business, a personal matter, and her destination, the ambassador's office. The man with the clipboard would alert Bullet of her arrival. The click of her heels on the tile matched the staccato of sound in her ears, hammers to nails. Her rapid pace earned her sidelong glances, but again she sailed past the guard stationed outside the ambassador's office with a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. He didn't try to stop her. So yes, the man at the front desk had alerted the ambassador of her arrival. It wasn't until she was pushing into Bullet's inner sanctum that she found real resistance. His secretary scurried around her and barred the way with his skeleton-thin body. "Mrs. Miller, you cannot—" "Oh, but I can." And she did. William Christian Bullet, Jr., the United States ambassador to France, sat behind his massive wooden desk. He did not stand to greet her. He did not even glance up from his paperwork. He was a hard, severe-looking man with a large forehead, dark, unemotional eyes, and thick, bushy brows that seemed always scrunched in a perpetual frown. In his youth he'd been a free thinker and somewhat of a radical. He was a conservative now, and had the aura of a prison warden. He'd held this position since 1936 and, like Vivian, was firmly established in Parisian society. Their paths had crossed often, though they weren't friends. He was once a close friend with President Roosevelt. However, they'd had a falling out when Bullet insisted on remaining in Paris after the German invasion instead of following the French government to Bordeaux to look after U.S. interests there. That had been a mistake on his part. His career was on the skids, and Vivian suspected he'd played a role in her current impoverished state, seeking a way to get back into Roosevelt's good graces. It made the most sense. Bullet ate in the Ritz's restaurant. He swilled drinks in the little bar. He'd been there that first night she dined with von Bauer, and many times before and after. It was the before that she remembered now. Bullet had made a clumsy pass at her. Her skin crawled with the memory of his hot breath on her cheek, the sticky hands on her back. She'd scorned him, and now he'd taken his revenge. Without being asked, she took a seat in the chair facing his desk and cleared her throat. Finally, he looked up.
Mrs. Miller?
He spoke in English, using his upper-crust accent that pegged him as a man from Philadelphia.
I have an enormous amount of work to do before I leave for the day. Important work, you understand. This is a delicate time for our country.
He was trying to give her the brush off. With a flicker of irritation, she sat back, physically settling in. I'll be brief. He, too, sat back as if admitting defeat.
You have 5 minutes to state your business.
I only require 2. She retrieved the telegram and slapped it on the desk. Bullitt didn't even look down. But a change had come over his face. It was that cagey look of triumph that confirmed her suspicions. The rat had informed on her. Now she wanted to hear it from his own lips, those thin, twitching lips he kept firmly pressed together. Vivian marshaled her resentment and pressed on. I received an interesting telegram today. With the tip of her red-lacquered fingernails, she scooted the nasty piece of business across the polished wood of his desk. Any thoughts you wish to share? He pulled the telegram toward him, bringing it closer to the lamp. Vivian waited while he read. When he finally looked up, she saw the unrestrained glee before he masked it behind a bland expression. Oh, yes, this was her guy. And Bullitt was enjoying this moment, thinking he held all the power. Maybe he did. Maybe this was a wasted trip. Even so, Vivian wasn't leaving until he explained himself. You have nothing to say, no explanation to give as to why the American government questions my loyalty?
Perhaps if you dined less often with Nazis and kept to your side of the Hotel Ritz, the American government would trust you more.
Vivian gritted her teeth, feeling a mix of frustration and annoyance. So says the man who also dines with Nazis in this same restaurant nearly every night of the week. Tell me, Bill, were your assets frozen? Were you also turned into a pauper overnight? His mouth opened and closed like that of a gaping fish. Clearly, she'd shocked him with her directness. He recovered quickly and made a scoffing sound deep in his throat.
You are not a pauper, Vivian. Your money sits there, untouched, merely frozen, and lest you forget, you have been given a sizable allowance.
$500 a month is not a sizable allowance. It's an insult.
Many in Paris live on less.
He had a point. But so, however, did she. My money was good enough to fund a hospital for soldiers wounded in battle. The hospital is for French soldiers. America is not in this war. We should be. How am I to continue my various— She paused. Let's call them philanthropic efforts without access to my money. My money, Bill. Not to put too fine a point on this. He sighed and shook his head. Vivian, you must know how your friendship with von Bauer looks to the rest of the world. Do tell. She could not keep the sarcasm out of her voice. How does my friendship look to the rest of the world?
The U.S. government cannot risk your money falling into the hands of a known Nazi. Whether by accident, intentional, or something in between, you will not be allowed to aid the fascist war effort.
Her own government thought her weak-willed at best, capable of treason at worst.
The realization struck like a blow. She wanted to storm out, but she couldn't. Her feet were made of lead, and her voice, when she spoke, came out hoarse and slightly tortured. You know that would never happen. Do I? You have been seen cavorting with the enemy all over Paris. You have not hidden this relationship. You flaunt it in public. I am not his mistress. Yet. She gasped at his audacity. Had she been sitting closer, she would have slapped him for the offense. You go too far. I understand you're upset. He had no idea. Do you know how distasteful it is to live among Nazis? Do you know how humiliating it is to sit with those vipers in their own nests and pretend it is exactly where I want to be? I do this to gather information that I pass on to people who fight in secret. Who are these people? Oh, no. No. You did this, Bill. You turned me into a villain to forward your career. You had told tales about me, adding an ugly spin, no doubt, and have now tied my hands. He sighed, finally, pushing the piece of paper across the desk in her direction. What's done is done. That was all he had to say. She decided to be more direct. How am I to continue helping people escape persecution? Faces flashed through her mind. The ones she'd saved. The ones waiting on passports and visas and identification papers. How? He shrugged, pushing the paper a smidgen closer. It is in your own power to remedy the situation. The instructions are right there in the telegram. I am to discontinue my friendship with high-ranking German soldiers, even though I've explained why I seek them out. Excellent. You know what must be done now, if you will excuse me. Dismissed so casually, Vivian left the embassy with her head spinning, her heart heavy, her resolve growing. There had to be another way to continue her work with the refugees. She would find it, without her extensive bank account or her government's help. When she arrived back in her room, a rush of tears wanted release. She refused to give in to them. Her anger was another matter. That she relished. Let it sharpen her thinking. She had no real money to live on, a mere $500 a month, barely enough to cover her hotel fees. She looked around the room, noting the creases in the pink wallpaper, the scuffs on the furniture, the missing threads in the carpet. The Nazis had stolen her home. They'd stolen her property. The Americans had stolen her money. But it wasn't over. It was never over when a strong woman was pushed to her limit. So she didn't have access to her money. She still had assets, a veritable fortune in this room, but also hidden in another. And that, she realized, was her answer. A private liquidation sale to the very men she'd been accused of befriending. Poetic justice or revenge? What did it matter? Vivian would have the money she needed to continue her secret work. It was not the way she wished to honor her husband's legacy. It was, however, a way to battle the darkness creeping into her heart.
Chapter 16. Camille. October 1940. 18th Arrondissement, Montmartre, Paris, France. Not your fault. Not to blame. The words sounded in time with her footsteps as Camille half jogged, half sprinted up the stairs to her apartment. It was bleak and cold inside the building, and her back was on fire from working 2 shifts at the hotel and another half shift in the bar. Not your fault. Almost 2 months had come and gone since Vivian repeated her mother's words. She'd spoken with an understanding that came from experience rather than empty platitudes, and still Camille regretted confiding in the American. It wasn't that Vivian treated her any differently, yet Camille's throat constricted every time they interacted, her guilt always with her. No amount of kindness could erase the tragedy of her father's death. That was Camille's reality, her truth. She moved deeper into the apartment, her legs hardly steadier than her nerves, and tried not to let the memories come. But they were there, circling around in her head, tethering her to the past. Mouth pressed in a grim line, she moved to the couch, sank down, and leaned her head against the worn fabric. The familiar sound of rat claws told her she wasn't alone. She could hardly muster the energy to care. Every muscle ached with fatigue, and her skull felt stuffed with thick wool. She shut her eyes. An insistent knocking startled her upright, immediately transporting her to that morning when Madame Kaufmann came seeking her help. Camille hadn't thought of her neighbour since. Her brow furrowed, wondering if the woman had been reunited with her son. Camille would never know. That, she realized, was why she'd let herself forget. She simply couldn't bear more bad news. The knock came again. Sighing, she stood, relieved herself of her shoes, and shuffled across the scarred floorboards without making a sound. "Mademoiselle Lacroix, are you in there?" The familiar voice of the concierge sounded strange and oddly urgent coming through the slab of wood between them. "I am here." "Another letter from Dinan has come for you." Her first thought was of Jacqueline, and Camille flung open the door. She had no time to greet Madame Thibaudot before the woman was pushing into the apartment. Her gaze chased over the clutter Camille was always too tired to put into order. She saw the judgment in her landlady's stiffened shoulders. Her audacity was nearly too much, but then Camille noticed the envelope in her hand, and she had a fleeting image of Nazis seizing her sister, of loading her onto a train bound for Berlin, or worse, a containment camp in an undisclosed part of Germany. The worry grew fangs, and all Camille could do was wait out Madame Thibaudot. From experience, she knew she would get nothing out of the woman until she'd taken her inventory. Vaguely, she noticed how the concierge moved through the apartment, confidently avoiding the hazards. The floorboard that stuck out, the carpet's rolled edges. Clearly, she'd been here before, probably more than once, conducting a similar search. Camille could look for another building and, she sighed, confront the same issue. Already stories were running rampant about the corruption of concierges. They collaborated with the Nazis, and were paid well for informing on their tenants. Sometimes they charged their tenants for their silence. Often they played both angles. A nasty business all around. Finished with her inspection, the older woman faced Camille directly, hands parked firmly on her hips, the envelope crushed between her fingers. "You keep an untidy home, mademoiselle. For a professional housekeeper, I would expect better." The insult barely registered. Camille was too focused on the envelope bearing her mother's handwriting. "You mentioned a letter from Dinan? Is that it?" The woman looked down at the balled-up envelope in her hand, gave a little shrug, said, "Oh," and made the transfer with a shove in Camille's general direction. Camille fumbled with the letter, nearly dropping it, and waited for the other woman to take her leave. Her feet remained firmly in place, and so, with her own little shrug, Camille directed her attention to the letter, noting the envelope had been opened with only mild finesse. She wasn't sure if her landlady had read the letter, or the Germans.
Please, maman, may you have not written anything to alert the censors.
She read quickly, relieved to find her mother had been careful, wisely choosing to be vague, almost too vague. Camille wasn't sure what she meant to say. A thin tendril of frustration wound through her mind, into muscle, and even into bone.
Oh, maman.
Trouble at home? Camille flinched at the question. She wasn't sure how to answer. The only thing she was sure of was that her sister needed her. The desire to see Jacqueline again was strong and complicated, a layered feeling that painted every thought with self-reproach. She needed to speak with her mother. Now. That meant swallowing her pride and asking this woman for a favour.
Madame Thibaudot, may I use your telephone?
It seemed the concierge might refuse, but she shocked Camille, agreeing easily, then adding the reminder, "They will be listening." Camille nodded, thinking war made the strangest of allies. "Come with me." Inside her sitting room, the woman pointed Camille to a black telephone sitting on a waist-high bookcase decorated with fancy trinkets. A few she recognized as once belonging to Madame Kaufmann. She wanted to sigh. War might create unexpected allies at unexpected moments, but it also created thieves. In this instance, both were true at the same time. The concierge was neither completely decent nor wholly immoral. Camille picked up the telephone receiver. Angeline answered on the third ring. When Camille identified herself, she said, "You're calling about Jacqueline?"
"Yes."
"Let me get maman." A muffled sound followed, and then her mother's voice sounded in her ear. There was no greeting, just, "Do not come home, Camille. She is already gone." The news came like a punch to the throat. All the air whooshed out of her lungs, nearly choking her.
Too late. I am too late.
She snatched in a breath. Another. Several more.
Gone where?
When? Closer than the facility in Lyon, to a well-known public psychiatric hospital run, for now, by French doctors. How long would that be the case? Anger bled into Camille's heart, joining another emotion already flickering there. Guilt. Always she lived with the guilt. How many times would she fail Jacqueline? Her eyes darted to Madame Thibaudot, who made no pretense of giving Camille privacy. Nevertheless, she had to ask, had to know.
When?
A week ago, Camille. Her mother said patiently, "It's an exceptional facility and close to home. The fees are reasonable, and the doctor is a good man. I made sure of this. She will be safe there." No one was safe in occupied France.
Who is her doctor?
Pierre Garnier. A French name meant Jacqueline was in the care of a French doctor. He could be old, he could be young, competent or not. He could have an agenda, be aligned with the Nazis, as so many were in Paris. People disappeared all the time and never came back. Many feared they were next. With Jacqueline, the fear was very, very real. Camille had left her sister with a man unworthy of that trust. She would not do so again. This Pierre Garnier could be many things. There was only one way to know for certain. Rennes, Brittany, France. After a long week and a half of anxious thoughts, Camille made the journey to Rennes. It had taken some creative negotiating with her two bosses for time off. Now, as she stood on shaky legs before an iron gate twice her height, she wondered if coming had been a mistake. What if she found Jacqueline worse? How would she live with that guilt on top of all the rest? She peered beyond the meticulously tended courtyard, where the Guillaume Renier Hospital loomed large and impressive against the blue sky. A normal-looking building behind the wrought iron fence. No concrete walls, no barbed wire. Just a lovely-looking structure that boasted wide bay windows on the ground floor. No turrets or gargoyles anywhere to be found. Just a pretty ivory facade, and a rooftop that mimicked the buildings in Paris. There were no Nazi guards either, not here at the gate or at the entrance of the hospital. No Nazi flags flew over the building. The morning air was still and calm, and she gave her name to the man at the gate. He checked his clipboard, nodded once, and, smiling, directed her to a narrow door cut right into the fence. She stepped through, then followed the gravel walkway to the visitor's entrance. A woman sat behind glass in the sterile-looking reception area. The walls were white. The sitting chairs were white. The marble floor was white. The woman, however, was dressed in all black, but for her crisp, white shirt. The ensemble made her look as though she'd been plucked from an office building. "My name is Camille Lacroix. I have an appointment with Dr. Gagne." The receptionist referred to a ledger of some kind, her fingertip trailing down the page. "Ah, yes, Camille Lacroix. Here you are." She lifted a telephone, spoke something unintelligible in the receiver, then set it down again. "He'll be with you shortly." "Thank you." Camille avoided the chairs and wandered around. When 1 minute turned to 5, then 7, she sat, stood, walked around again. Then she saw him, a man in a white coat over a charcoal grey suit. He was not what she expected, and her breath came in a quick, sharp rasp. He was so young, past 20 but not yet 30. The lines of his broad shoulders suggested he'd been an athlete once, and his face had the features of a grown man who'd been a rather charming boy. The cut of his jaw was severe but not unattractive, and though there were lines of fatigue around his amber-coloured eyes, there was also kindness in them too. That frustrated Camille on some deep level, a knotted emotion she couldn't quite pass into consumable pieces. There was something otherworldly about the sensation, something that hinted at a deeper emotion she knew not to explore. "Mademoiselle Lacroix?" "Oui, I am Camille Lacroix." The lines around his eyes deepened with his smile. "I'm Pierre Gagne." Again she found herself captivated. She hadn't expected his voice to be so deep and soothing, like a balmy breeze. The thought came from nowhere, and another, equally confounding one followed. There was something upright about this man that brought her comfort. Camille wanted to breathe in his clean, pleasant scent. She'd been surrounded by women for so long, she'd forgotten how pleasant it could be simply to be near a man who saw only her, spoke only to her. He reached out his hand, jolting her out of the dreamlike unreality of her thoughts. His fingers were long and elegant, more suited to an artist than a man dedicated to ministering to the mentally ill. And Camille found herself wishing she'd met him under different circumstances, outside of war and the fear of Nazi bigotry. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Gagne." She took the offered hand, surprised at the warmth curling through her as their palms met. Again, she experienced a sense of safety. It was too much. She pulled away quickly. The abrupt move didn't faze him. "You will want to see your sister. But before I take you to her, I'd like to discuss her condition." This was why she was here. So why did his request, asked in that soothing tone, make her think of Nazis and bright lights and interrogations? "Because you work among monsters who hide their evil behind smiles and veiled leers." It made sense she harboured suspicions, when Jacqueline's future, her very life, depended on this man's goodness. "Of course." "Follow me." He led her through a door she hadn't noticed in her wanderings. They ventured down a long corridor, more doors, another hallway, more doors, until at last he directed her into an office that made her think of a gentleman's study. Warm wood, plush chairs, a desktop full of papers and journals, writing utensils and pads, and books. They were everywhere, on shelves, on the desk, even the floor. "How long have you been a doctor?" The question was out before she could contain it. 7 years. That long? She'd expected half that, and found herself reassessing his age. 30. "Have a seat." He indicated that she take one of the 2 chairs facing his desk. Outside in the hallway, Camille thought she heard voices, but this room was quiet, and again she found herself relaxing as she waited for him to walk around to the other side of the desk. He took the chair next to hers instead. "I know your time is short, so let's get right to it. Tell me about your sister." There were so many ways to begin, so she started with the most important point she hoped to make today. "Jacqueline doesn't belong in a mental hospital." "Where does she belong?" "Home, with me." But did she? Camille's days at the hotel were long and exhausting, and the city was overwhelmed with Nazi soldiers. "I don't know." She hated that she sounded defensive and panicked. "You are defensive and panicked." "My sister isn't crazy." "No, she's not." Who was this man? This doctor who was agreeing with everything she thought she would have to argue against? It was all so easy. A relief even, like a stolen hour with a friend. For a moment, Camille wanted to forget about the ugliness outside this comfortable office, where the world was scary and complicated, and where she carried a stifling guilt that snaked into her dreams most nights. "What's wrong with my sister, Dr. Gagne?" His gaze was suddenly an abyss, dark, unreadable, yet oddly hypnotic. "Let me reiterate, Mademoiselle Lacroix. Your sister is not mentally insane. She is, however, suffering from a malady we are only just beginning to understand. We don't have an official medical term for the condition, but I can tell you that her symptoms are not dissimilar to what we've seen manifested in some soldiers after returning from combat." "Like my father?" "Yes, exactly." He knew. He knew what she'd done and what she hadn't done. Clearly her mother had been subjected to a similar conversation and had shared their family secret. Deep, deep inside her soul, the place where Camille kept everything ugly and shameful, familiar guilt roared to life. "You know how my father died?" "Yes." "And do you know that Jacqueline was there with him when he pulled the trigger?" "I know that as well." His matter-of-fact tone filled Camille with an otherworldly calm. The sensation wasn't based on anything she'd ever experienced before. A need to confess all, every bit of her culpability. "Are you aware, Dr. Gagne, that I left Jacqueline in my father's care that day?" "I am." His eyes never left her face, and in his soft expression Camille saw the woman she wanted to be. She also saw acceptance, and bone-deep understanding, and sorrow. Not for Jacqueline, but for her. Warmth spread in her heart, and she thought she might cry. For years she'd longed for someone to see past her mistake, to the woman underneath. "Mademoiselle Lacroix, I know you are worried about your sister. Considering the world in which we live, your concern is warranted. But the burden of her illness is not yours to bear." "I left her alone with him." "No, you left your sister in the care of her father. Listen to me, mademoiselle. Please." This time, she didn't pull back when he reached for her hand. "You could not have known he would choose that afternoon to take his own life." "I should have known. He seemed well before I left. He seemed happy playing jacks with her, but he wasn't okay. Why didn't I know he wasn't well?" Something came and went in his eyes. Genuine pain quickly blinked away, but Camille had seen it. Then he was placing his other hand on top of hers. One now below, the other above, and she'd never felt more cherished than in that moment, with her hand nested inside his. You couldn't have known, Camille. She broke eye contact and turned her head away, certain he could see her desperate need to believe him. Had I been home, maybe I could have prevented my father's death. You can't know that. She lowered her head, studied their joined hands. She watched him out of the corner of her eye, noting how his midnight hair fell across his brow, how his eyes still showed pain and sorrow. There was a strange intimacy in that look, one that soothed the toxic brew of her worry and guilt. I failed my sister. I believe the tragedy of your father's death left its mark on your sister. But I believe it left one on you as well. She couldn't say more. No one had ever spoken of how her father's death affected Camille, not even Camille herself. Suddenly, she couldn't pull air into her lungs. Let's take a break. He released her hands. We'll visit your sister, and then, once you've seen her, we will finish our discussion. Unfolding himself from his chair, he stood, slowly reaching his full height, which was considerable. She hadn't noticed that before. She let him draw her to her feet. There was a small scar on his left cheekbone. The imperfection on the otherwise handsome face made him seem normal, approachable. He led her out of the office and down a long hallway with tiled floors and concrete walls. She walked slightly behind him, saying not a word, trying not to trip over her own feet as she took inventory of the hospital. She didn't really know what occurred within these walls. Were chains hooked to the walls in some of the rooms? Were there hoses spewing icy cold water? Massive amounts of sedatives swallowed or pumped straight into collapsing veins? As if he could read her mind, Garnier slowed his steps. As she drew alongside him, he said, "We are very progressive in our treatments." Was there truth in his words? Or did he tell lies made of smoke that reflected off mirrors? We provide activities to soothe the troubled minds of our patients. There are games to play and puzzles to solve. The patients participate in crafts, and there is a garden meant for tending. Your sister prefers spending time outdoors. Come, I will show you. They passed an elderly woman dozing in an armchair, her snores low and even. Another worked a puzzle. There was an air of normalcy about her, certainly nothing lunatic, but for her quiet humming. Outside, Garnier pointed Camille to a garden of colourful late-blooming flowers. And there, beneath a pretty pergola, was her sister. Remembering their previous interaction, she approached the girl slowly and sank to her knees. She hardly noticed the sharp bite of a twig beneath her left shin, or the wind that sent her hair in a wild tangle around her face. Her sister was calm, serene even. Jacqueline? The girl looked up, and Camille saw a sister she hardly recognized. Clear eyes, cheeks painted a healthy pink, lips smiling. Camille? Is it really you? It's me. Her voice sounded watery in her own ears, and then they were hugging. Camille had seen the fence surrounding the hospital as a tool to trap her sister. Now she saw a different purpose for the metal and iron hinges. She saw a way to keep the Nazis out. They spoke about the section of garden Jacqueline tended. They discussed the girl's sessions with Dr. Garnier. Each coherent sentence brought a new revelation. After a while, Camille said her goodbyes and followed the doctor back to his office. "Thank you, Dr. Garnier. Thank you for giving me back my sister." He didn't respond right away. "Today was a good day, but there is still much work to be done before she can go home." "How long will it take to cure her?" it's hard to know. And cure isn't precisely the right term. There are new treatments, many of which have been tried with great success on soldiers suffering from battle fatigue.
Camille's mind went to torture tactics, and the sigh she pushed out shook a little. You are referring to drugs, surgeries, and other barbaric practices.
His shoulders stiffened. We practice the most humane treatments, mademoiselle. Drugs sometimes, but only as a last resort. The rest? No, not here.
Camille heaved another sigh, then took a hard swallow, as if working her throat might free the maelstrom of emotion swimming in her head. What if the Nazis take this facility?
Something like resolve came into his voice. Your sister is safe under my care.
With those doctor eyes trained on her, their depths full of meaning, she sensed, she knew, he was saying far more with silence than with his words. But she needed to know. The Germans, they oversee this hospital?
Not yet.
Not yet. But they could. Any day they could seize this hospital and take away the patients. The scene ran in Camille's mind. Her sister being carted away, disappearing into the black void of Nazi policy toward the mentally ill. Distantly she felt her spine straighten, her chin lift, even as images drowned her in a panic so deep it felt as if she were breathing water. Strong hands closed over her shoulders, pulling her back to the now.
Your sister is safe with me, Mademoiselle Lacroix. I won't let them take her.
She closed her eyes, wishing she could believe him.
I vow it to you now.
He took her hands and pulled them to his heart.
I will protect your sister from the Nazis. This is my promise to you.
Camille opened her eyes, and when her gaze landed on his young, handsome face, she saw his truth. I believe you. They spoke a while longer, mostly of the specifics concerning Jacqueline's care. Garnier promised to send weekly progress reports with an agreed-upon code that involved the use of gardening terms. Some of the procedures he suggested came with a fee, and it was Camille's turn to make a vow. You will have everything you need to treat my sister properly.
Chapter 17. Rachel. 20th October, 1940, Paris, France. On the last day for Jews to register at their local police station, at precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, Rachel joined the rest of her family in the entryway of their apartment. They'd shared a silent, pitiful breakfast of stale bread and watered-down tea. An unfortunate start to the day, but what she would remember most was the contrasts. The bright autumn sun streaming through the window, and the solemn mood of their gathering. No one spoke. They'd held off registering until the last possible opportunity, not because they'd needed to coordinate their various schedules, although that had played a factor, but because her father had been adamant they wait, as if putting off the loathsome task would somehow make the law disappear. It did not. There was no escaping what they must do. No escape, no escape, no escape. That was where Rachel's mind went on this bright, chilly morning, where it always went when she thought about the decrees and edicts the Vichy government issued, sometimes daily. Each one aimed at erasing yet another liberty from the Jewish people. Persecution was their way of life now. Citizenship had been rescinded for immigrants like her parents, no matter that they'd fully assimilated. It was criminal what the French authorities were doing to the Jews. And still, Rachel's father believed if they obeyed every new law sent up from Vichy, they would be left alone. He actually, truly believed that if they gave up their weapons and radios and followed their rules and renewed their identification cards to show their ethnicity, if they rode in the last car on the metro, then they would be safe. clinging to a lie and calling it hope. That was what her father had done, was still doing, and what he'd taught the rest of his family to do. Except Rachel. She experienced oppression at her job and could not accept that doing so was right. No longer was she able to serve in the public places within the hotel. Soon, she would have no job at all. What then? Her mother bustled between each of her children in the same way she'd done when they were small, asking unnecessary questions. Do you have your gloves? Your scarves? What about your identity cards? A half-hearted laugh slipped out of Rachel, brittle and dry. Of course they had their identity cards. By law, every Parisian 16 and older was required to carry them, always. As if reverting to the child he'd once been, Schulke spoke in the small, whiny voice he'd adopted back when he was a toddler. I don't see why we have to register as Jews, Papa. We aren't even religious. This is not about religion, Rachel said, before her father could respond. It's our ethnicity that has, according to the Germans, turned us into contemptible creatures. It's not fair. No, their mother agreed, placing her hand on his cheek. If she'd meant to calm her son, she failed. He slapped her hand away with the petulance of the toddler he'd once been. It's stupid. Do not speak to your mother in that tone. Her father had stood silent and brooding prior to Schulke's outburst. Now he wore the mantle of the family patriarch, as austere as the black suit he wore as a sort of uniform. It is for my customers, he would say in his defense, when Rachel questioned the somber color. It is not my place to outshine them, but to make them look their very best. He was clear on this. He'd also been clear about his unhappiness over leaving his shop unattended this morning. So single-minded, Rachel thought, wondering why he only considered the immediate present, never looking to the future. They were here, in this awful moment, still in Paris, undergoing yet another suppression of their basic human rights because he lived moment to moment, always so sure everything would go back to normal once the Germans were defeated. Rachel wanted to feel her father's confidence. She wanted his faith in their neighbours. But she understood, as her father did not, that to be a Jew in Paris was to be dirty, and that she was somehow less than human. She felt it at work, when the other chambermaids turned away at the very sight of her, like she was a stain on their humanity. Basha linked arms with her. We will do this detestable thing today, and then it will be over, and we can go on with our lives. Rachel sighed. Her sister seemed the least upset, and why not? Basha's boyfriend lived with his family in a gorgeous home on the elegant Avenue Victor Hugo. His father was close friends with several high-ranking staff members in the German embassy. I hope you're right. Of course I'm right. I'm the older, wiser sister who is never, ever wrong. Rachel tried to laugh. The sound came out like a choked sob. Ezra Berman placed his hat on his head, reached for the doorknob. We go. They left the apartment single file, her father at the front, her mother at the back, the rest of them in the middle, organized by order of birth. The Commissariat de Police was 7 blocks to the west and 3 blocks to the south of the family's apartment. Already, the streets were crowded with Jews, all heading in the same direction. The throng so thick it looked like a shapeless mass. Apparently, the Bermans were not the only family who'd put off this detestable errand until the last minute. A foreboding swirled in the air, and quiet despair resonated from the crowd. So many unknowns. The weather turned a half hour into their painfully slow journey. Rain oozed from the sky, a fine, cold mist that descended over the streets in a watery grey trickle. The line of Jews pressed on, moving silently in the gloom, their collective breaths huffing, their expressions grim. A truck carrying German soldiers whizzed past, and a spray of water hit Rochelle's cheek. Through the gaps in the crowd, she glimpsed the police station in the distance, where they would present their identification cards and be put on a list. What the authorities would do with that list, well, that was where Rochelle's mind stopped. She glanced at her father's black-clad back as he navigated around pools of dark, muddy water. By the time they drew close enough to see the building's entrance, Rochelle was wet and cold, and she could feel the water dripping past her collar, down the hollow of her spine. She shivered when she saw the men in charge. Not German soldiers, but French policemen. She had not imagined it would be local authorities herding them along. Insult upon insult. With each hour that passed, the crowd grew larger, vying for a spot in the queue and pressing in from every angle. Almost there, she whispered to herself, when they were but a block away, and yet so far. The rain continued to fall, as if the sky was weeping for the people who were being herded along like cattle. Would this endless, humiliating torture never end? The crowd condensed, moving as one solid pack at a pace more suitable for a funeral procession. The foul-smelling web of wet wool and sweating bodies shoved, pushed, and jockeyed for position, as if their minuscule efforts could hurry along the humiliating process. A hard jostle from behind sent Rochelle's feet tangling over one another. For a half-second she lost her balance, and her grip slipped from Basha's arm. With a small gasp, her sister reached for her, caught her just before she dropped to the ground. A pause, a merging of gazes, where neither spoke of the despair in their hearts. Rochelle's gratitude shuddered past dry, cracked lips in two simple words. "Thank you." For a fleeting moment, Rochelle allowed herself to close her eyes. Not to pray, she didn't have those words in her head, but to gather her inner fortitude. Basha's voice fell over her. "Don't worry, sister. We'll get through this together." Together. As a single unit, the entire family rounded the final corner. Together. Once again, there were no German soldiers on the street, only French policemen in their blue tunics and stiff kepi hats, keeping order among the crowd with pokes from their batons. The sound of laboured breathing had Rochelle looking to her mother. Ilka Berman's lips were raw from biting them, and when she tried to smile, her skin pulled apart the cracks, releasing small droplets of blood. Rochelle was suddenly too tired to feel anything but love for this small, frail woman on the verge of breaking. Everything in her softened, and she looped her arm over her mother's shoulders. She stole a discreet glance at the policeman closest to them. As if sensing her eyes on him, the tall, gawky man leaned forward, shoulders bunched, and looked straight at her. Panic seized her. The sensation felt as though a noose had been cinched around her neck and pulled too tight. She shifted in front of her mother, shielding her from the official's direct line of vision. The move proved a mistake. Her grip slipped, and then her mother was gone. Just gone. She spun in a circle, searching. Where was her father? Her brother? Basha? Helplessness washed over Rochelle. There were too many of them to keep track of in this crowd. They should have prepared for this eventuality, should have planned better. She reached out frantically, shouting her mother's name first, her father's, the others. She lifted onto her toes, and there, up ahead, were her father and brother. Where were the others? Her name, she heard someone calling her. It was Basha, half a block behind her. Her mother was there too, waving a hand over her head, calling her back. But her father, her brother, what to do? Hurry ahead, or push her way backward through the crowd? Back, definitely back, to her mother. With each step she took, she was shoved two more in the wrong direction. People shouted at her in an angry tangle of languages, French being only one of the many. Nevertheless, Rochelle persevered. She pushed and pushed until she could go no more. The crowd had grown too thick, as immovable as a brick wall. Rochelle had no other choice but to wait for her mother and sister to catch up, knowing that her father and brother were moving farther ahead. She breathed a sigh of relief when Basha's hand touched her shoulder, and her mother's smile fell onto her face. The rain stopped suddenly, and the sun came out in a hazy halo of splintered light through the trees. Heat and humidity circled up from the sidewalk, wrapping them in a damp, oppressive blanket. The 3 Burman women were reunited with the rest of their family mere feet from the police station's entrance. There were no hugs exchanged, no warm greetings, but the relief was there, almost palpable in the small, tentative smiles that spread among them. Inside the building, they approached a long wooden table where a man wearing wire-rimmed glasses sat perched on a ladder-back chair. A variety of official-looking papers lay in neat, organized piles, and there was an expression of hatred on his face so fierce that Rochelle felt his animosity deep in her bones. The collection of fichiers, files, on his desk was extensive, no doubt gathered throughout the day. That stack, coupled with the man's scowl, established, without a doubt, that the French police were nothing but a collection of Nazi sympathizers, here to do their occupiers' bidding. Already they proved themselves deadly efficient as they hustled whole families through the registration process. The man directed her father to present his identification card first. Her brother was next. Her mother. Basha. Then it was Rochelle's turn. As he'd done with each of her family members, he compared her face to the picture on her identity card, then said in a flat, hard tone, "State your name." "Rochelle Burman." He shuffled around a stack of papers, clearly for show, then plucked one free from the top and set it directly in front of him. "Age?" 19. She gave her address next. "You live alone?" "No, with my parents, Ezra and Ilka Burman." More shuffling of papers, presumably to compare the address she'd given him to the one her father had also given. The distrust was astonishing, as if being born Jewish made them liars. "Are you currently employed, Mademoiselle Burman?" "I work at the Hotel Ritz." His head snapped up, and his gaze thinned with obvious suspicion. "You are allowed to interact with guests." Rochelle thought of Vivian Miller and their brief interaction a few weeks ago that culminated in a substantial tip. "I do not speak directly with the guests." The lie slid easily off her lips, mostly because it was based in truth. "I am allowed to clean the rooms on the Rue Cambon side of the hotel, and only when they are empty." "What is involved with cleaning these rooms?" She kept to the basics. "I enter when the room it is empty. I proceed to scrub the floors and toilets. I either replace or refresh the towels in the lavatory, depending on their condition. I change the bed linens, dust every surface, and vacuum every floor." "And when there are no rooms to clean?" "I work in the laundry room." For a long, tense moment, he said nothing. A beat passed, and then another. At last, he glanced back at the form he'd been filling out, made several notations. "One final question." Rochelle swallowed, trying unsuccessfully to untie the knot in her throat, and waited. "Where were you born?" The answer was in front of him, written on her identity card. "Paris." He nodded, then reached for a file folder, a red one, the color of blood. Rochelle felt the sting of fear as she watched him place the form with her information inside the folder, then write her name on the tab. Her brother's information had gone into a grey folder, her father's into a black one. The forms belonging to her mother and sister were set inside yellow files. Rochelle realized there was a system in place, a sort of cipher, with a simple encryption based on the color of the folder. Rochelle's mathematical mind easily cracked the code. French citizenship obtained by legal means didn't matter to these men, nor did they seem concerned with address, occupation, or social standing. That had been for record-keeping mostly, and perhaps an intimidation tactic. The point of these interviews was to classify every Jew by gender and origin of birth. Men born in France went into one category, immigrants into another. Women were classified in a similar way. But why? What reason was there for these distinctions? What, Rochelle wondered, did they plan to do with this information? It was a question she hoped never came with an answer.
Chapter 18. Camille. 15 December 1940. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Over the next 2 months, Camille remained preoccupied with worry over Jacqueline. Dr. Garnier kept his word and sent weekly reports, though he disguised them in chatty letters about his life in Rennes, more friend to friend than doctor to patient's concerned sister. In those letters, Camille discovered a clever wordsmith. The descriptions of Rennes made her wish to visit the city and see its beauty with her own eyes. His letters were full of wit and charm, and he was vigilant with his reporting on Jacqueline's health, usually one of 3 vague phrases. Camille preferred the happiest, "We continued to see progress," over the less than positive, "Matters are no worse," or the most dreaded, "Challenges remain, but do not fret, Camille. This is common." He never requested money, not even when he mentioned a new treatment he'd discovered, often couched inside a phrase about tending his little garden, a direct reference to Jacqueline. Camille sent what money she could anyway. Yesterday's report had included the happiest of the 3 missives, and so, feeling less anxious than most nights, she stood in the hotel bar, half hidden in shadow. Blinking through the gauzy haze of cigarette smoke, she watched the crowd with detached aversion. How did Vivian stand the noise, the foul smells, the high-pitched laughter? Some of her disgust must have shown on her face, because Frank approached her with a censorious scowl. "Try to keep your thoughts off your face, Camille. You are supposed to blend in, not draw attention to yourself." She shut her eyes, pushed down images of Jacqueline, and replaced them with the doctor who'd given her hope, and adopted the approximation of a serene smile. "Better?" "Marginally." She readjusted her stance, and glanced over the room again, past the smoke. Her eyes landed on Vivian, and that detestable German. Why him? Why allow a known Nazi to woo her when she could have any man in France? "Don't judge her too harshly." Camille startled at Frank's admonishment. "I wasn't judging her." Obvious skepticism lifted his eyebrows. "No." "Well, yes, maybe I was. She deserves more than what a man like him can give her." Frank didn't argue the point. "She has her reasons." Camille couldn't think what would motivate such an unholy alliance. Too many women had chosen a similar route, disappearing into a comfortable life vastly different from the early days of occupation. At first they'd stumbled about, eyes blinking in disbelief at the strange new world thrust upon them. But then, life at the Ritz had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Parisian women dined with hard-eyed Nazis. They met each other for lunch and gossiped about the ones missing and ignored the fact that outside these hallowed walls, Paris was not back to normal. Anything but. Laws were passed that forced Jews to register and prohibited them from certain professions like law, medicine, teaching. Even Rachel was relegated to serving solely in the laundry. She was no longer allowed to venture into guest rooms, not even to change soiled towels and straighten rumpled bed covers. If only Camille could shield her friend from the prejudice and ill treatment she received from their co-workers. She stood up for her when she could, but it wasn't enough. It's not right. Frank misunderstood her meaning. What would you have her do? Would you have her stay in her room and what? Read the night away? Yes, she thought. Vivian should not be among these vipers. But she said, no, and covered her mouth to hide a yawn. It just seems like an empty way to fill time. Again, I will caution you, mademoiselle, from jumping to conclusions. At least she is not alone. But she is alone. How did he not see this? Look at her, Monsieur Meyer. At all of them. Their laughter and gaiety. It's not real. It's forced. To watch them now, with their hands wrapped around German arms and the desperate glee in their eyes, was to witness a charade of the worst kind. They pretended the men courting them were not the enemy. Most were French women, a few Americans like Vivian, but there were also sleek blonde German secretaries assigned to administrative work in Paris. The Nazis in their SS uniforms, they understood it was a new day, a new world, where they were in charge. The victors playing a joke on the rest of them. Their eyes were watchful, while their mouths curved with a hint of amusement. Some of the women were their equals, dangerous and capable of conforming their ideals with the men they took to their beds. Camille hoped Vivian knew which were which, and whom to avoid. Stop gaping, Frank told her, his voice curt. Here, take these used napkins to the laundry, then deliver this package to Madame Miller's room. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed a nondescript envelope concealed inside the bundle of soiled linens. Place the packet in the top right-hand drawer of her writing desk. Camille nodded. Touch nothing. She nodded again, knowing what was expected of her. In the past few weeks, she'd performed similar errands for the bartender, always to Vivian's room on the Rue Cambon side. Always an envelope that held what she suspected were identity cards, possibly forged, maybe not. She never looked. What she didn't know now, she couldn't be forced to tell later. But then an idea struck her. If Vivian was supplying false papers, could she not do so for Rachel and her family? Once you're through with this chore, Frank continued, you may go home. And Camille, drawing conclusions on insufficient information is never wise. Things aren't always as they seem. Remember that the next time you glance over the guests and think you know who they are, or why they behave the way they do. Oui, monsieur. Sufficiently reprimanded, Camille collected the bundled linens and left the bar without a backward glance. Once inside Vivian's room, Camille was, as always, struck with the lack of luxury compared to her former suite. Was that the reason she allowed the Nazi to seduce her? So that she would have access to the room that hid her valuables behind a heavy armoire? It was a terrible thought to have about a woman who'd shown Camille favour. Quickly now she moved to the writing desk and put the package away, as Frank instructed. Behind her the door opened, and Camille heard the click-click of high heels. She glanced over her shoulder and met Vivian's gaze. The woman looked brooding, angry even, until she saw that it was Camille in her room, and her expression relaxed. Spinning fully around, Camille stood under the unwavering gaze, her hands clasped at her waist. For several moments, the American divided her attention between Camille and the desk. Camille, the desk. Something in her eyes, a wariness, told her not to ask about identity cards and favours for a friend. She would ask later. That much Camille promised herself. Still watching her, Vivian took a quick draw on the cigarette in her hand. The overhead light was bright and quite unkind, in that it showed Vivian's true age. The gold streaks in her red hair tended toward ash, and the 40-plus years that had come and gone had left their mark in the small, permanent creases at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Camille then realized she had yet to explain why she was in the room. Frank sent me to deliver a package. Vivian nodded, her gaze locked on Camille, and then she went on the move. Camille followed her path across the room with her eyes, expecting the other woman to retrieve the package, though she'd never done so before during one of these exchanges. Vivian did indeed sit at the small writing desk, but she opened a different drawer and pulled out a different envelope than the one Camille had deposited only moments before. "Read this," she said, keeping her voice neutral and a little distant. It was the distance that made Camille's heart palpitate. With shaking fingers, she teased open the envelope and retrieved the piece of paper inside. The words were in a foreign language, and completely unintelligible to a woman who spoke only her native tongue, as far as anybody knew. "I can't." Her face heated with embarrassment. "I only know how to read French." She didn't mention her proficiency in the German language. Some secrets were best kept to herself. "Right. Pardon-moi. I wasn't thinking." Vivian took the paper. "This," she waved the yellow slip in the air, "is from the American government, and explains why I make nice with the detestable Nazi who has captured my suite for himself." Camille remembered Frank's warning. "Things aren't always as they seem. The U.S. government believes I am a willing collaborator with the Nazis." She said this as if the very idea tasted vile in her mouth, and Camille felt a moment of raw shame. Had she not believed the same? Was that not the reason Frank had rebuked her? "My own government has frozen my bank accounts because they believe, and I paraphrase, that my money will somehow fall into enemy hands." She snorted, as if I am some idiot woman incapable of protecting what is mine. Camille couldn't blame Vivian for the bitter tone. Oh, indeed." Frowning, she jumped to her feet and paced the length of the room, her breath coming in fast, angry snatches. "I will be manipulated by these evil men. This is what they say to me, what they think of me." She paused, took another pass across the floorboards. "So now I am to be given a pitiful allowance." Vivian continued moving, her arms pumping, her face pale and furious. "I will not see a dime over $500 a month of my money, until I prove my loyalty." Camille watched Vivian pace, her own lungs burning with outrage on the woman's behalf. "What will you do?" "What I must." Camille said nothing. She didn't understand why Vivian was telling her this. Except maybe she did. The woman had been put on an allowance that couldn't possibly be enough to maintain her current lifestyle. Much would have to change. Economies would have to be put into place. There would be no more extra work for Camille, no more generous tips, no more special treatment of any kind, and certainly no favors for a friend in need. "Will you have to move to another hotel? Or return to America?" "I cannot. Not yet. Too many people rely on me." She didn't explain further. Camille didn't need to hear the details. She knew about Frank's gambling business. Everyone knew. His forgery operation was not so well known. And now Camille understood without a doubt that Vivian was involved in the latter. "How will you manage?" "There are ways. I have many items of value still in my possession, and, as you know, more in my former suite." Camille remembered helping Vivian stow away her valuables in her former suite, hidden from the man living there now, the man she allowed to court her. "My value is more than money. I know how to make friends with powerful men." She gave Camille a meaningful look. "In this instance, I must become close to the Nazis. Not all of them, not even two of them, just—" She stopped, looked down at her feet, shook her head. "One. I shall make him my very special friend." Camille was not so naive as to mistake her meaning. Vivian intended to become von Bauer's paramour, to use him as he would surely use her. It would be dangerous, and a terrible, awful way to serve the people who relied on her. Her mind searched for a proper response. You are going to allow that Nazi to make you his... She couldn't say the word. She didn't have to. Yes. You will be hated by many. Vivian took another turn around the room, a short journey that ended almost as quickly as it began. I have thought this through. I can no longer put off the inevitable. She moved to stand before the mirror. The thoughtful expression did nothing to minimize her beauty. I have been given tools with which to fight this war. It's time I utilize them. I don't like it. There is no more holding him off. He grows impatient. It is now or never. I don't understand. But she feared she knew exactly what Vivian meant to do. My relationship cannot only appear real. It must be real. Her look of absolute dread did not match the statement. This is where you come in. I need your help, Camille. She repeated her earlier words. I don't understand. I want you to start a chain of gossip among the staff. You will give details of my liaison with von Bauer, only a few, most of them vague. Your co-workers will come to the right conclusion. Camille was appalled. I don't gossip. You know this. It's why you brought me into your confidence all those months ago. Taking her hands, Vivian held her gaze. Your integrity is one of your most endearing qualities, as is your loyalty. I ask for both now. You will spread this rumor for me. Everyone must believe I am von Bauer's willing paramour, including your friend Rachel. She, more than anyone, must believe I am, for all intents and purposes, what some call a horizontal collaborator. Why must I spread these lies? They won't be lies. It was exactly what Camille had not wanted to hear, and everything she'd feared. If the staff is gossiping about me, the guests will eventually hear the rumors. The power of a good scandal has no social boundaries. Word will get out about my relationship and eventually circle around to von Bauer, who will see this as confirmation of my affections. This plan of hers made a strange, awful, horrible sort of sense, except for one small portion. But Rachel, Camille said, surely she doesn't need to believe these lies. There you are wrong. A woman willing to become a Nazi's mistress cannot befriend a Jew. Not even by way of a friend of a friend. It's too dangerous. For you. For us both. It would not be wise to shed unnecessary attention on the girl. She was right, of course. Still, Camille pulled her hands free, her teeth grinding together in frustrated agony. You've truly thought this through? I have. You are certain there is no other way? You will help me? She nodded. But in truth, she wasn't sure her participation was needed. The staff already gossiped about Vivian, and many of the others who slept with Germans. When she said as much, Vivian took both her hands again, this time in a grip so gentle that mist had more substance. If I am to do this terrible thing, I need to know that someone sees me, the real me. Not the Nazi's mistress, or a vapid woman seeking her own comfort and luxury at the expense of her morals. The wording made Camille wince. You are sure there is no other way? Perhaps if she asked the question enough times, Vivian would eventually give a different answer. My course is set. So, Camille, you will be my ally in this ugly business. Camille made her mind go blank. It was all she could do. It lasted only a moment, then, what about Frank? Will he know? Only you. She squeezed Camille's hands. I trust only you. Another burden laid upon her shoulders. I hate that people will think badly of you, and I won't be able to correct them. Vivian released her. Having you on my side will take some of the sting away. Would it be enough for the widow, living a lie with only one true ally? Camille didn't think so. If the Germans lost this war, and they must, what would become of her? Would collaboration be labelled as treason? Would she be tried and hanged? Perhaps her clandestine work would outweigh sleeping with the enemy. Vivian would do this, Camille knew, with or without her help. She could not, in good conscience, let her walk into a viper's nest alone. All right, I'll do it. Tell me what I am to say. It took fewer than 3 days for the rumour to spread through the staff. A journey full of expected and unexpected twists. Each lie grew in depth and size, gathering momentum. At regular intervals, Camille, coached by Vivian herself, added a few half-truths. Others added their own, attaching salacious details that shocked Camille when the stories wound their way back to her. Apparently, Vivian Miller spent the night in her former suite with its current occupant every night. Not true. She wore diamonds stolen from wealthy Jews. Possibly true, though Camille prayed it wasn't. And there was more. Always more. On the 3rd day, when she and Rachel were walking home, her friend asked, "Is it true? Has Vivian Miller become the mistress of a Nazi?" Yes. The worst part was that Camille knew it was no longer a lie. "I thought you said we could trust her." Camille took a long, deep breath, the sound rattling in her lungs. I was wrong. It hurt to say the words, but say them she did. She would not, could not take them back, no matter how disgusted Rachel looked receiving the news, and no matter how awful Camille felt telling the lie.
Chapter 19. Vivian. 2 March 1941. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Vivian negotiated the long stretch of hallway that would bring her straight into a world of luxury and Germans and tried not to think about the gossip. Camille had done her job well, and now everyone suspected she was von Bauer's paramour, both in word and deed. They were only half right. She spent her evenings with him, in the restaurant, the bar, at the opera house, private parties, and other events that required a woman on his arm. She'd shared kisses with him, allowed a little petting, only a little, but she hadn't been physically intimate with the man. Tonight that would change. She'd toyed with von Bauer's affections too long, a miscalculation on her part. The teasing had made him more desirous of having her for his own. Only last night his kisses had carried a hint of something deeper than liking or even love. Obsession. She felt it. The profound loneliness of her life. Every step that brought her closer to von Bauer brought a resounding echo of random things she remembered about her husband. The smell of his cologne, the sandpaper of his laugh when she said something clever, how she buried her head in his chest when they sat in a chair together. She'd made him work to win her. Not so different from what she was doing with von Bauer, but where the Nazi wanted only to possess her, Rupert had demanded nothing but her heart. Her feet completed the remaining steps to the restaurant. It was an odd world inside the Hotel Ritz, one half dedicated to the private indulgences of German soldiers, the other open to the public. There'd been a time when Vivian had been desperate to earn the favor of expats living inside these walls. She thought her money would buy her way into that select group of artists, writers, film stars, and fashion designers. It had. But her beauty had foiled her, making her competition for the women and a prize to be captured by the men, as if she were a pretty piece of art. Something to be pulled out and admired, then set back in its case. She'd always despised being treated as an object. It had made her feel cheap and unlovable. And now, none of that mattered. Tonight she would use the humiliation for a higher good. At the restaurant's entrance, she met von Bauer's eyes across the room. A half-smile played at his lips, and Vivian felt a sickening roll in her gut. The ghost of her greatest love crowded into the moment, offering comfort, strength, the nudge she needed to take the next step toward what she knew would surely be the end of her. She shut her eyes for the briefest of moments, and when she opened them again, she was moving toward him. Her dress was silky and cool against her bare legs, and no stockings for her. A small rebellion that kept her apart from the others who defied the ban on silk. Vivian halted at the edge of the table. She could see von Bauer's face clearly, hard as stone and full of possessiveness. He stood, hand outstretched, palm up, waiting for her to answer his silent call. She felt the tension between them, a tether that drew her into his trap. She took his hand and watched, distantly, sickeningly, as Der Rab pressed her knuckles to his lips. The next few minutes were filled with their usual round of empty pleasantries. He complimented her dress, her face, her hair, all while he pulled out her chair, found his own, and snapped his fingers above his head. Vivian felt the intrusion of the waiter, and then, within seconds, she was holding a champagne coupe filled with the finest of French wines, and Hans Dieter was making his customary toast. To a memorable night. She wanted to roll her eyes. Could he not come up with something new and original, a few words of substance? But that would make him more than what he was. Perhaps even likable, a man with a bit of depth. That, she realized, would make matters so much worse. Better that he be predictable and possessive and chauvinistic. As was his habit, he ordered for her. Mussels for the first course, a plateau de fromage next, sea bass for the main entree, crème brûlée to finish. Vivian's stomach complained at the thought of all that rich food, followed by a decadent dessert, but they were in Paris, and Der Rab was a man prone to indulging himself. She still hadn't figured out his secret for staying so fit. Over coffee, he took a long, languid puff from his cigarette and asked her about her day. It was a version of the same conversation they had following every meal they shared. But tonight... Oh, there were so many ways to answer, and yet, really, only one. It was nothing special. A lie. She'd met with another Jewish family in need of papers, and Frank had insisted she try a different forger because he'd heard rumors her usual man was being followed by the Gestapo. I had my hair done and bought a new dress. I read a magazine. How was your day? He brought the cigarette to his lips again and puffed, inhaling deeply this time, then releasing it with a long, drawn-out breath. He appeared calm, but Vivian could tell he grew impatient. She watched the curl of smoke float toward her, feeling it curl around her and filtering through her nose into her lungs, deep into her blood. Her head swam.
but she held his gaze, watching him watch her, and she had the strangest conviction he knew exactly what was in her mind. And yet he didn't appear overly concerned that she didn't much like him. Her disdain seemed to make him want her more. She must do better, she told herself. Smiling just a little, not too much, she took a sip of champagne. When it hit her mouth, the liquid burned on her tongue, flamed down her throat, and she had to fight the urge not to cough. She barely flinched. This was not her first night of deceit. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, but then cleared as he pushed back from the table. "We will finish this upstairs." Vivian's nerves sank like a bow pulled across a violin string. He noticed her hesitation. "One drink, without eyes watching, judging. I do not like how others look at you, what they say about you. It does not reflect well on either of us." She wanted to be flattered. She wanted to feel something. But his face was very still as he spoke, almost unnaturally so, except for a vein beating at his temple, signaling more was happening under the surface. A kind of mute, frozen temper that wanted only a poke to find release. To appease him, she gave a slight shrug and took his offered hand. "What they say doesn't matter." "It matters. I will not have your name bandied about like a common harlot's. You are much more than that, Vivian." A smile, she told herself. Give him a smile to show your gratitude for his advocacy. "We will have that drink and then—" He, too, smiled, the look of a snake charmer in his watchful eyes. "The rest of the evening will be up to you." This was it. The inevitable moment when she crossed the proverbial line. Look behind you, Vivian. You already passed that marker when you pulled Camille into your scheme. Could she take the final step? Did she have a choice? Vivian thought of the pretty French maid and the other lost souls relying on her. She thought of the American government and the nameless men deciding her fate with the swipe of a pen and the seizure of her money. They would not stop her. She would continue helping the innocent, but she would do it on her terms, her way. That's what she told herself. What she almost believed. Almost, but not quite. As you wish, dear Rob. We will have that drink in your suite, and then we shall see where the night leads. Though it pained her to do so, she gave him a flirty wink. His rumble of laughter would have been appealing if only she liked him more. On legs that felt numb, she allowed him to escort her out of the restaurant. She was aware of the surreptitious looks and the whispers that weren't really whispers. Vivian tuned them out and wondered if he did the same, or if he was keeping a record of the people who dared to gossip about them. She watched him from the corner of her eye. He held silent, spine erect, eyes forward, face clear of expression, until they were well on their way to his suite, her suite, and he looked over at her with his blue eyes narrowed. "Does it bother you?" he asked. "The gossip." He'd rendered Vivian speechless, and she wondered if he truly cared about her feelings. "It doesn't bother me." It was not a lie, not completely, not anymore.
Even if she had not played her role in starting the rumors about their liaison, she would be immune. Good. This is good. He led her along. A deep breath on her part, squared shoulders on his, a hand to her back, a ride in the elevator. The next thing she knew, they were stepping into the marbled entryway of her former suite, and he was closing the door behind them with a soft click. If he asked her if she wished to stay the night, she would tell him yes. Not yet. For now she looked around what had once been her home. It was the same, but different. Not a single piece of clothing was strewn on the floor or in a chair, not a piece of furniture out of place. In truth, there was no sign of Von Bauer at all, which told Vivian 3 important pieces of information. 1, he was as fastidious with his personal belongings as he was with his personal grooming. 2, the housekeeping staff were even more efficient under German occupation than they'd been before the enemy had confiscated the Place Vendôme side of the hotel. Finally, Der Rab was so very German, down to the last exacting fiber of his being. This was good information to have. A strong grip on her shoulders from behind cut off the rest of her thoughts. He held her a little bit too hard as he turned her around to face him. His height was impressive. Even in her 5-inch heels, she had to crane her neck to look into his pale blue eyes. What she saw made her wish she hadn't. That look she'd seen in her father. Der Rab said the rest of the evening was up to her. He lied. He would get what he wanted. A fait accompli. Her will, her choice, neither would matter to him. But they mattered to her. She was not without skills of her own. She would make him work for tonight. For her. Therein lay the control, the power. His face leaned toward hers, close, closer, closer. Now, she told herself to move now. With a small flirtatious smile, she slipped from his grasp and took a slow turn around the room, running her fingertip along a table, the edge of a chair, over to the ornate writing desk where she'd once kept her memories, personal letters, and forged documents for desperate refugees. Here, she noted ironically, were the first signs of the Nazi officer, in the pile of papers perfectly aligned next to a stack of ledgers, pencils in a cup, fountain pens, a letter opener. All the accoutrement that belonged to a serious man assigned to conduct serious business. She thought him a soldier. Now she wondered, just what did this man do for the Third Reich? She would make it her job to find out and pass on the information. He could have her body and use it for his own purposes, all while her mind worked against him, gathering what she could of his life as an SS officer. "You are satisfied with your accommodations?" she asked, noticing that her voice was strained, and no, that would not do. "I apologize. It's none of my concern." She gave a jaunty toss of her head. "You mentioned a drink?" "So I did." The low laugh rumbling from his throat could not hide the flaring blue fire of lust in his eyes, but he cooperated and poured amber liquid into 2 brandy snifters. A tiny, rueful smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as he handed her one of the glasses, keeping the other for himself. They each took a sip, and Vivian knew, if she wanted to retain any self-respect, that she must control the inevitable, if only in the small way of being the first to initiate her ruin. She set down her glass, took his. The masculine hunger in his eyes grew deeper and more feral as she slid her fingertips up his arms, along his shoulders. She traced the edge of his jawline, scratching the barely perceptible stubble, rough beneath her nails. Lifting onto her toes, she closed the space between their mouths and asked in a husky whisper, "Am I standing too close?" If she'd meant to unravel his self-control, she'd failed. He gripped her hair, tugged hard, pulling her face from his. "What game is this you play?" Vivian made a helpless noise in her throat, one she hoped he misunderstood as willing submissiveness rather than fear. "I do not play games." Truth, wrapped in a lie coated with deception. His fingers tangled in her hair and dug in deep, and this time it was he who commanded the next move, she who followed. She knew what to expect, however. Her mind recoiled from what was happening to her, taking her somewhere safe. She hid her true self in that place, shrouded behind a milky veil, a place wholly separate from reality and this man. He could have her body. He could not have her mind nor her soul, and especially not her heart. When he was through, when it was done, she stayed beneath the shrouded mist in her mind for another 5 minutes. Tears hung in her throat, razor-sharp, but she did not let them come. She was not a young woman. She'd made bad decisions in her youth. Derab brought out the worst in her. Full circle, she thought as she abandoned the ruse of sleep and padded across the room to the lavatory, or, as the French called it, le toilette. Alone, after the door clicked shut behind her, Vivian forced herself to look at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes glinted with self-loathing, and she wiped the back of her hand across her mouth again and again and again, but nothing could relieve her of the shame. The pieces of her soul were too jagged to put back together. Pushing her fingertips against her forehead, she realized she had nothing to show for her sacrifice. She hadn't gotten a single piece of information out of Derab, nothing that could help the war effort. But the night wasn't over. All was not lost. Exiting the lavatory, she found von Bauer had moved to the parlor. He was dressed in a robe, lounging in an ornate chair that Rupert had purchased for her in Milan. He appeared perfectly at home, as satisfied as a jungle cat the day after an important kill. Not quite meeting his eyes, she went to the wardrobe and grabbed one of his shirts, shrugged it over her head. Most men considered the move a sign of intimacy shared. How easy they were fooled. As if he could hear her thoughts, his cold blue eyes slid to the door, then back to her. "You are very good at this." "You would prefer an innocent?" He sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I think you know the answer to that." She did. He'd chosen her when others would have sufficed. A mature woman, with life experience and, for all he knew, deep pockets. "Come here," he ordered in the voice of a man with only half his hunger quenched. She obeyed, wondering if he knew he'd just revealed something of himself, something underneath the Nazi. His desire for her was a weakness she could exploit. For months, he'd waged a war to get her into his bed, and now that he'd succeeded, Vivian would use his insatiable hunger for her to defeat him at his own game. A battle, with the outcome not yet decided.
Chapter 20. Rochelle. April 1941. Ezra Berman's tailor shop, Paris, France. Winter brought heavy snow that lay thick on the streets, and unseasonably low temperatures that strained the city's resources. Electricity failures and enforced blackouts were common, sending even the heartiest creatures scurrying for shelter. As January turned to February, and February crept into March, the air remained frigid, and ice formed on the inside of the Bermans' apartment windows. The mood in Paris was as miserable as the weather. The occupiers were ruthless with their rules. The French police were worse. Men in blue tunics positioned themselves alongside the grey-green uniformed Germans. They were everywhere, questioning people in the streets, conducting random searches of people's homes. The curfew was tightened to 8 p.m. again, for all Parisians, not just Jews, and yet vandalism of Jewish businesses remained frequent and unchecked. The Wozniak's bakery had been only the first. Ezra Berman came home every night with tales of another business falling prey to vandals and ruffians, looking to loot as much as spew their hate. Thus far, his tailor shop had been spared. How long would that continue? The mood at the hotel had changed, at least toward Rochelle, and in the worst possible way. Her hours had been cut to almost nothing, her wages so low they amounted to poverty level. She was forbidden to venture out of the laundry. She rarely saw Camille anymore, and when she did, it was only to collect whatever soiled linens she was there to deliver. Her friend was always quick with a kind word, but the war posed challenges for her as well. The girl was working too hard, working extra shifts Rochelle would have taken had she been offered the opportunity. Rochelle was tired of being cold and afraid, always worrying. And the waiting, so much waiting, knowing the vandals were always looking to vent their disgust at a Jewish man, earning a living that had catapulted him to the middle class. Even after all the violence, Ezra Berman believed obedience was their best route, their only route to survival. He displayed the sign that designated his shop as a Jewish-owned business. Rochelle had begged him not to. She'd begged and begged. His response was always the same. Our neighbors know we are Jewish. This is not something we can hide. Must you advertise to the vandals? It is the law. We will obey this decree, as we have all the others. But, Papa, you might as well have put a target in the window. Smiling fondly, he patted her on the head. You worry too much, Sorka. And he worried, not enough. A week later, Rochelle's worst fears were realized. Vandals unleashed their anti-Semitism on her father's shop. They broke glass, sprayed ugly slurs on the walls, and ripped spools upon spools of valuable fabric into shreds. Fortunately, no one was injured. That was what her father said, and her mother echoed. Rochelle knew they were right, but that only seemed to add to the abuse. The coward's destructive violence had happened overnight, while the family slept in their beds 2 blocks away. Scheduled for a later shift at the hotel, Rochelle would spend the morning washing the paint off the walls, with Basha's help. Her brother was assigned to cleaning up the glass, while their parents inventoried what was lost. They tried desperately to salvage what could be saved or repaired, which Rochelle feared was very little. Circling her gaze over the destruction, she felt a rage so deep that she nearly howled from the pain. But it was her mother's face that brought true alarm. Her expression, as she sorted through the ruined bolts of cloth, was empty, as blank as a new piece of paper. Her eyes were open and seeing, but they contained nothing at all. Nothing. Rochelle's father showed similar signs of shock. His skin had gone grey, and his lips slack. He sagged to the ground and kept plucking at the loose threads, plucking. Then suddenly his jaw clamped shut, his mind working frantically behind his dazed expression. He was probably thinking of their neighbours, the ones he'd sworn would protect them, or perhaps the French police, the government's decrees. Did any of it matter? Rochelle looked around at the destruction. This was their reality now, as Jews living in Paris. No one would stand up for them. There would be no more talk of escape. The fight was over. Their very existence came down to one goal: survival. Basha, her face tight with anguish, brought a fresh bucket of water to where Rochelle stood, facing the wall of insults and slurs. We should get started. Rochelle stared at the foul words slashed across the wall, her eyes landing on one of the slurs she often heard at work, barely whispered, constantly within earshot, spoken in French, not German. Sale juif, dirty Jew. Seeing the insult in plain sight, so bold and vicious, sent a queasy feeling through her stomach, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Terror and desperation were her constant companions. It was as if some huge curtain had been pulled back, and she saw the situation in a new, more frightening light. Sale juif. Another wave of nausea threatened. Struggling to bring the sensation under control, she placed her hand over mouth. Slowly, the sickness retreated. If only restoring the shreds of her dignity was so easy. She didn't know what was worse, the shame or the fury. One brought humiliation, the other dark thoughts that made her question the nature of her character. The two emotions tangled, building into one hard knot of inevitability. Persecution was coming, and death. Anger bled through her shame, the former all but wiping out the latter. And now Rochelle knew which of the two emotions held dominance in her life. Rage, dark and red as the slashes of paint across the wall. The slurs weren't original, sale juif, but also le porc, swine, cafard, cockroach, rat. No, not original, but offensive. Reading the ugly words, knowing they were directed at her father, it was too much to bear. Her thoughts were as tangled as the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. Rachel. Basha's soft voice, so devastated and hurt, but also worried. It was the worry that pushed Rochelle into action. I'm ready. She wrung out the rag, flicked the last few drops into the bucket, and scrubbed. She scrubbed and scrubbed until her hands were chafed and her mind was as blank as her mother's face. As if hearing her thoughts, her mother came to stand beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. They shared a tight smile. Then, together, they faced the wall and stared at Rochelle's handiwork. The words were gone, the blood red now a smeared, sickly pink. You did a fine job. It was a lie, well-meaning, but still a lie. For her benefit, or her mother's. Rochelle leaned her head on the older woman's shoulder, so thin, so bony, from worry as much as scarcity forced on them by the occupiers, always the last in line for rationing coupons. The same was true at the baker's shop, the grocer, and often, too often, they were forced to go without. She pushed the thought away and reminded herself that she was alive and with her entire family. No one gone or disappeared or carted away. But as that thought arrived, it faded, and the wall became all she could see. They were being targeted because they were considered different. And for what? They'd done nothing wrong.
Why do they hate us so? It's not personal, Malenka. It's their fear that makes them hate, and their lack of... No, Mama, you're wrong. It is personal. All of it. This, she hissed, waving her hand in an arc that included the entire shop. It's absolutely, undeniably personal. This attack, the destruction and slurs, it was directed at Papa and his shop because he followed the rules and put up the sign. Her mother said nothing, her silence giving Rochelle no comfort, only more confusion, more fear, the awful, weighty feeling stuck in her chest. Stepping back until she was alone and isolated even from her mother, Rochelle crossed her arms over her chest and hunched forward, as if she could make herself smaller. She glared at the wall, the words unreadable now, but there in the smeared paint, branded eternally on her mind. Parisians had aligned themselves with the Nazis. They hated as strongly as their counterparts in Germany. They'd taken sides and had begun avoiding Jews on the streets. No eye contact, no use of given names, turning them into mere figures with faces. Not real people, but nameless creatures that breathed. Animal rather than human. Rochelle couldn't see the end in her mind, but she knew nothing good was coming. No, nothing good at all. The Roundups. Chapter 21. Rochelle. May 1941. Paris, France. The flat-eyed l'agent de police arrived on the Bermans' doorstep at twilight, when the sky leaned toward lavender, and the slow-moving breeze held the promising scent of summer. A beautiful night spoiled by the foul presence of the French police. He did not explain the reason for his sudden appearance, or why he held 2 small green postcards in his hand. He merely stared straight ahead, not speaking, not even looking at her, as if she was supposed to understand why he had come. Rochelle knew this wasn't about the vandalism of her father's shop. That had been weeks ago. Months and months of police indifference. Still, he was here in an official capacity. Something in the air stirred around him, a menacing heat that sent her heartbeat thudding in the hollow of her throat. Whatever his purpose, it was not a piece of friendly business. He was taller than most policemen, and seemed aggressively defiant, with his broad shoulders thrown back, and those savage eyes, a street thug who'd been given unchecked authority. Her chin tipped up. "May I help you?" His hard face went harder still, his eyebrows slashing down in a scowl. When he spoke, his voice was measured, controlled. "Is this the Berman residence?" Every line in Rochelle's body tensed. This man, this sworn member of the French police, had come to perform an unpleasant task. "Oui." "Your name?" "Rochelle Berman." "My business is not with you." He glared over her shoulder, where the rest of her family gathered. "I am here for Ezra Berman and his 18-year-old son, Shulka." Rochelle's mind held only 2 words. "It begins." She started to shut the door, unwilling to allow such a man inside her home for whatever nasty business had brought him. But her father stepped in front of her. "I am Ezra Berman. These are for you and your son." He passed over 2 green postcards. "You will obey the summons or suffer the consequences." Having made his nasty little threat, he spun on his heel and left. Silence fell in his wake, until Rochelle's mother asked, "What do the cards say?" Her father stared at her with a troubled look. "It is written in French." This was his way of saying he didn't know the language well enough to decipher all the words. Rochelle took one of the cards, a single slip of heavy green cardstock, noting the other was identical to the first, but for the handwritten name. "It's from police headquarters in Paris, stamped with today's date."
She lifted her head, caught her father's scowl, then continued. It says, Mr. Ezra Berman is invited to present himself in person, accompanied by one member of his family, or by one friend, at 7 in the morning, on 14th May, 1941, for an examination of his situation. He is asked to provide identification. Those who do not present themselves on the set day and hour are liable for the most severe sanctions. Her hand began to shake so hard she nearly dropped the postcard. It's signed in bold typeface, La Commissaire de Police. Her mother gasped, and again Rochelle lifted her head. Don't go, Papa. We must. Rochelle gripped his arm. Please, I beg you, don't go. He gave her a sad smile, looking almost calm, but for the small twitch in his jaw. This is nothing, an administrative formality. It was more than that. Rochelle knew it, and she suspected her father did too. Then let me go with you. It says you and Schulke are to report first thing tomorrow morning, with a family member. I'm assuming one of us would suffice for you both. Let it be me. I'll go too, Basha offered. We will all go, her mother said, and Rochelle was glad. It was right they stood together as a family, united and true. The next morning dawned bright and warm. A slap in the face, Rochelle thought. The sky should be weeping. Her father led the way down the street. The solemnity in his bearing, that sense of inevitability that seemed to shimmer off him, did nothing to calm her fears. At the police station, he and her brother were immediately taken into custody with very little fanfare. It was all so orderly and coordinated, as if much planning had gone into the seizing of Jewish men 18 and older who'd presented themselves as ordered. It was a shock, this punishment for their obedience. Before he was led away, her father looked over his shoulder and said to Rochelle, Take care of your mother. Yes, of course. She was talking to empty air. Her father and brother were already being manhandled and loaded onto an idling bus, with no chance to hug or say goodbye. Everything had happened so fast, too fast. One moment the Bermans were a family of 5, the next they were down to 3, and as she watched her father and brother being led away, Rochelle felt her skin prickle with a dark premonition. She had to steady herself with a hand on Basha's shoulder. It was happening. The thing she'd most feared, her loved ones seized and taken away, and there'd be no time to react, no chance to speak in their defense. She looked to her mother, then to her sister. They too were frozen in shock, their eyes blinking, robbed of words. Why are you arresting them? A woman shouted from the crowd of women left behind. What have they done? Another demanded. Rochelle echoed the same questions, her voice weak. Basha joined in as well. They were given a list of instructions as a response, with a 1-hour deadline to supply the necessary items. Rochelle returned to the police station alone, Basha choosing to stay behind with their mother. As directed, she delivered 2 bags, each containing a blanket and sheet, a set of clothing, cutlery, a plate, a toiletry bag, a ration card, and enough food for 24 hours. She was not allowed to speak with her father or her brother, nor was she given the chance to deliver the bags to them herself. She noticed more buses, so many, rows of them at least 5 deep. Against the odds, she caught a glimpse of her father in a window seat on the 4th bus in line. She rushed forward, shouting his name, and was severely rewarded with the smack of a police baton to the back of her thighs. She fell to her hands and knees. As she tried to stand, she was whacked again. The sting brought tears to her eyes. You will leave now. The voice was neither firm nor kind. You do not belong here, mademoiselle. He did not attempt to help her stand, but left her in a heap on the hard concrete. Where are you taking them? To the train station, and then on to a facility in WWII. His voice sounded nothing like before. It was no longer bland, but deep and ominous, almost creepy with unrestrained glee. She had more questions, but he was already shoving aside another desperate woman, shouting at her too. Frozen in her shock, with that angry French voice washing over her, Rochelle watched the collection of dark suits and terrified eyes being loaded onto buses, spitting smoke and reeking of diesel. Jewish men, fathers and sons, brothers and uncles, herded like cattle, with but one purpose: to be taken to a facility in WWII. No one explained why they were being taken, but Rochelle knew. The monsters from her nightmares had come to life, wearing French uniforms, men corrupted by German propaganda. They'd joined in the false narrative of an elite race, one that didn't exist, would never exist. Once sworn enemies, now the French and Germans worked together, destroying their common foe, an entire race of innocent people. Corrupted by the darkest part of their natures, the picture of true evil. And Rochelle could do nothing but watch from her spot on the ground. Watch and struggle to pull in gulps of air. Her breath refused to settle into a comfortable rhythm, instead ripping up her throat, shattering past her lips. The last bit of her hope receded with unnatural quickness, like water draining through a sieve, and she slowly, awkwardly, gained her feet. On legs gone numb, she made her way home, stumbling up and down the streets until she was in her own neighborhood. She found her sister and mother where she left them, at the small kitchen table, their heads bent close. Barsha was whispering words of comfort. Her mother whispered back, in between low moans and soft sobs. Such a tender scene in a moment of quiet despair. But why whisper? Did they think if they raised their voices, the situation would somehow grow worse? It was worse, and Rochelle had to tell her mother what she'd learned. She opened her mouth, then shut it, as something struck her. Barsha was sad, yes, but she was also remarkably calm, almost detached, which could mean only one thing. Her boyfriend had not received a green postcard. Jacob was safe from Nazi persecution. His father's connections and elevated status in French society protected him. The sense of unfairness had her shutting the door with more force than intended. Two heads snapped up, and Rochelle looked from one to the other, settling on her mother's face, seeking the woman from her childhood. She wasn't there. Her hair was unbound, and dark circles lay in crescents beneath her eyes. Rochelle had the ugly task of relaying news that would only increase her pain. "Tell us!" Barsha jumped to her feet. "Tell us what you know of Papa and Shulka." Ignoring her sister, she hurried to her mother and took her hands. Brittle twigs under skin stretched too tight, so frail and thin. Rochelle erased the images of that long row of buses and searched her mother's face, looking for the woman who'd raised her, fearing their roles were reversed now, perhaps permanently. "Rochelle!" Barsha snapped out her name. "You are stalling." It would be so easy to take out her frustration on her sister, but they needed to work together to keep their mother from breaking. After months of oppression at work, Rochelle knew how to set her own feelings aside and do what must be done. She called on that skill now. "Papa and Shulka have been sent to a facility in WWII." Again, Barsha made her demands. "Why? For how long? Can we see them? Visit, perhaps?" "I don't know. I was told nothing except to go away." She didn't add the part about the baton, though her skin still stung from the blow. As reality was finally sinking in, Barsha made no more demands. Her sudden silence was worse. Or so Rochelle believed, until her mother began to sob. Big, choking sobs. "They will die. The Nazis will kill them." Rochelle's shoulders stiffened, but she kept her voice soothing. "We don't know that." Her mother gave another wail of despair. Rochelle shared a look with her sister, who appeared equally powerless. She wanted to say the right thing, to do the right thing, but she also wanted the luxury of her childhood back. She wanted her mother to be the woman she'd always relied on, not this frail, devastated stranger. If only she'd tried harder to keep her father from reporting to the police station. Had she argued more succinctly, with better words, perhaps he would have tossed the postcard into the trash. Perhaps he would still be here, he and Schrulke, both safe and sound. So many thoughts tangled in her mind, too many, and Rochelle found her hands going to her hair and tugging at a curl, tugging and tugging, until she heard tearing. The pain was nearly welcome, a bare thread of feeling that wove past the shell she'd built around her heart. Her mother watched her closely. Then she seemed to rally. She stood, took Rochelle into her arms, and she had her mother back. She was here, in the tight embrace, and Rochelle sagged into the warmth. "You will see, Quetzal, my sweet Sorka. This war will be over one day, and we will be reunited with your father and brother, if not sooner." Her mother pulled away, her gaze level. "With this hope in our hearts, we will take each day as it comes, one at a time." Rochelle wanted to feel her mother's confidence, but she couldn't forget what she'd seen in the eyes of those French policemen. The same look she'd witnessed in her co-workers at the hotel, and the Nazi soldiers on the streets, a fanaticism that transcended human goodness and touched on the ugliest of human nature. It was all so hopeless. Suddenly, Rochelle was a child again. That timid, frightened child pressed her face into her mother's shoulder and wept.
Chapter 22. Vivian. 11 March, 1942. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. The worst part about becoming von Bauer's mistress wasn't the way he monopolized her social calendar, or the nightly rituals he insisted upon once they returned to his suite. No. The worst part was maintaining the lie in private. That she was getting better at it, the pretending she wanted to be with him, gave Vivian a quiet moment of despair. She set the feeling aside and entered her room in the Rue Cambon building, something she rarely did now that she belonged body and soul to de Rab. She stopped at the mirror, squinted, sighed. She'd acquired new lines around her eyes and mouth, not many, and only if she looked hard. So, then, why her? There were younger, newer versions, all of them showing up on the arms of Nazis. Yet oddly, von Bauer preferred Vivian's maturity. She should be flattered. She was not. She thought of Hermann Goering's interest in her. No, not her. Her jewelry. With von Bauer acting as broker, the corpulent Nazi had purchased nearly a dozen pieces from Vivian's collection, though he was never fully satisfied. Her emerald necklace was the ultimate prize. The strange, greedy man had been waging a rather obvious war to have the treasure for his own. Twice he'd approached her, through von Bauer, always with an offensive offer. Twice she'd refused him. Tonight she would allow the head of the Luftwaffe to achieve victory, for a ridiculous price, with de Rab once again acting as broker. He would think she relied on him. He would be right. Vivian needed the money to continue her clandestine work. More and more Jews required identity papers, exit visas, and a means of escape. In that, at least, Vivian had not lost her way. She liked knowing that it was Hitler's second-in-command aiding her in the effort to save Jewish lives. Course set. She went to the closet, lowered to her knees, and worked the slab of wood aside. Inside the box nested the necklace Göring coveted. She draped the jewels over her hand and let her eyes stray from one emerald to the next, each one more lovely than the last. A virtual fortune of perfectly formed gems. Strung together, they were worth millions in American dollars. 10 times that in sentimentality. They'd been Rupert's gift to her on their wedding night. Without him in her life, Vivian was a shell of her former self. She could admit that here, alone with the priceless necklace he'd given her resting coolly against her skin. She would honor her husband with the sacrifice of his gift and pray the transaction saved many lives. She searched her closet for the very dress to engage Göring's interest, this time with her in charge. She chose a silk gown in shimmering silver. The color and low neck would emphasize the emeralds. After fashioning her hair in a simple chignon, she gave her reflection one final glance and knew she looked her best. She'd agreed to meet von Bauer for a pre-dinner drink in the little bar. At the entrance, she paused and surveyed the crowd. Some of the faces belonged to collaborators, others to resistance workers. And then there were those who played both sides. She moved deeper into the swirling cigarette smoke. Frank greeted her with a nod. She returned the gesture, then checked the room a second time. Von Bauer had not yet arrived. Excellent. She had time to pick her seat. She chose a small round table littered with overflowing ashtrays and half-empty glasses. There was only one chair, again. Excellent. The man needed to be reminded he didn't hold all the power in their relationship. A quick repositioning of the chair, and Vivian was facing the entrance, her back to the wall. The 2 women seated at the next table, each with at least 3 SS soldiers vying for their attention, eyed her with a look of contempt. Ironic. She'd supplied each of them with falsified papers that gave them very American names, Cook and Anderson, respectively, their Jewish heritage a thing of the past. All so they could stay in Paris and pretend there was no war. If those SS soldiers only knew who they were sniffing around. Ah, but they didn't know. Camille arrived at the table, her eyes briefly meeting Vivian's before she cleared away the carnage left by the previous guests. With the finesse of a carnival performer, she grabbed the last of the empty glasses while dropping a note into Vivian's lap. This had become their way of communicating now that von Bauer monopolized her time. Using her own sleight of hand, Vivian hid the note in her purse and pulled out a tiny mirror. She checked her appearance, reapplied her lipstick, then replaced the tube. Before snapping the closure in place, she quickly scanned the note Camille had given her, penned in Frank's messy handwriting. Ask him about the progress at Cité de la Muette. Vivian frowned. She'd already passed along what she knew about the Nazis' plans for the abandoned apartment complex in Drancy. Originally, the German army had requisitioned the facility to house prisoners of war. However, the SS had become involved recently. Von Bauer oversaw logistics, and though she didn't have confirmation yet, Vivian had overheard him speaking to a colleague on the telephone about the future of the site. The Nazis had big plans for the facility due to its proximity to the railway. She would find out more when she could. It was not always easy to gather information from de Rab. A small commotion at the bar's entrance drew her attention, and there he was. Her enemy. Her lover. He'd yet to see her, and she was glad for the moment to cool her nerves. The shame that was always with her was strong tonight. He will destroy me. And perhaps she would return the favor. The thought became a silent vow in her head. But then their eyes met through the cloud of smoke, and something quicksilver passed between them, something dark and inevitable. The feeling swelled and rose, filling her chest, warming her cheeks, rushing into her brain, and her shame took on an instant note of fear. As if sensing her need for an ally, Camille reappeared. "Madame Miller, are you unwell?" It wasn't the words, but the look of concern on the girl's face that cut through her panic. "I'm fine." Camille didn't look convinced, so Vivian added, "Truly, I'm fine." Or rather, she would be. When the war was over and the enemy was vanquished. Von Bauer went on the move at the same time Camille shifted away, and Vivian placed a smile on her lips, coy and mildly evasive. He answered her silent call with a smile of his own, plus a knowing glint in his eyes. She knew that look. Saw it every night in his suite when they were alone. The man's appetite for her was strong, a raging fire that required little fuel on her part. What would happen to her when the flames of his desire became smoldering embers? He would discard her, like yesterday's trash, though he would not let her go gently. The man carried himself with the haughtiness of royalty, the pinnacle of Nazi entitlement, and as he paused at her table, Vivian saw the bitter truth in his face. He wanted to possess her completely. Not just her body and soul, but her mind as well. And in that wanting was nothing pure or noble. She'd known this about him and had naively thought the knowledge gave her an advantage. "We were to meet upstairs." He spoke calmly, but Vivian sensed the impatience boiling beneath the surface. He did not like playing games. And neither did she. Yet they so often did. "I thought we were to meet here. Please," she waved a hand over the table, "join me." There was no seat for him to take, which seemed to amuse him. One sidelong glance at the table of SS soldiers on his right, and as if he'd somehow communicated telepathically exactly what he wanted, an empty chair appeared. Von Bauer was soon settled across from her. No worries that his back faced the entrance, no concern that an enemy could walk up behind him. Such surety, such arrogance. Did nothing rattle der Rab? "What are we drinking tonight, Vivian?" "Champagne." His hand lifted, and 3 heartbeats later an open bottle of France's best champagne appeared at the table with 2 empty coupes. He filled a glass with the golden bubbles, handed it to her, then lifted his own in the air. Vivian did the same. "What are we celebrating?" "Us." Indeed. She caught Camille watching her, the look of concern still swimming in her eyes. The girl's presence eased the anxiety gnawing inside her, and Vivian was able to touch the edge of her glass to his and return the toast. "To us." There was silence after that, broken only by the jovial voices from SS officers and their female prey. No different than the man sitting across from her, his hawk-like gaze set upon the jewels wrapped around her throat. "I see you wore the necklace tonight."
She shrugged. One last hurrah. His eyebrows lifted. You are ready to part with the emeralds? This was a test. This blunt, tasteless conversation. I am. He held her stare, looking at her with the certainty of a man wielding great power. He reached out, his eyes still locked with hers, and rubbed his thumb along the back of her hand. Would you like me to broker the deal? Hopelessness filled her, but she refused to let it show. Please, consider it done. They made their way to the restaurant, and after an exquisite meal of scallops and baked sea bass, retired to his suite, where more champagne and strawberries awaited them. The decadence was criminal in a city where ration coupons were required to purchase the most basic food items, and too many in Paris went without. This was not the place where Vivian's mind should go, not when Der Rab was looking at her with a hunger she knew would take hours to quench. Get undressed, he barked. She turned toward the bedroom. Here. Do it here. Do it now. He delivered the order in a bored tone, never a good sign. When von Bauer spoke without inflection or obvious intent, his behavior became unpredictable and often turned cruel. Vivian had no idea what she'd done to put him in this mood, or if she was even the cause. What did it matter? She would bear the consequences regardless. Vivian. She jerked at the sound of her name, spoken in that low, terrible tone. She exhaled a long breath. Then, slowly, with great control, did as she was told, her eyes watering from the knowledge that Der Rab had stolen everything from her. This suite, her antique furniture, the emeralds around her neck. But most of all, her dignity. He approached her. She braced herself, toes curled into the carpet. She would not turn away. She would not show signs of weakness. She would endure. The bravado came hard, but it came. And she was grateful for that small piece of control in a game where women like her held so little power. As was her habit after the especially long nights, she left the bed soundlessly, donned her robe, and stepped out onto the balcony. The air was crisp. She hardly noticed. The tears she held back were born of fatigue. That's what she told herself. Blinking hard, so hard her head swam, she wrapped her hands around the railing and stared down into the dark abyss below. In the afternoon light, she would be able to see the details of the manicured courtyard and watch the women taking tea at La Terrasse. Tonight she was alone. Until a crow landed on the railing, not 2 feet from her hand. It stared at her. Vivian stared right back, contemplating those small black eyes, so vacant and yet weirdly piercing. Have you come to threaten or to warn? The bird cocked its head, shifted its weight, and then, with a squawk, flew away, scared off by the sound of footsteps. Again she braced herself for the moment his arms would rope around her, or his hands would take her arms and spin her around to face him. One meant tenderness, the other pain. It was draining, always needing to keep track of his different moods. The arms that came around her waist held on with a light, almost gentle hold. Tonight, it seemed, the placated, satiated man joined her on the balcony. Come back inside, he whispered. "I have something to tell you." She let him take her hand and lead her into the suite. She assumed he would keep drawing her forward, back to the bedroom, but he let her go and indicated she sit with him on the brocade settee. If he appreciated her silence, it certainly didn't show. There was still the faintest tinge of hunger in him, humming just beneath the surface of his outward calm, and Vivian worried what it meant for the rest of the night. But no, this impatience was different, bigger, more pronounced. "I have been awarded a promotion." The fire in his eyes glowed bright with self-importance. "The position will put me among the most trusted men among the Führer's inner circle. And I have you to thank." "Me?" "Reichsmarshal Goering has put in a good word on my behalf. It seems our transactions have pleased him." He meant the sale of her jewelry. That pleased look in his eyes made sense now. Der Rab was a driven man, viciously so. And did this promotion mean he would be transferred to Berlin? Vivian could not contain her smile. "Congratulations," she said in a husky whisper. "You are most deserving of this honor." He liked it when she stroked his ego, but tonight he merely shrugged. His gaze remained locked on hers, neutral and watchful, as if gauging her reaction. She gave him a bland smile. "Does this mean you are leaving Paris?" She sounded a little too pleased, and that would not do. She must appear sad, or at least regretful, that their time was up. So many emotions inside her, all of them lies, all of them true. Which one to present to him now? "I will not be leaving Paris, no. Only the Ritz. I have been ordered to move closer to my work in Drancy." He looked around the suite then, perhaps calculating which pieces of her furniture were worthy enough to bring with him. No one would stop the theft. No one would even try. "You will be moving to another hotel?" "I have found a house that will better suit my elevated status." Vivian knew what he meant. He'd seized a house, a home, from a Jewish family. His nonchalance, his lack of affectation as he spoke, his complete disregard for the people he'd thrown out of their own home, these were the things that made him a monster. Suddenly, Vivian wanted to do violence to this man, even knowing he was bigger and stronger and could crush her with a single blow. She clenched her fists and breathed through the desire. It was so hard to push it down. Eventually, though, she was able to respond. "Tell me about the house." It was the right thing to say, because he sat up straighter, a peacock preening over his newfound success. "It's 3 stories, each one decorated with tasteful furnishings and an art collection that would bring tears to the eyes of the greatest enthusiasts in Europe." No amount of deep breathing calmed the renewed fury screaming in Vivian's veins. Thief! Liar! Murderer! How could he speak so calmly with such confidence? "It sounds lovely." "I admit it's too much house for me, but it is the best in all of Drancy, and I believe my due for the work I am to accomplish for the Führer."
Here was her chance to discover what the Nazis planned for the former apartment complex. She said it quickly before he could decipher her motive. It must be important work. He reached for her hand. Their eyes locked, and he smiled. She smiled back, though it required great effort on her part.
"I am to coordinate transportation of our detainees to concentration camps in Germany."
Detainees, meaning Jews. Vivian knew about the roundups. Everyone in Paris knew, though no one spoke of them, not in public, not even in private. If no one talked about the horror taking place under their noses, it couldn't possibly be happening. A hideous, unconscionable rationalization that made Vivian sick at heart. But here and now, the silence of the French people worked in her favor. Are there so many criminals in Paris that you need a separate facility? He eyed her with lips pressed together, a sure sign she'd trodden into dangerous waters.
"Criminals. Yes, in a manner of speaking. Once construction is complete, the facility will become a temporary detention center for Jews arrested in both Paris and the rest of France."
Vivian's mind stuck on one word, the worst of words. Temporary. The facility in Drancy was no longer a POW camp or even a detention center for French Jews. No, it was to be nothing more than a way station for French Jews before they were sent to concentration camps inside Germany. The level of planning, the construction project itself, even von Bauer's own claim that his promotion put him in the upper echelon of Nazis, spoke of a large-scale operation. Thousands of souls would be seized and sent away, possibly killed. This was another test, a way for Der Rab to see if Vivian's ideology aligned with his. There were words she needed to say to secure his trust. Ugly, awful words. A worthy project. "It pleases me that you understand." She looked away, mostly to hide her horror and her own disgust at the words coming out of her mouth. She found her gaze wandering over the perfectly ordered room. Neat, clean, void of dirt and clutter. It came to her then, a way to gather more information than the bits and pieces she'd previously gleaned. It would mean going deeper into this man's world, but it would also mean no longer helping only few at a time, but hundreds. A lofty goal for one woman to undertake. But redemption just might be at the other end. Could Vivian go into the viper's nest alone? Did she dare? She had so few allies. None, that was, save one. It would mean more money for the girl, which would prove valuable if it became necessary to send her sister into hiding. It would also mean added danger. The choice would have to be up to Camille. But first, Vivian must insert herself into von Bauer's home. "This house you mentioned, the 3-story mansion in Drancy, you will live there by yourself, or will your family be joining you?" He stayed on the settee, reclining back, looking relaxed, completely at home. But his mouth tilted slightly up at one corner.
"You are asking about my wife and children?"
She nodded, knowing he'd mistaken the appalled tone in her voice for jealousy.
"The 4 of them will remain in Berlin."
4. Vivian did the math in her head. 1 wife, 3 children. I see. Something came into his eyes, something dark and glittering and maybe a little cruel. I can only imagine what you're feeling. She wasn't feeling anything. That was the strange thing. She wanted to feel something. Outrage, betrayal, grief for another woman. There was only a black emptiness where her soul should be, and an awareness that this man was exactly what she'd known him to be. A liar, a cheat, married. The swine. With the liquid grace of a dancer, Vivian reached for the silver case on the end table. She pulled out a cigarette, her eyes never leaving his face. Somewhere in the hotel, a door opened and closed with a bang, the sound moving through the air like a gunshot. Vivian didn't flinch. She lit a cigarette, took a long pull, pushed the smoke out in a slow, steady rhythm. This German was the worst of men. You break your wedding vows very easily. He tipped his head back, not an ounce of remorse. Yet another reason to despise him. You worry about my wife? A woman you have never met? I only wish to know what it is you want from me, and if I am willing to give it. Her response brought out his smile, the one she knew meant he was ready to play. You wish this to be a negotiation? He gave a quick, satisfied nod. This is good. Put your worries aside. Greta and I have not been intimate for years. She saw it in him then. The rest of the lies that lived in his heart, the ability to think only of his own pleasure. Not even his own family came before his desires. He was the consummate Nazi, and a man of great ambition. Vivian could use both. In the time it took her to stroll to the balcony, pivot and stand with the Paris night at her back, she had the makings of a plan in place. Outside, a night creature cried, low and mournful. This was her last chance to be smart and end this farce. All it would take was a little outrage, a small, jealous rant, and she would set fire to everything she'd built to this point. She drew more smoke into her lungs. The way I see it, you have been given an enviable position among your peers, and a large, elegant house, already furnished. She couldn't think about why that was. Wielded properly, your career may go even further. What are you proposing, Vivian? She had his interest. Satisfaction filled her, but she only allowed her own grand ambitions to show on her face. You will host exclusive dinner parties. The guest list will include only the most sought-after men and women in Paris. Everyone will seek an invitation into your inner circle. And many will be disappointed. She saw the exact moment his aspirations took over his sense of caution. And, of course, I will need a hostess for these exclusive gatherings. She should be a woman who understands how to make a man appear at his best. Tell me, Vivian. He moved quickly and took the cigarette from her hand, drew a long pull of smoke into his lungs, let it out in a rush. Are you applying for the job?
You will not find a more experienced hostess. He took his time responding. Is this? He said at last. I do not doubt. You will also want a housekeeper to keep your home in meticulous order. You have someone in mind? It was not a question. I do. A chambermaid here at the hotel, a young Frenchwoman, very pretty, blonde, blue-eyed. I trust her completely. The intent to deny her was in his eyes, in the way his head angled slightly off-center. Vivian had pushed too hard. She felt her anger flare at him, at herself. She was tired of the manipulation, the games. She'd given von Bauer what he wanted in a million different ways. He would now do the same for her. But it had to be his idea. You will want to meet her, of course. There was hesitation in him, still, but he also appeared intrigued. She is blunt? A very proper Aryan. How ugly that word sounded in her mouth. Tomorrow. You will bring the girl to me tomorrow. Here, in this suite, at 5:00 p.m. Vivian let him see only the smallest hint of triumph. You will not regret this decision. I have made no decision. Actually, he had. He just didn't know it yet. She moved in closer until their bodies were touching and their breaths had joined. Tell me, dear Rob. Tell me you want me by your side, warming your bed, planning your parties, and putting your name on every Parisian's lips. His answer all but sealed their deal. I look forward to meeting the chambermaid.